but you say it'll be fine in the end. So I'm holding my breath, skipping rocks on my skin until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in, but the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by, getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours. But now you'll get yours.
Kia, movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं ओके रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो रन 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 Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. We are forging champions in this Pro Series, but of course, in round one itself, the fight for direct slots into the semifinals has gotten very intense with the second half of round one underway. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, yesterday we started off with the journey for a lot of these teams. In fact, all 96 of them playing their last 6 matches in round one. Top 8 teams direct to semifinals week 1. 9 to 16 move on to round 3, and of course the bottom 16 facing elimination.
Exactly, and those elimination, it feels like at this point in time, a lot of these known names are still there in the bottom 16, but it's all about being able to make that comeback, right? And yesterday we did see a decent bit of those comebacks as well happen. Even Reckoning Esports is giving it all they've got. Yeah, it's a whole other story that their all is not enough, that they need to do a little bit more better to bring in that points flow, but Reckoning Esports is definitely doing insane. And speak of doing insane, right, we've got teams like OG and Learn from Past now, trying to pull off some weird shenanigans. I had a conversation about this with IC too, and OG as well. The first game, they were just nowhere to be seen. It felt like OG was not really taking the competition that serious. Second game, OG was trying to get the bare minimum points. Third game, they pulled off a chicken dinner. Learn from past, pretty much the same pattern. First game, they did not take the competition serious. Second game, they sort of tied things up a bit, but then third game, instantly you scoop in a chicken dinner.
Exactly, and both of these teams right now sit at the top of the leaderboard, but all of that can change if anyone can surpass them in terms of being consistent throughout all three of these games. But if you want to be consistent in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, check out the Realme GT7. And of course, the device has been launched. It is available for you guys on Amazon. So go ahead and order your GT7 right now. It's an amazing device with a lot of power pack features that make your gaming performance the absolute best.
Exactly. Stable 120 FPS till 6 hours, and let's not forget, also tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. So move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs as well. So back towards the conversation, right? And you spoke about breaking inside of that top 3, where teams like OG, Learn from Past, are currently just guarding it, and FS Esports is extremely close.
Yeah.
With just 6 games played, my bad, they are sitting on 6th or 7th spot in the overall standings. So for FS Esports, they don't even need a lot of points to claim that first spot.
And again, FS was a surprising entry into the top 8, because when we saw the rosters before the tournament began, FS, I would have placed them between 9 to 16 and not inside of the top 3 or the top 5 necessarily. But they have done very well for themselves. Day number 1, a great opening for FS. The second set of 3 matches that they played were a little shaky, but still they were quite consistent even in those. But again, I mean, one of the names that we get to witness today, and it is going to be a surprising name, surprising because they are not where we would usually see them, is going to be Metal Esports.
Yeah, Metal Phoenix as well, right? Since, of course, the entirety of Phoenix Esports have now merged in Metal Esports. Just one man Fury moving towards Vasista Esports. That's a bit of that switcheroo that happened. But still, the core is pretty much the same, right? Yeah, the first 3 games were not too good. But then the latter 3 games that they played, Metal Esports pulled off an insane comeback. They had a lot of points to back themselves up. And now, since they've also got the uprise and the momentum with them, I think today Metal Esports will frag out.
That's the one thing that I'm hoping for as well, to see Metal just carry on that momentum and somehow figure out a way to break into the top 16, because that is going to be a realistic goal for them, considering they only played 3 matches. But let's have a look at the overall rankings once before we kick off our journey. And as we were talking about it, both OG and Learn from Past have incredible days for themselves. Even 8-Bit yesterday did quite well. But then we spoke about FS, who sit there on the 9th position with 69 points to their name. FS, if they can be consistent in all 3 matches, I think they can easily cross that 100-point marker and break into the top 5.
Without a doubt, FS Esports can easily be there on the place of 8-Bit. It's not even a question. FS Esports does not even need a lot of points. And now speak of TWOB and True Rippers as well. They've only played 6 games each so far, but still sit on 6th and 7th position each. Was extremely impressive, because anything can happen. Imagine TWOB getting the same amount of points that OG did in the past 3 games that they played, and instantly TWOB can catapult themselves on the first spot.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely can, but they're going to need a big performance when they actually show up. Today, at least for the first group, eyes will be on FS, eyes will be on CK, another team that is there inside of the top 16. And then as we move on to the next page of the leaderboard, I think Hyderabad Hydras also doing quite well for themselves. 22nd position, 1 chicken dinner to their name, 54 points on the board, just barely holding on outside of the top 16. They also have an opportunity to break inside of the top 8 today, but they're going to need like 2 big chicken dinners.
They do, man. Even Team Forever, right? They've got 51 points. Team Forever, the first 3 games that they played, they were flawless. Incredible stuff that we see from them. But then the latter 3 games that they played, Team Forever's performance was nowhere to be seen. And pretty much the same storyline happened with the Players and Moneymakers as well. The first 3 games that they played, you were extremely happy to watch them. But then the latter 3 games that they played, it felt like they were just not really taking the competition that serious.
Yeah, they went from being in the top 3 to being on the 25th position. Yeah. That is how bad of a drop was taken by Moneymakers. But of course, we're going to have to wait for a while to see them again in competition. But again, I mean, apart from FS, apart from T Forever, there are going to be a lot of names from Group C that have the potential to make those epic comebacks. We've spoken about Phoenix Metal, but there's also Genesis that we can't really skip out on.
Exactly. Genesis at this point in time is struggling too much, honestly speaking, because they're not able to get the bare minimum points flow as well. Even every single game that Genesis plays, it feels like they're just trying to aim for the survival. We're not really seeing a proper confidence from the side of Genesis Esports that they're supposed to possess. They've got players like Shadow, the OG IGL himself, Zap also inside of the roster, Gods as well. Let's not forget, this is a stacked lineup, but still for some reason, Genesis Esports is struggling to convert those points.
I mean, and those struggles, we hope they find a way to break them, because otherwise it is going to be extremely, extremely critical. Even the survival is going to be in question. And, of course, for on this page, I think it is going to be Team Insane, one of the big names that has had a roster change. But they're kind of in a safer position, 43 points to the name, as long as they're able to cross the 50-point mark or get themselves to 60 points. I think they will have achieved safety. So while moving to round 3 or semifinals directly might not be an option for them, at least they make it to round 2 and survive in the tournament.
I think even Inferno Rising should be a prime example of this, right? The first 3 games that they played, incredible stuff they showcased, but then later on, the latter 3 games that they played, of course, the performance was missing, and that's one of the main reasons why they're currently sitting on the 40th spot with just 40 points. So that's, of course, a perfect match. But, yeah, for Rising Inferno, since they have been a part of the Grand Finals for so many times, and I genuinely expect they should be performing much better. At this point, they are a T1 team. They have been a part of the land for so many times, so they should definitely be there in the top 16. It's not even a question. And speaking of being in the top 16 as well, the same thing can be said for Miracle Esports and even Reckoning Esports. It's tough to see them over here.
Reckoning actually made a bounce back just like Phoenix Medal, right? I mean, the first 3 matches we saw them, both these teams on the last page of the leaderboard, and everyone was just concerned as to what is going on. But again, sticking to the fundamentals has gotten them at least out of their danger zone. Now it's the journey to climb to the top for both of these 2 sides. Medal actually will be in Group C, so they're going to be playing the first 3 matches of the day. Let's see how those initial matches of our day number 8 are going to be, especially for Medal. And on the next page, I mean, outside of the top 64, we will have Genesis as well. Now, that is another name, as we were talking about them a few moments ago. I'm very interested in. Just 28 points secured, 24 finishes, just 4 placement points. Genesis not really being able to survive, but they're getting those finishes because they have the players who know how to take those fights.
And in the previous page as well, we did see Forever Esports, right? I'm speaking of Forever Red Ross, known in the past tournament.
Yeah.
And that team, of course, once again, pretty much the same storyline repeating itself. They have been a part of the land as well. We expect a lot more since the performance has been on a dip. So I'm going to let that slack be a little bit loose, because still, at least they're outside of the bottom 16. So that's a great thing, right? So they're not going to be eliminated from the round 1 itself, but still, performance needs to be there. If you're lacking in that term, it's going to be hurting you too much when you move on and progress inside of the tournament. And you spoke about Genesis Esports currently sitting on the 65th rank with 28 points. As I mentioned, looking at this lineup, you do not expect them to be there on the second last page.
Just taking those fights, getting those finishes. And again, as we said, they have good players, so they will find those finishes every now and then. They are outside of the danger zone, but all of that can change today itself. Genesis,
extremely close.
They have to figure out a way to be consistent. But on the last page, a lot of concerning names. New version, even they have good players within their team, but still just barely inside of the bottom 16 right now. One good game can change everything for the side of New version, though.
I mean, not just New version, right? There's also Team LOLZZZ currently sitting on the last page itself with just 10 points secured in 6 games.
Placement
that
points.
is genuinely concerning. And as you mentioned, yes, no placement points either. So for Team LOLZZZ, they need to find a perfect balance. And even if they do find that perfect balance, it's still just going to be 20 points. Because they would get 10 placement points to back it up. And those many points are not enough to keep yourself outside of this danger zone. Team LOLZZZ needs one massive chicken dinner. That's the only way they can keep themselves outside of the harm's way. The same thing can be said for 7 Habit Diesel Esports as well. If they want to find themselves on their comfort zone, they just need one massive game. Simple. They've only got 6 games to go, Johnny. Not a lot of chances.
Exactly. Either you make a break for a safe haven today, or those last 3 games that you play will be extremely stressful. But talking about the matches themselves, we have the schedule for the day on our screens. We start off on Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok. And of course, the last 3 matches, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel. First 3 played by Group C, second 3 played by Group D.
Exactly. Group C and D at the end of the day, as we mentioned, right, there's of course going to be a lot of pressure since we've seen that threshold being set by Group A and B yesterday. And speaking of Group C, we've got the teams on the screen as well. FS Esports, currently a team that's doing the best inside of this group, sitting on the 9th spot with just 6 games played. Cincinnati kids as well doing really good for themselves. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras, Team Forever. You've also got Team Insane right there. And then, let's not forget, Rising Inferno. In my opinion, this team can be a dark horse.
Definitely, because the aggression that we saw from them within the first 3 games they played looked actually quite good. They were getting a lot of finish conversion, but the next 3 set of matches is where they sort of started to struggle when the heat, the intensity of the battle actually grew. And again, Rising Inferno, they've had a little bit of reset. Hopefully they've done their research and they show up playing this second half like they have nothing to lose, because I think that is going to be the strong footing for this team.
You know what really upsets me? Since Rising Inferno has been part of the pro circuit for such a long time, they've also cracked in towards the LAN finale so many other times, but we still need to call them dark horses. That's what blows, because it feels like they're not really getting the recognition they deserve. In my opinion, people should support this team. They have been playing so well.
It's a story similar to the likes of Forever Esports or maybe Hades H4K, because even Hades H4K now have a little bit of LAN experience. But we do have the caster prediction on our screens, and it seems like a lot of belief actually from Group C goes to 4 Miracle. You, me, and IC, all three of us are split. We went for completely different rosters, man. IC going for Team Forever, you went for Genesis, I went for Phoenix Medal.
Now, Genesis, I generally do believe, since the water is already on top of their head, now Genesis Esports finally should wake up and realize, oh, we're drowning. We're not really doing too hot in the overall leaderboards. Maybe it's time to bounce back and prove yourself. And as I mentioned, they've got solid lineup pretty much cooking up underneath their belt. They've got a frag-heavy lineup right there, and especially a man like Shadow. He's known to drive a frag-heavy lineup since his past. So in my opinion, all it takes is a bit of that time to wake up, and I think Shadow can do good.
I mean, they definitely can. My pick for Medal Esports is just like based on emotions, man. It is an organization that is filled with a lot of amazing people. The lineup that they have also looks promising. So hopefully today they are able to convert their matches, get a decent chicken dinner in, and make that break into the top 16. But ladies and gentlemen, is that actually going to happen? We are about to find that out as we take a leap, and the plane actually takes off over the map of Erangel. Here we go.
Exactly. The plane's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from North towards the opposite side, which is going to be Katka. And Johnny, this plane flat path extremely tilted towards the southern side of the map. If the teams do want to move in towards Yasna Poliana, it's still going to be a tough stretch. Even Georgia Pool's actually going to be a tough stretch. Even Rozhog's going to be an extreme tough stretch. So for teams, I would love to see how the adaptation is going to look like. One thing is for sure, we're going to see a lot of pit stop collisions.
Oh, of course, especially towards the side of Milta, Shelter, maybe in Pochinki, just north of Pochinki as well. But let's see, it is going to be that military island that might be up for early contestation. So far, Diesel Esports, the only team dropping towards Nova Repnoy, and they find themselves completely isolated in that spot. Are they hoping for a southern circle? I mean, at this point, yeah.
Well, looking at the recent meta, though, the circle's actually been shifting the opposite way of the plane fly path. So,
that's true.
Yeah, there's a massive chance the circle can actually move in towards Yasna Poliana, and I would not be surprised either, because that's what happened on the map of Miramar. Yesterday, the circle was completely the plane flat path was completely towards the left side, and the circle formed completely towards El Azhar, just catching everyone off guard.
It can happen, and if that happens, I'm actually going to be enjoying this game a lot, because then you get to see what sort of strategies now do Cincinnati kids actually employ. CK had a great start to their journey. Even the second set of 3 matches that they played weren't too shabby, but this time we have a circle forming towards the western side. It is a decent circle, but we know it's going to result in a very slow early game. We don't really see that many early fights whenever the zone is towards Gatka, especially because players know how open those fields are. You have those small little cluster compounds where you can find safe havens, even if you're late to the rotation.
Yeah, but it's also the best possible start that you can ask for the players of 4 Miracle Esports.
Yeah. Starting
things off in this Max Center already. Even Team Forever can do really good, and they can thrive in a circle like this. So 4 Miracle Esports and Team Forever already starting things off with a bit of that head start. You've also got Forever Esports in the back lines. For Forever, I'm not exactly sure what sort of a game plan is going to be there, since even they're not doing too hot in the overall standings. A team that does possess a lot of caliber, but still not able to showcase themselves properly.
But look at that, WBG and Insane quite close to each other. Might be a conflict, even medal rotating right between the two squads, but we have FS on our screens. Having avoided the players of Inferno Rising, they find an early start in the city of Lipovka. And this should be a good amount of map control that the players of FS have, but yeah, they show up, the players of Inferno Rising, and I believe FS Esports, they've been spotted out, so Inferno Rising, they're just going to turn their vehicle in an opposite direction and just completely avoid this conflict.
No, they're not going to avoid it. Actually, they were going for it. They know Turbo is stuck. Turbo behind this rock. Inferno Rising just taking a pit stop around that area, realizing they're not able to spot anyone instantly, just backing away from that spot. So it's all good in the hood for now. Luckily enough, Turbo is going to be alive, but I don't even know why Turbo stopped. I'm pretty sure Turbo wanted to take the advantage of the vehicle moving out in the open, but then the vehicle just took an extreme left, spotting Turbo.
I mean, it is very difficult from the perspective of Inferno Rising to find an angle to engage into this fight. Even if you just spot one player, you know that his teammates are going to be there. It's the early stage of the match. And yes, as you said, Turbo's perspective over there was to just
Oh my
get that
God.
third-person perspective from behind the rock and then take the fight. Now, they're not going to do it. It's too risky.
It is too risky, but you can just tell their hands are itching. They really do want to stop and go for this fight, but yeah, Inferno Rising just controlling their feelings at this moment and going back towards their drop location to get better weaponry, better loot in their hands.
It wasn't worth it at any cost. I mean, that's too big of a risk. Better odds of you losing out into that fight. Because you just saw one player. Where are the other three?
Probably behind him looting up.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? If
Yeah.
any one of them finds a better scope, then they easily have an opportunity to take you out. Especially if all your players are just armed with hollow sights and red dots.
And speak of players, we've also got Cincinnati kids on the screen. For them, looking at the lineup once again, pretty solid. Seraph, Mighty, Juicy, Flock. These players have been playing with each other for the longest. Of course, a bit of a switcheroo was there inside of the roster. And that switch up, I really want to see how this new team has been functioning so far. They're doing decent in the overall leaderboards.
Yeah.
They're in the top 16 too, so that's what you exactly need as a team as well. But at the end of the day, it's about pinning that spot down to the top 8 itself, right? And the top 8 definitely at this moment does seem quite stacked, especially teams like FS Esports, TWOB, and True Rippers. They're going to make things even tougher. Let's not forget, True Rippers and TWOB currently sitting on 6th and the 7th spot. And they've only played 6 games, Johnny. It is insane to see those teams just pinning that spot down.
Oh, it is definitely going to be extremely, extremely important for them to actually perform today. New version on our screens now. Water City. And again, as you mentioned, Team LOLZZZ, WBG quite close to them. We've seen this fight happen before. A Water City Conflict 4 new version. It did not really go their way.
New version is a completely different conversation. In the realme BJ's 2025, when we saw this team for the first time together, they were doing pretty decent for themselves. Yeah, failing to make it to the land, but still in the previous stages, they were doing decent.
And it's fair, right? I mean, Gil and Viru showing up after so many years. You're not going to expect them to qualify instantly.
Yeah, but the main issue is they're doing even worse in this tournament.
That is the problem.
So, yeah, I don't even know what's going on there. I really want to know, were they practicing when there was a bit of that off time between BGIS and BMPS? If they were not, well, then it's clearly being reflected in the way they're playing over here in the overall standings.
I mean, I hope they were practicing, man, because I'm going to be very excited if these two lads actually make it to land. So much is true between the two of them. Legacies.
Yeah, the OG guy's right.
Yep.
Everyone would love to see them at land. And looking at the Zone 4 now, though, Hyderabad Hydras turning the tides, moving towards the centric part. Godka's now going to be in their control. It'll be all good in the hood for them. For Miracle as well, still towards Quarry, taking their sweet little time to rotate. At this moment, everyone's just waiting for the next zone shift, which does make a lot of sense too, right? Because we know the second stage is going to be an extreme shift. If it's going to take another shift, though, for Genesis Esports, that's going to be the best possible thing ever.
Yeah, but I like Hyderabad Hydras actually moving out of Pochinki extremely early and taking the smack center of Gatka Fields. No matter where the circle goes, Hyderabad Hydras will have an opportunity to get at least a few frags if they try to gatekeep, or if they want to reposition, that option is going to be available first to them as well. But Team Insane, we see them mid-rotation, and it seems like they have spotted out the players of 7 Habit. Now, do they go for them or not? That is their decision. But ladies and gentlemen, one more decision that you guys have to take is to go for the Realme GT7. It is an amazing device that is available on Amazon, so go ahead and grab yourselves the Realme GT7 now. We keep talking about the 120 FPS stable for 6 hours of BGMI gaming, co-tested by Crafton and Realme. And of course, the charger itself, 120 watt charger, gets you to 50% in 15 minutes, and the 7000 mAh battery is going to make sure that you for sure have long gaming sessions.
Exactly. You will be gaming for hours on that device. And it's also powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 9400E chipset, the best in line currently available in India. So what are you waiting for? Move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7. Next zone's going to be popping up within a few seconds. Every single team now starting to get attracted towards that centric part. Hyderabad Hydras, there's going to be a lot of teams stacking around them. The split they've got going, I'm not exactly sure how they're going to back it up, but as long as they're going to have all the 4 players alive in the upcoming zone, that's all that's going to matter. Genesis Esports as well, starting to move down south. And speaking of moving down south, even the zone takes a major shift on the southern side. Oh, I think it's going to end on the shorelines, Johnny.
Yeah, it can end on the shorelines, and I think 4 Miracles are going to be the happiest of the bunch. They can move back towards Primos, take that early control, and just play for safety.
I think they should just stick towards Quarry.
I mean, they can, but there's going to be so much pressure in the next few moments. You already see WBG, they make their way through in a few moments. CK, just because the lighthouse and the compounds just across the military bridge are going to be taken over, even CK is going to be forced to take that western rotation. Everyone's going to be playing the shoreline. Either you get to Primorsk early or you're just going to be left behind dealing with a lot of fights.
Yeah, we've got Wobble on the screen. It's one of those teams that made their debut in the BGS 2025. And Wobble's performance was pretty decent. Doing good enough to keep themselves surviving in this tournament, but now in the BMPS, the performance has been quite shallow. They need to back it up with something. Elimination feed as well starting to pop off the moment the stage 2 hits. And as usual, once again, the centric part starting to get filled up with too many teams. A splash of colors in the center. Envy as well exposed. They've got a few smokes to back themselves up. Shubo G's once again going to back away towards safety. It's all good in the hood for now.
There's a fight happening outside the player zone, so they have about a minute 30 seconds to wrap things up before the blue hits. And of course, it found the opening knock, but it was an instant reset coming in from the side of AKROBOTZ. Not really a position that New Version want to find themselves in, but there's another problem brewing up close to these two squads, and they're making a lot of commotion. We see on the radar now, finally, Team LOLZZZ moving in, Kunal leading the charge. If they actually get to the summit of Everest, then they might actually be able to find at least a few bonus frags by third-partying these two squads.
Yeah, but the main problem is that all the teams that are currently rotating in from the northern side and going for late-game rotation are currently sitting inside of the bottom 16. So all these teams, they should not duke it out against each other. That's what I think. If they want to keep themselves alive inside of this game for too long, just do not fight. There's also Metal Phoenix closing in from the back line, so they're definitely going to go for that third party.
Yeah.
So
they're the only ones who have
idea.
a safe position over there, like not in the bottom 16.
Yeah. They can actually afford some sort of risk. And speaking of taking that risk, Team Forever, they've got a decent stance as well. A decent positioning, at least 4 now. They should be able to hold it down for the next 15 to 20 minutes. Should be a pretty late game.
Hey, but something has happened. I don't know how they did it, but AKROBOTZ figured out that the backlines are going to be compromised. So they overshot the players of New Version first and then shot at them, securing a knock against New Version. Wyld was knocked out. Now the question is, do they find the conversion? In the meanwhile, Team LOLZZZ and Medal, they just completely avoid this conflict. Gil under pressure as AKROBOTZ make a move. He's been spotted out. The shotgun goes off, but it's going to be Gods who finds the open over there. And that's a different fight completely, but AKROBOTZ, they're doing quite well. Gil knocked out. The trade comes through from Smokey. Although the finish on Viru, has that been secured yet?
Yeah, it definitely does seem like it.
Now it
Not a
comes
big
through.
fan of what's going on, though. Demon Sand as well. Gods, up close and personal. Beast taken down and dusted from this game. You've got Yash, Gods, Adi, Lazy. Solid team stacked up with solid players. Team Insane Esports getting a few elimination points to kick things off with. That's definitely going to be a bit of a pressure subsider. Team Insane. This house control that they've got, it's quite nice as well. But the only problem is they're in the city. And usually if you're inside of the city in the late game scenario, you can get shot at from anywhere. Gathering intel gets extremely tough. Metal Esports finding a bit of that pit stop. Want to know exactly what's going on inside of the circle since they're the late breachers. But even the Blues on the move, so Metal Esports needs to do something quick and ASAP. Time's off the essence, and currently it's slipping away from their hands.
Oh man, this is going to be a troublesome position for Medal. And even AKROBOTZ, we see them on the radar, know exactly where the players of Medal are, but Venom, he makes the bounce. Inferno rising, they need the opener in this fight. Venom has managed to breach the compound, spots out a man, but he manages to get away.
Oh no.
Just barely whiffing those shots now. Medal, they still find the opener though. Over knocked out, and Executor falls as well. A brilliant execution coming in from Metal Esports. Trades are coming through, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh
and
my
Inferno
God.
rising, just eliminated in a matter of seconds at the hands of Metal Esports.
This is what you love to see from a team like Metal Esports.
Yeah.
Once again, back to their OG roots. This is how they like to play. Not really thinking twice before making that pounce, because they know they've got the capability of converting the proper 4-on-4 fight easily. And once again, relying on that feeling, relying on those skills, they win this fight. Rising Inferno, a solid team, not in the game anymore. That's going to be a major pressure subsider for all the other teams inside of the lobby. AKROBOTZ Esports out in the open, quad exposed. Not a big fan of what's going on here. Man's exposed. AKROBOTZ Esports, are they really going to be just staying in the open fields?
We have to be very careful. All of these smokes also act like signals, and in open fields like this, that's what's going to happen. You're going to get spam shotted. There's 3 players in the back lines as well. There's an opportunity for Metal to actually move in. Just catch AKROBOTZ off guard. But look at New Version, man. Such a late rotation coming through. Luckily for them, the northeastern edge is empty. But if the next circle moves away, then the trouble is not going to slow down or stop.
Oh, the next zone, though.
Wow.
Shifts on right on top of the players of Fair Pier. Every single team, every single player inside of Fair Pier is now going to be feeling graced. Cincinnati Kids, in my opinion, they've got the best possible spot, but holding it down is going to be extremely tough. You might be pushed from the back line soon, and that's what exactly is going on, too. New Version, they want to surprise the players of CK, but CK is wary of what's going on the back lines. So they're never going to let a team like New Version surprise them.
New Version is down to the last 2 players. Shub and Mikey are the only 2 left, and I don't think they're going to survive for long. CK has the info. Zerif kicking things off with that spray. Finds no contact, though. But this is what I wanted to talk about, CK's position. This hill is amazing, but you have to be very precise in terms of your positioning. Isolating those fights is going to be tricky. You're exposed to the southern side of the ridge. You're exposed to the northern fields. Although AKROBOTZ, they're starting to drop players now.
Indeed they are. AKROBOTZ Esports losing out on the man himself in the back lines. He's sticking away to his death. Team Insane as well. Chime inside of the scuffle. Gods eluding up for Team Insane. Since they know the circle's popping up on top of them, it's all good in the hood. They do not need to move right now. It's okay. Cincinnati Kids eliminating the entirety of the team that was standing right in front of them. Nice stuff. New Version not in the game anymore. Just devoured by the players of CK easily.
Well, let's see though. Metal now, open fields against Team LOLZZZ. And it's a scramble for cover. Metal playing from the edge, but it is going to be Team LOLZZZ who find the advantage in this fight. Now the players of Metal are stuck towards the edge of the circle. Modeth, his HP is low, and he gets shot at, gets knocked out. Maybe things take a turn for the worse for the side of LOLZZZ. Aimbot, if that nade finds contact, you will have the conversion on the players of Team LOLZZZ as well. But Cincinnati Kids from the backlines are the ones causing trouble for both these 2 sides.
From the top, finding some crucial connection. Another man goes down from the side of Team LOLZZZ. It's not looking good. Skillful not in the game anymore. Team LOLZZZ once again, the same story repeating itself. Always just finding themselves in the worst possible spot, and once again, that's what is going on. Cincinnati Kids from the back is constantly applying that pressure. All the 4 players looking against him. Utilities tossed as well in that generic vicinity. Finding a re-knock should not be that tough. CK is now just starting to spam through. Aimbot gets knocked out from Metal Esports. A solid knock. That's going to be a bit of a sigh of relief for the players of CK. And since they're able to get rid of the back lines pretty easily, CK now controls a lot of terrain.
But this is going to be a gamble for CK, just staying on this hill for a long time. Escaping if the circle moves down south is going to be close to impossible, so they need to get these finishes no matter what. That is what the struggle is for, but Metal and Team LOLZZZ going at it 2v2. The nades go out and they make contact as well. Venom still alive, Aimbot knocked out. Luckily, there's that soft cover that they have for themselves. Aimbot gets finished off. Venom left with the sliver of HP. And now there he goes, shot in the back by WBG from a distance as well.
Yeah, the next zone's actually going to take another shift. Wobble finding themselves in the best possible spot. They just need to push up a little bit more, being proactive, get their hands on a bit of better ground. Cincinnati Kids as well, still from the back lines, just tapping away in the hopes of finding some sort of a connection. But still, that connection's lacking. Cincinnati Kids. Luckily enough for them, they've got all the 4 players standing. They have not been taking too much risk. And that's why, since they've already found a better spot, they do not even need to readjust too much. But still, the backlines will be extremely exposed. There is Diesel Esports working it from the backlines. And the moment Diesel Esports find that initial opener, CK will just fall right on top of their faces. Diesel Esports has been hurt, but CK, Mighty was able to find the first strike, but instantly he gets knocked out as well. Trades now starting to happen back and forth. Diesel Esports as well, taken down to a 3-man squad, and the same thing can be said for Cincinnati Kids too. Diesel Esports running over Mighty, which is not looking good at all. Cincinnati Kids down to a 3-man squad. Diesel Esports, even they've taken equal amount of damage upon themselves. CK's not going to let the players of Diesel Esports go away like that. Fadeaway shots taken, but unfortunately missing barely. And because of that, Diesel Esports maybe still inside of the game, cooking up. Kiddo gets knocked out, which is quite unfortunate, but the man still can be revived. Or maybe not, he's way too far back.
Yeah, Diesel is stuck in a very awkward spot because they saw the players of Team LOLZZZ and they were forced to take a stop in the middle of nowhere. Albi, nowhere left to go. One more player was knocked out. They're trying to get him back in. Oh, and that nade finds contact. This is the opener for Cincinnati Kids. Easel is on his feet. Albi is going to lob out a counter nade to try and put a halt to the push coming in from Cincinnati Kids. Zaref is down to his last nade. Needs to find the frags with that one. Otherwise, Cincinnati Kids, they'll be forced to make a full committed push. And, well, he does! 7 eliminations on the board for Cincinnati Kids.
Yeah, at this point, CK is just now starting off the floor. Not scared of anyone. But as I mentioned, still a lot of teams lie around Fair Pier. So that's also terrain the players of CK need to be extremely careful about.
I think they can take control of the hills where they are. Just move about 100 meters towards the west. There's a nice little dip to play with. And then if the circle just takes a central shift or move towards the northern side, they can clean up all of the teams moving in from Ferry Pier.
But for now, Team Insane charging up on the players of Forever. God's taking too much damage upon himself. Will patch himself up instantly. Yush pushes up close and personal. Lucifer tossing out an 8. That's not going to find any sort of knock. Forever Esports still pinned inside of that house. Don't even have the proper man number to try and defend themselves, but they definitely do have the shotguns that can make it count. Team Insane, constant utilization of the utilities. They just want to force a knockout. But since Forever Esports is playing so defensively, it's really tough to force out any sort of knockouts yet. Nate tossed towards the staircase, does a decent bit of damage. Arto gets taken down real low, but that Molotov is going to stop the push for a while.
Yeah, it's going to put a hold, but Lucifer was knocked out, so Arto is the last man alive. And Insane, they don't seem to care. The push comes through. Yash knocked out, but they have the numbers. Arto, can he get a few more? The answer is no. Forever Esports, they get eliminated. Insane, 6 eliminations secured. All 4 players still alive. The problem is that Team Forever now heard all of that commotion, and our Team Insane has drawn the wrong kind of attention upon themselves.
Yeah, Team Insane definitely do seem like in a bit of a pickle. They need to move inside of the circle, get a better stance as well, get a better positioning towards the circle. And the only way they can do so is by fighting the players of Hyderabad Hydras or even the Cincinnati Kids. But at this point, going up against Cincinnati Kids seems tough. And Hyderabad Hydras already starting to make sure that the players of Team Insane will be punished to the maximum level. 3 more players still standing for Team Insane, and look at Team Forever. The moment they saw the elimination feed, even Team Forever started to move up. And Forever's got all the 4 players standing, so of course they've got the man advantage on paper. And Team Forever will also scoop up that last elimination point from Team Insane without any efforts.
Yeah, now because of Team Insane distracting the players of Hyderabad Hydras, Forever pounces on them next. 8 eliminations secured by Team Forever. Ninja is the last man alive, and I don't think he's going to stay alive for a long time. Barely a sliver of HP. He did take that knock on a waist, but getting that finish conversion close to impossible. The nade at his feet, and he's going to blow to smithereens. Brilliantly done. 9 eliminations secured by Team Forever. The question is, can they actually get to Oways to get a revive? Because the moment they move through, then Cincinnati Kids is going to make that bounce. And in fact, it is going to be from the distance that For Miracle actually find that frag for themselves.
Yeah, and Johnny, speaking of this game itself, right, just summarizing the entirety of this game has been so slow and progressive. We are seeing the heat being amped up slowly and steadily. And because of that, now this game feels extremely tactical.
I mean, are you sure about slow and progressive? It's stage 6, we're down to 13 players.
I mean, the way the fights were happening, it just felt like they were not building up instantly. We were seeing those players being taken out individually and slowly and steadily. It's like the players are getting choked to death.
And that's what happens in Gutka circles. You're exposed from everywhere. Where do you go?
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing those individual blows being handed out to those teams. Cincinnati Kids.
This is going to be a big game for CK in terms of finishes. All they have to do is just pick off WBG.
I mean, CK's position is also known, but as you mentioned, since they've got the position, that's the only thing that's keeping them on the advantage spot. But the moment the zone shifts on top of the players forever, or even the players of For Miracle Esports, things can be in their court, and that's what exactly happens. Wobble is finding themselves on the advantage spot, and even Team For Miracle finding themselves in quite a good spot.
Oh, no.
Now CK needs to duke it out against Team Forever.
Yeah, and Juicy has no ammo in the M4. He's going to have to rely on his teammates.
Yeah, Zerf has got a lot of ammo, so he can definitely drop some if he wants.
Maybe, but like just making that run towards his teammate is going to be close to impossible. The moment he gets up, Forever and For Miracle are just going to drop these bodies to the floor before you can even blink. One reason is the circle actually
Oh my god, that
in
knock.
the favor of Team For Miracle gives them the line of fire, but impressive knock over there. Even the second man goes down as the fire from the left-hand side of Forever comes through. For Miracle, that line of fire, they're making it work to the max.
That was such a disgusting knock.
But he's also running out of ammo now.
Yeah, even he's running out of ammo. He's got 28 bullets on the spare. Will make that just 17 since he just got a fresh magazine. Cheyenne taken down low as well. Team Forever is not going to be surviving for too long, but they've already done a decent bit of damage to the lobby. After Team Forever gets eliminated, there will just be final 3 teams standing. And Cheyenne, since he's the only man standing as well, he will try to at least sneak in one knockout into confirmation before he gets taken down himself. But unfortunately for Cheyenne, he gets shut down by the players of For Miracle Esports.
That was just poor positioning, man. His teammate got knocked out from the same angle a few moments ago, and again, you move too far away from the shack, you're going to be exposed to For Miracle. But CK now, no options left. They have to push up to the players of For Miracle. They need to find those finishes and need to get the replenishments of the ammunition. It's going to be impossible though. For Miracle have been holding on to that Ferry Pier western side compound for a long time. They saved everything. They saved ammunition, they saved throwables, they saved healing utility as well. This has to be a game, a chicken dinner for Miracle, and with double-digit eliminations as well, because look at that. 3 finishes come through as they wipe the floor with the players of Cincinnati Kids, and now 3 more eliminations on the board as WBG are going to be spotted out on top of this ridge. All positions compromised as Reaper is going to try to reap these 3 souls off the map.
Wobble, as you mentioned, 3 men standing in the front against the players of For Miracle Esports. And speaking of For Miracle Esports, they've got all the 4 players standing. So a 3v4 in the end. For Miracle having the man advantage as well. And Dragon OP squeezes in a crucial knock. That's going to give the advantage to his team. For Miracle Esports on the verge of clinching their fists and getting this chicken dinner secured. Dragon OP is not someone who's going to back away like that. Even Beard Baba is able to find another knockout. What's going on? For Miracle Esports not even breaking a sweat, easily and effortlessly wiping out the players of Wobble. As there's just 1 man standing in the name of Vampy, and even Vampy's getting shot at from the flank. Vampy actually gets back inside of the vehicle. Still the man's alive. Oh my god, what's going on? Vampy, the man's inside the vehicle, patching himself up. There's a big chance the vehicle can be blown up as well. Vampy steps out. He catches too much damage upon himself. He's still somehow alive inside of the smoke, but in the end gets wrapped up. And that will be For Miracle Esports securing a massive chicken dinner in their hands.
I would love to listen to the comms of For Miracle in the last moment when they found that finish and Vampy just got in the vehicle. Like, where did this man go? But impressive performance coming in from For Miracle. That early rotation towards Ferry Pier, making things work and securing the chicken dinner. Cincinnati Kids as well, a team with a lot of experience. It was that shift towards the west, stage 6, stage 7, where Cincinnati kids, the game was ruined for them because then they were just forced onto that hill, and the teams down south were still there, so they could not move for cover as well. 4Miracle had the advantage of having that line of fire as soon as Cincinnati kids came outside of the ridge. But the most impressive team, I have to say, was WBG, man. WBG had no business being in the top 4, and yet there they were.
Hey, you gotta love Wobble, right? That's the exact way they used to play, even inside of BGS, if you remember, right? They used to find themselves somehow in the top 5 automatically, and that's why Wobble was able to make it till quite the late stages as well inside of the BGS. So once again, back towards their classic grounds, back towards their classic strategy, and that's why they're able to get that consistent point flow, or at least not able to get in the chicken dinner 4 down.
Yeah.
Looking at the highlights as well, this is how the action kicked off. Team Insane inside of Fair Appear, they were just mopping up the floors. No matter which team stood against them, Team Insane was easily able to find those knocks and convert those.
Yeah, and brilliantly done as well, but early stages fight, I believe Metal could have done so much better for themselves. They just got stuck dealing with the players of Team LOLZZZ, and that just completely ruined the game for both of these two teams. Both of them did get decent number of finishes. I believe 2 to 3 eliminations were secured from either side, but the question is that enough? For Metal, maybe, yeah. For Team LOLZZZ, definitely not.
For some reason, I feel like Metal Esports does not really care about being in the top 16. Metal Esports just wants to progress on towards the round 2, then round 3. They want to take the longer way.
I don't think it's about taking the longer way. I believe it's about having no other options than doing going through round 2, round 3, then to the semifinals and the finals, because that first 6 set of matches, man, they were an absolute disaster, especially the first 3. At least in the next 3, they were able to recover.
Yeah, I mean, Metal Esports at this point, they cannot really, or maybe they can move on towards the top 16, but the chances are extremely low. And as you mentioned, they've only got 2 more games to go in the front. Metal Esports can definitely bring in those nuclear performances, but they've always been struggling to close out the games. We rarely see Metal Phoenix go for any sort of chicken dinners, even in BGIS. The only chicken dinner that I'm able to recall from this team was the map of Sanhok, where they eliminated the players of Soul in the end.
Yeah. And again, I think Metal, it is an impressive team with a lot of firepower. The only problem is that right now, they are forced to get those finishes consistently because of how the start of the tournament was. And I'm not complaining, man. It's always amazing to see these lads in a fight. They always, I mean, especially with how they were able to find the initiation against the players of Team LOLZZZ and then just chase them down. Had CK not been there, and in fact, even forget about CK, had Wobbles not been there on the flank, Metal would have been able to secure those 2 finishes in front of them.
All right, you know what, Johnny? Usually we speak about the teams that we saw the most on the screen, right? Now let's do the opposite. Let's talk about the teams that we did not see on the screen. What happened to 7 Habits?
Oh, I have no idea, man.
I'm pretty sure you forgot they were even playing inside of this group, right?
I actually did. What happened to them?
Exactly. Even I do not know what happened to 7 Habits. I'm pretty sure something happened, but we did not catch them on screen. But, yeah, whatever's happening, it's not good. 7 Habit, you guys are supposed to pull yourself outside of the top 16, or outside of the bottom 16, not place yourself there.
Yeah, and 7 Habit actually was in a position from where one decent game, if they get 6 points every match, they will be able to survive this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, 7 Habits, they can do it. It's not a bad team either. We have been looking at this org for the longest. Since 2023, 7 Habits been trying their best to make it till the LAN finale, but they've always been consistently failing.
I mean, you know, like, there are going to be orgs that foster championship roster. There are orgs that find the champions and send to the championship roster, and I feel 7 Habit has turned into one of those teams. But we look at the stats now. Stars of the match going all out Dragon OP. LOLZZZ Crimson gets the best companion, and Reaper is going to be the finisher of the game, because why not? He is the Reaper. He's supposed to get the last finish.
Yeah, of course. I mean, at the end of the day, in the final few moments, it's really tough to say anything. For 4Miracle Esports, the circle formed right on top of them. They also had all the 4 players standing for CK, suffocating on ammo, suffocating on utilities, not even having a proper stance as well, since all the 3 players were just grouped up and did not even have a proper plane cover.
For 4Miracle, I just have to say one thing. One critical decision for them was that stage 2 to stage 3 shift. They were, first of all, start of the game was brilliant. They dropped on Gutka, circle was for Gutka.
Yeah.
Then they moved to the Quarry Hills. From there were 2 options for them. Either they moved to Primorsk, stay on Quarry 3 decisions, or they moved down to Ferry Pier compounds. And again, that Ferry Pier decision was absolutely brilliant, because I said Primorsk, you said the Quarry Hills, and both those options would have gotten them taken out very early.
Yeah, I mean, technically, if you think about it, it's up to them how they play that, right? Because, look, they would have known that, yes, now the circle is shifting over there, and they could have adjusted accordingly.
I mean, it's about luck as well. If you move, the circle goes there, things are good. If you move, the circle does not go there, then things are going to be bad. Because Genesis actually moved to Primorsk, and look at where they are.
I mean, Genesis were alive inside of the game for quite a bit of time, and we did see Genesis Esports 2 on the screen, but they still managed to squeeze in 0 points, and a team that we did not see on screen actually got 1 point.
How is that possible? I mean, 7-habit apologies, man. You guys still were able to secure that finish, but look at the top of the leaderboard. 21 points for 4 Miracles. We have Cincinnati Kids with 13, Team Forever with 13, Wobble with 11. Now, Wobble, that is interesting. I think it was a lot of pressure upon Wobble. Who were they fighting? I think it was Team Forever itself. Not Team Forever. I believe it was Team Insane that they were fighting for a long time in the northern side compounds of Query.
It was someone else, because Team Forever was all the way down south, right?
Yeah.
I think so. It was Forever Esports that they were fighting. I don't exactly remember who it was, but they were fighting someone.
There was a
Pretty much to
4v4 happening
summarize.
for them, which kind of resulted in a 3v3, and then Wobble somehow did manage to survive.
Yeah, Wobble was fighting someone in those compounds. Wobble actually came out on top, and luckily enough for Wobble, the circle took a hard shift away from Fairpier towards the northern side. If the circle would have shifted down south or even stayed on the hilltop, Wobble would have been messed up big time. But luckily enough for Wobble, the circle shifted in their court, and that's why they were able to stay alive for a long time. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this one.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना.
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता. अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन. Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे. रोंडो? अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार.
रोंडो? कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में. रोंडो आगे. रन.
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. That's Icy Baby. This is Super Johnny. And of course, the journey for Group C begins in the second half of round 1. It is day number 8 of the competition. And of course, with that first game, Icy, impressive start to the day for Miracle.
Well, it is definitely an impressive start for them because they are going to be in a very, very comfortable position here to try and qualify towards round 2. But obviously, the journey is not over yet until it's truly, truly over. What is going to be the objective and the goal for them? Are they aiming for top 16 or are they aiming for top 8? But for now, great start for them.
Yeah, great start for them. Great start for Cincinnati Kids. And of course, Wobble Gaming making a bounce back. But if you guys want to bounce back in your matches, well, you just got to do one thing, ladies and gentlemen. You got to check out the Realme GT7. It is out and it is available on Amazon for all of you. So move on to Amazon and grab yourselves the GT7 now.
Exactly. It is currently out in the market. Be sure to check it out. So just on sale. Buy now. What are you waiting for? Stop. Stop what you're doing. Think about this. if your phone is not working and you need a new phone, what you do now, go to Amazon, search the Realme GT7, buy it. Buy it now.
Do you want to do this? It's the GT7. Wow, it's so bright on camera. I mean, it's
I know,
lovely blue.
Yeah. It's very different on camera, very different in person. It looks so much better in person.
It's an amazing shade of blue. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
I like it a lot. And I'm going to be taking this one. I've been saying that for the last few days. I got one for a couple of days, then you took it from me.
Yeah, and now Necro took the other one.
Oh, man. I mean, it's like the team's getting that chicken dinner away from each other. They're taking the opportunity to win. They're taking the opportunity to qualify for either directly to the semifinals, maybe to the round 3, or even just surviving in the tournament. Now, we have Miramar up next. And what we are going to hope for is to see a little bit of consistency, especially from the teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard. Considering Wobble Gaming have just had an amazing performance, hopefully they can do well on this upcoming game of Miramar as well. Is that going to happen? Time to find it out as the plane is about to take off, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to be heading to match number 2 of the day. Here we go.
Well, without further ado, we are going to be jumping straight into the game here for Group C for day number 8 of the Realme BMPS 2025. And we are going to be kicking things off in the desert plains of Miramar, as this is going to be a very, very balanced flight path here for all this team. Seems like we are going to be coming in from the north side of this map and then ending towards the south side of Pertona. So circle. Not going to be shown yet, but we do see early drops coming from AKROBOTZ and also FS Esports. So one of the first few that will have a little bit of upper hand in terms of earlier rotations and decision making.
Well, it is going to be interesting to see where the circle forms though now, because this is the most center-oriented flight path that we've seen on the map of Miramar in a long time. Allows the teams to go wherever they please. Drop clashes, I hope, are going to be to the minimum.
Well, chances are Picado is going to be very, very contested here. We do see a couple of teams heading towards that direction. I think Wobble is going to be there, but they might sidetrack a little bit towards Los Leonas. For Miracle going to be heading towards the west side. We do see Forever Esports. It's going to be going to the west side, but I'm curious to see how Team Forever is going to be starting out in this game as well. Because personally, I actually predicted them to actually do too well. And they did not too bad. You know, they were in the top 4 in the previous game. Unfortunately, Circle and also based on where their position was, didn't exactly help them now. But what I do know now is going to be the circle, going to be shifting onto the east side. It is going to be centered on towards Minas Generalas. And interesting enough, Johnny, for the past 8 days, or in this case, 8 days of broadcast, I've seen a lot of Minas Circle.
Yeah, a lot of eastern circles in general. I mean, even towards the northern side, you talk about that. I think it was the first Miramar ever in the Realme BMPS where we had the Hacienda circle between Hacienda and water treatment. So just western circles in general, eastern circles in general are quite prominent in this Realme BMPS. But hey, I wasn't expecting a drop clash, but we still have one. And this is going to be Team Forever up against New Version. A fight happening in Chumacera.
This is going to be an interesting one as well, because I know for a fact that New Version, especially when it comes to Gil, he's really, really good in long-range battles. But as of yet, having a little bit of a drop clash right from the get-go, whoever wins this fight will have the opportunity to progress into that stage of the game. And as of now, it is going to be very tough here. It is going to be a hit and miss. There's 2 decisions to make. Wrap it up or back out. And as of now, 2 teams, they're pretty much wasting a lot of each other's time in terms of overall efficiency here. Cheyenne does have a decent amount of utilities. He's got the M4 and the UMP, but no nades, no defilates, no nothing. Mets is an all-time low as well.
Oh man, I mean, early fights are all about calculations. Is it worth taking the fight? What do you have? What do your teammates have? Does that give you an edge against what the opposing team might have? And first and foremost is about getting to pull those shots so you can figure out which weapons do they hold, spotting those players to know whether they have armor and helmets as well. But we have 4 Miracle on our screens now. Monte Nuevo, decent position towards the western edge of the map, not even the circle. So their rotation timing and where they rotate from is going to be of absolute importance.
Yeah, agreed. And of course, they are pretty much uncontested as well.
Yeah.
But to give you guys a little bit of update here on that fight between Team Forever as well as New Version, guess what? New Version actually made the call to back out. And interesting enough, the direction that they are heading is going to be heading maybe into his Monte Novo, where they might actually crash into his 4 Miracle, or maybe Forever Esports which is going to be on Power Grid itself. So that's going to be a very, very awkward one here. Yeah. Now, with a little bit of map here, you can see New Version in the color of greenish, blue, purple-ish on towards NV.
Let's call it dark green.
Dark green. Yeah. Dude, dark green's Hyderabad Hydras, but I don't know what color is that. Okay, I
Less
maybe color
dark green is Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah. So new version immediately chose to back off to WOBBLExAERO, went up
Yeah.
north, and then now stuck in a very awkward spot. So I don't know where they're gonna be going. So it is gonna be awkward.
Yeah, it definitely will be. We're very bad with colors, huh? I just came to realize that. We can't really name what that color is.
Bro.
Yeah.
This comes back towards a very generic sexist dilemma that I've
men
experienced in
don't
the
see
past.
colors.
Men only see like red, blue, yellow, green, standard basic
Yeah,
colors.
the basic colors.
Women
yeah.
will be like, hey, purple, magenta, violet, blah, 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 and they can list all the way down.
I mean, if the different shades of the same color are sort of placed next to each other, all of them together, then you can basically tell the difference between the extremities. But yeah, you see them because
So-
FS and WBG both are purple to us.
To be honest, if you want to base it off this game, like, sorry guys, we're gonna sidetrack a little bit here.
Yeah.
For Forever Esports is color of sky blue, right?
Yeah.
But I know for a fact that it's cyan, CYAN.
Yeah. I mean, cyan we know.
But cyan and sky blue is very similar, no?
I think the sky is
Moving
sky
on.
blue.
Anyways, back towards Hyderabad Hydras. Seems like Picado uncontested. We know for a fact that they love Picado for the longest of time.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of drop clashes during the BGIS run between them as well as Likita Esports. Unfortunately, now this time nobody's going to be contesting them.
Oh, by the way, this time that clash might happen with Hector Basista, but ladies and gentlemen, one thing that you want for yourself is going to be the Realme GT7. It's going to allow you to perform your best inside of your matches and grind for hours non-stop. 120 FPS for 6 hours in BGMI, which has been co-tested by Crofton and Realme. And of course, it is available on Amazon.in, so go on to Amazon and grab yourself the Realme GT7 now.
Well, speaking of the Cyan team, we have Forever Esports right now.
We're back
on
at
screen. They are going to be going for the center control. It is going to be heading towards La Bendita. Very early rotation coming from Forever Esports. But the problem is, they don't see anyone. They've got no info. And I think this is a very similar trend, especially coming from Group C in general, right? Erangel has been very, very quiet, very patient, especially in the early phase. And it seems like they all are respecting each other's boundaries. And currently, in this current stage of the game, the only losers in this game is going to be the ones that actually left WOBBLExAERO, and that's going to be new version, because as of yet, very, very early lead from WOBBLExAERO, conceding the spot, now on the hunt, looking for loots. Seems like the drive-by is doing okay for them.
Yeah, but you are so harsh, man. I mean, could have said like, yeah, they're going to be in some sort of straight-up losers in this game, new version.
Think about this way, right? Everybody's got a drop spot except for them. So
Yeah, true.
in terms of overall efficiency, they're not doing too well. And I believe I just saw Gil swap out his Tommy gun. I think it was one of the players coming from new version actually swapped up a Tommy gun. Doesn't have the most amount of utilities, but what's good is that on the fly, they're able to get a couple of loots here, which is great. But I'm a little bit worried about the scopes here. Even Viru here, look at this. He's still using a red dot on those M4s.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, this is definitely going to cause a lot of trouble, but I think with these smaller compounds just outside of La Benedita, what they can do is just wait for teams to close and just camp. And lay out a trap. As soon as someone falls into the trap, finish them off, get their loot. It's going to be like an Amazon delivery.
Yep, definitely. And of course, when it comes to let's playing with the best of the best, red dot, 3x, 4x, it does not matter.
Yeah, no.
You should be able to spray all the way through. But in a personal preference-wise, I would rather have a 3x or a 4x on top of me for those kind of long-range sprays. Red dot, ridiculously hard to pull off, especially with the AK shooting 300 meters away.
Yeah, depends. I mean, it's all about the range that you're comfortable with, right? At this level, yeah,
You have to.
You have to be. At this level, 200 meters, you try to rotate someone 200 meters far away, they're going to empty an entire clip in your face.
Yep, just like yesterday as well. I think Manya was able to pull off a really, really good clip. It's been the talk of the town, but think about this, right? This is the bare minimum you need to be able to do when you're playing at the highest level.
Man, these players are hoping to get the Realme GT7 because 6 hours, they are just going to practice those sprays.
Agreed. Of course, when we talk about practicing, Scary Jot has got the most insane reflexes when it comes to
You saw that
his
clip
firing
too, huh?
range. Yeah, dude, I've seen it in person in LAN.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the reason why I was like mentioning him.
I mean, it is very impressive. I also found a new practice method. I'm going to try to do that as well now. Just those absolute flicks right on the head.
You probably need to have faster fingers. Just gonna leave it there here, but in front of us, we do see 4 Miracle Esports doing a little bit of crash here with Forever Esports. 4 Miracle getting a couple sprays in, does scare him off, but they do need to make a mad dash away. Meanwhile, first finish in the hands of Zap from the side of Genesis. They do find a pick themselves, so that's going to be drawing blood here after 9 minutes in the game. Yep. Very, very slow start here in this map.
Genesis, I think, can do a lot more, because considering they were the first teams to the center of the circle, that is where they dropped. They should not be facing a lot of trouble. Plus, Minas Generalis, La Benedita, open positions. It is very difficult to survive if you do not have cover. If you're moving in late, you got to play from the edge. You don't have any other options. Or play from the smaller compounds, make those small rotation in segments. But look at this, Genesis, high ground advantage, and even AKROBOTZ has spotted out.
I really like what Genesis is doing now. They're doing the exact same thing they did at the start of the game. Especially the start of journey of round number 1.
Yeah.
But the only problem was that it didn't really work out because there was also another player in exactly where Simon99's position is. And because of that, they got completely messed up. And I talked about doing homework in terms of topography. Genesis Esports, well, not just Genesis Esports. Let's talk about the track record on what happened in BGIS. Whoever who has the high ground on those mountains, they do have a little bit more leeway to dictate how the fights are going to be drawn out later on. Yeah. The only downside, lack of weaponries, lack of vehicles, lack of heals or whatever, anything that puts them in a spot where if they get tagged up, restocking, very, very difficult.
Yeah, recovering is always going to be a big challenge. If you keep spraying teams, you run out of ammunition. There's a lot of... It's a trade-off, right? As you mentioned, you get the ability to control the fight, but the trade-off is that you might not be able to stay there the entire time. But enough about Genesis. We switch focus to Inferno Rising. They're playing from the southern half of the edge. They're part of a big cluster right now. You see Team LOLZZZ up front. There's going to be 4 Miracles on the flank as well. Even the Rare is going to be compromised as Cincinnati kids are going to move in the next few moments.
Yeah, Rising Inferno squad looking to make a little bit of bounce back. So they're doing pretty okay. These Autobotz, we haven't seen that tenacity coming from them since BGIS, because ever since they kind of made their debut in front of us, they have been very, very strategic in terms of their macro decisions. But for them to actually take a late rotation in this stage of the game, especially stage 2, was it by choice? Was it due to the terrain? Only time will tell, because as of now, they are pretty much stuck out in the zone. By the time they hit stage 3, they don't really have a lot of space for the zone.
I understand and agree with what you're saying about Diesel, and I think the reason for that might be the loss of Gokul.
Makes sense.
They've lost a player with a lot of experience and an impressive amount of firepower, and that has forced them to adapt to the new playing 4. But let's see. I mean, they are doing, I feel, okay-ish. They need one big match to bounce back. Survive round 1. It's all going to be good. But unfortunately for Diesel, a little bit of a run-in against the players of New Version over here. Shuboji almost getting caught off guard.
New Version, they definitely need to win this fight, and now they got the full opening as well. Auto pretty much knocked out. Viru actually losing his life. New Version, they're forced to take this 1v1. Guess what? No cover fire coming from Shub. He's going to lose another member, and Diesel Esports trying their best to wrap up this fight so they can reset Auto, and the rush comes through. Shub was able to take one, but no, the trade-off coming from Albi to save the day, and the full reset comes through from the side of Diesel Esports. As New Version will be losing their members, but at the same time, lurking behind there is going to be Forever Esports that heard all this commotion. Same can be said for 4 Miracle, and the third party comes through. Oh man, this timing is going to be perfect from the side of 4 Miracle. They find a beaten and battered Diesel Esport, and now with a few nades, will be able to find those Renox. 4 Miracle, now the fight reset to a 4 before the nade goes out. Barely falls short, Easel is still left. They are on the other side of the house. And Reaper, he's going to be out of throwables now, so it is time for an all-out gunfight between the two sides. Forever Esports, in the meanwhile, have an opportunity to wait further and then maybe try and pick apart whoever's left behind. Yeah, they've heard the commotions, but they realize the zone is not in their favor. But 4 Miracle, they have to wrap things up. The rush comes through, Diesel dropping like flies. They've lost 2, but they themselves lose a couple. And just like that, 4 Miracle, they clean them up at the expense of losing 2 of their players. So it's up to Reaper and Dragon OP to continue their journey. Beard Baba, Poco, out in this game.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, man, losing 2 players like that, because this, after the first initial knock, we were expecting was going to be a clean fight for 4 Miracle. But on the other side, it seems like WBG, they've gone ahead and found themselves Genesis Esports. They found a couple of finishes. In fact, they found 1 finish, but have lost 3 players. That's not a trade you want.
Yep, it is going to be very awkward here. Nades comes through. Ooh, Ragnar getting tagged up as well from the flank. The shotgun comes through. They trade 1 for 1. Dropping down pretty low. Ragnar going to go for the Mets here. Meanwhile, Shadow going to be repositioning his position. They are going to be in a very awkward spot. Sam99 and Zap, nowhere to be found. They're still on top of the mountain. So Shadow, as of yet, he has some long-range cover, but looks like he has to back off. Damage has been done. They've got 5 finishes. Pretty big win for them. But aside from that, they hear gunshots from afar. Too many to be counted. Shadow OG may look to try and reposition, take advantage of this. But zone, oh, look at this. 5 seconds left. It is about to close in. And this is where the new zone is about to completely shift. Where will they go? And it looks like they will be centered around there. But look at this, Johnny. FS Esports, I can see a sign.
You cannot afford to have a slow game from here, FS. Especially with teams on the eastern side. They're going to scramble for northern control. And FS, they can rack up the finishes. But I see I'm worried about all the teams playing in the southern half. I mean, I don't think anyone gets to breach the zone anymore.
Yeah, Genesis has one of the prime positions to actually shut them all down, but the problem is they've lost a polo right from the get-go.
Yeah.
And Sam is pretty much stuck out in open. I believe Shadow is pretty much going to make a mad dash. Rising Inferno squad actually takes their compound. So a huge cluster, like you said, all going to be gathered all the way in Minas Gerais as they try to take a couple shots, but on top of them, Cincinnati kids, they are actually taking a couple shots on Genesis. They've got a knock as well. Meanwhile, Rising Inferno squad, they're still panicking inside Minas. They haven't really found anyone, but based on how quiet it is, seems like they are going to make a little bit of gamble here to try to secure those vehicles. It is still inside zone, so protecting it and waiting for an opportunity is going to be the key here, coming from Rising Inferno Esports.
And while moving into the zone for these teams, it's going to be difficult, but ladies and gentlemen, movement for you in real life is going to be very easy if you have the Kia Ceros built so strong. The stars follow. And of course, comes with a 5-star B and cap rating that gives you the peace of mind. 6 airbags as standard, 360-degree camera, front and rear parking sensors, smart dash cam with dual cameras, and it works with the mobile app. Very impressive features. I mean, for a guy like me who actually struggles and is always like, I don't know, while driving, having a Kia Ceros, it's going to make driving experience pleasurable and enjoyable.
Agreed. Speaking of pleasure here, it's like Cincinnati kids may have gotten a knock onto his Genesis on top of the mountain, but they just could not convert it because they are on the run. And seeing how so many teams are congested into the south side as well, everybody is just so afraid to push through. On the finish feed as well, we do see Genesis finding a couple of picks on towards Inferno Rising Esports, while Forever Esports is still occupied with Team Lows from the southeast corner. They are on the edge side of south zone, which is great and all. And I feel like their position is not the end of the world, but at the moment circle shifts up north here, they do have the options of rotating to the west or east. But it is going to be tough considering that they don't know that there's so many people. We know that everybody's gathered on the southeast corner.
Yeah, almost everyone is either present towards the southern or the eastern parts of the map. And of course, moving out now for a team like Forever, for a team like Team LOLZZZ, even 7 Habit, anyone stuck on the edge, basically, it's going to be a mad dash, and you will have to win those fights in order to create space for yourself. But recap for the conflicts that happen: New Version versus Diesel, then Diesel versus 4Miracle. 4Miracle still survive, but they're down to 2 players. And we talk about New Version, they also made it out, but with just 1-man kill.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate small Crimson. He's pretty much stuck in the most awkward possible for every esports. They've got 3 players completely locking him down. The moment he makes a mega dash, the sprays will come through, but oh, with the cover of the smoke, maybe not as well, because teams are going to be coming for the save here, Skillful, with the recovery, so he's going to be able to get out for every esports. Not going to be happy about not being able to pick this off, but the circle is about to shift as well. This is the final shift on the goal. Team Low is going to be making a mad dash inside the zone. Hyderabad Hydras having a decent compound onto the southeast corner, but Metal, in this case Phoenix Metal, has a lot of vision onto the west side though.
Yeah. Again, I mean, Metal, they need to make sure that those compounds count for a lot of finishes as well. Everyone is going to be quite exposed. I think it's going to be that isolated man that I have a feeling Gil is going to cause some trouble for Metal. They're going to lose a player or 2 because of him.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time here, based on this zone, FS Esports may look to have a lot of space from the north side, but the entire terrain itself is just completely open. So that means everybody needs to play around Metal's compound or where Genesis is because of the topography itself. And the reason why there's a huge cluster of teams on the southeast corner is because of cover. And like you said, Genesis is spot on the mountain. Everybody needs to be very, very careful. just like that, we still have a total of 5 finishes for Genesis Esports. Meanwhile, in Forever on the push, AKROBOTZ had in a lot of trouble.
Genesis can third-party all these fights the moment these players get exposed, but Team Forever, they want to make the pounce. AKROBOTZ still surviving, but it's just Odin, the last man left alive. We saw a man move towards him, but gets shot in the back as the wraparound from Mafia comes through. And Team Forever, they should be able to recover, and Ovace, in fact, is already there on his feet. First aid also popped in, but now Team Forever, now is when they panic, because now you realize, like, oh damn, there's gonna be Genesis from the top of the hill, we can't really exit. But 7 Habit, they made a mad dash towards the edge of the circle, get caught off guard by Forever Esports, and well, 7 Habit are getting dismantled over here. They're down to the last man. Forever Esports, 1 nade, and Mayank is going to be finished off without breaking a sweat.
Yeah, Mayank's last man standing's got 3 nades. Going to be cooking a couple of nades through. No connection those far, but he does get a little bit of a confirmation here. 7 Habits in the world of pain. But while this is actually happening as well, oh, what a nade from Phoenix to clean him out. So Forever Esports, they actually survive with 1 HP. Phoenix, the savior, keeps things alive, but that story is going to be temporarily halted as well because team knows they've heard the commotions. They wanted a third party. But guess what? Lucifer is able to scare him off.
Yeah, but at least with that fight, I think Forever Esports have gone ahead and cleaned up a little bit of room, a little bit of space to work with towards the southern edge of the circle. If somehow they avoid Hyderabad Hydras and Team LOLZZZ up front, they should be able to get themselves inside of the zone, but same can't be said for Insane, as Genesis is right on top of their head. Shadow even finds an off angle to create additional pressure for these players. The only problem for the players of Genesis is ammunition and utility, and Shadow knocked out. That's more concern now. Zap won't have an angle to do anything from here.
Yeah, he sees them as well. They're cooking up nades, and Zap, he needs to find the opener here to try and go in for the save. Goes for the pixel shot. Gets a couple of tags in. And Insane, they know exactly what's up. Goes for a couple of random nades. Zap backs off, but Insane will reposition. The sprays come through, but Zap not going to be able to find those angles to work with, but does a little bit chip damage. But from afar, Zap, he almost gets knocked off as well. Final first aid for Zap. Not a lot of utilities, and the zone is about to close in, and Genesis Esports, they might be pushed down towards from the mountain, and true enough, it is going to force them to back off. Sam getting burned up. Oh no, Insane. They're holding on. They're pressuring Genesis Esports. Options slowly dwindling away for Genesis Esports.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the pressure from Insane is insane indeed. I don't think even Genesis expected this to happen. Them to be the ones pushed in a corner. Now Zap is forced to stay behind. His other 2 teammates make a mad dash for the zone itself. And I think the strategy from Genesis might be just to sandwich these 3 players and find those finish points. But shots in their direction coming in from Inferno Rising. Even Team Forever has an angle and a line of fire for the players of Genesis. Zap needs to be careful.
Oh,
he's holding the same spot again.
Oh boy, he's taking so much damage, Zap. They had no choice but to cut off the hands here to save the body. He may have gotten Shadow and Sam out, but Zap, he's all by himself. He gets a nice knock, but he's still 2 men alive. Not a lot of mets. Zones are going to be closing in as well. Zap needs to reposition. He's going to close the gap here. And if he single-handedly wipes Insane, that's going to be ammunition and mets in his favor. Now, he comes through the shorties from Adi to keep him in check. Insane still trying to save his teammate here. Lazy gets picked up, but he gets re-knocked by a different team, and it's going to be metal from all the way across on the other side of the map.
Yeah, now that is an impressive knock. How does Metal find the angle over here? But Zap, my goodness, one way or the other, the man figures out how to survive with a level on armor as well. And he is going to be the reason that Team Insane are going to be forced to take an exit outside the top 10. Patience put on display. Genesis still alive. Zap eventually does get knocked out, but hey, the man has done his job.
Yep, truly indeed as well. Metal Esports having so much control in this mountain terrain on the west side from Graveyard. It's just annoying to work with, and continuing onto the journey, every single team from the southeast corner is just struggling to make space as they run through the entire compounds of the entire vicinity of Minas Gerais. We've got Hyderabad Hydras, we've got Forever Esports all on the edges from the south side as well, trying to make a way into the side of the zone. Hyderabad Hydras not coming out yet, knowing that the zone is still inside their compound. They've got all the time in the world. But a great nade from Ninju opened things up. And here comes the flank, the confirmation nade coming in through from Ninju. Doesn't seem to be able to find connection though, but Phoenix is dropped out pretty low. But FBP push doesn't seem to be able to spot him though as well, Ninju.
Oh man, I was wishing that, I was hoping in fact that he lobbed that nade, because it seems like the lineup for Phoenix was perfect, but he closes in the distance, and I think the splash damage gets him now. Yep. Ninja finds the second. Forever Esports, well, forever under pressure as they've lost 2 players. It's down to the last man in the backlines, and freedom to Hyderabad Hydras to make the pound. Smoke goes in through the smoke. Will he be able to spot the man out? The answer is yes, but Mox gets knocked out. Beast turning on beast mode. I believe he has finally been finished off. Yes, he has. Hyderabad Hydras, 5 eliminations secured, and the entirety of the southern half of the circle as well.
Oh, the timing of Mo's push was just very, very unfortunate as well. Ninja was trying his best to flank his way through, but just doesn't have the vision to do so. But Hyderabad Hydras, they do safely clean out the members coming from Forever Esports, so they do get themselves 5 finishes, and they are currently part of the top 7. Meanwhile, the circle shifts through. They are very close from the south side, but based on this topography, it is very limited space and cover. As you can see, the zone, Meadow still having full control of the mountain terrains from Graveyard on the west side as well. FS Esports sneaks up, but they go for a widespread. They haven't been able to make their mark yet, just because of Meadow's presence.
I mean, that is understandable. They can't really make that climb. But Metal, this has to be a big game for them. They have had concrete cover for a long time. I wonder how many finishes they have been able to secure for themselves. It's just 3.
Unfortunately to say though, Genesis still somewhat surviving with 2 players, but as soon as the Sadist, Sam999 goes down to a waste with the Molotov, he's pretty much knocked as well. But on screen, Crypto looking for a pixel perfect moment. Venom from the side of Metal actually sees him. Immediately, that's going to be the panic button coming in from FS Esports. He got spotted out, no openings, and they need to push inside the zone. It seems like Metal is going to full send this to try and stop FS. And FS going to back out to reposition. Direct looking for the pick. Insidious going to be dodging a bullet there. As FS still trying to find some sort of space. But it seems like under the cover of Metal Esports, they're going to be able to survive.
Yeah, they should be able to survive. As you mentioned, they have solid cover available. Phoenix Esports just wanted to take the center, but this might have been a very, very awkward decision for them. Because from the eastern side now, Team LOLZZZ will start to pressure. There will be Hyderabad Hydras, so either Phoenix rack up eliminations or they get eliminated. But Altu, that spray was absolutely beautiful. Just right on the noggin, and the nade will be able to help him secure the finish. Dreams, I don't think he survives.
Yeah, he's pretty much stuck as well. The idea of FS is smart and all, trying to use those covers to actually buy some time, knowing that the other side of the map is going to be able to shoot him. But the timing is just so unfortunate as well. Altu was able to clip him just right as he was looking in the same direction. As Meadow now knows FS is stuck right below them. They walk down, but immediately gets shot from the other side, and that's going to be Team LOLZZZ that picks him up.
Zarek just got baited over there. He got greedy, man. Could have stayed inside the cover and stayed alive on his feet, willing to take another fight. But no, I want the finishes for FS. And he charges forward with an nade, gets knocked out. That's what I was talking about. LOLZZZ and Hyderabad Hydras are going to pressure FS. Let them do that.
Exactly. And you can see why Dreams was so desperate to actually push him towards that small little cubby of a bunker. Because of this specific reason. But all things considered, FS get the reset. Hyderabad Hydras, they do spot out Team LOLZZ's vehicle. They are going to blow it up. And unfortunately, to say both Hyderabad Hydras and also Team LOLZZZ, they need to push inside the zone. Team LOLZZZ going to be forced to be out in the open in the crosshairs of Hyderabad Hydras. And of course, same can be said for Hyderabad Hydras as well, for each other. So in order for them to survive, they need to clean out Team LOLZZZ. And guess what? With the help of Metal Esports, they might just be able to do that and safely rotate in.
Yeah, they can make it happen. I think Metal now, or Altu gets 1 more point in the bag. And as I was saying, Metal now looking for those finishes, 7 eliminations secured. They can get a few more. And with the threat out of the way, Altu, this man is phenomenal. That's going to be the 7th frag. Make that 8 on him alone. Is he going to get double-digit finishes in a single game this time? Hyderabad Hydra, the mad dash comes through as they try to take a fight against Aimbot, who secures the opening knock, and he gets the second as well. Metal Esports, they're looking to take the gold medal, the chicken dinner for this match, and they're looking dominating while doing so.
Oh my goodness, 7 finishes just on Altu himself, and now they get the full confirmation. The FS is done, and now only Hyderabad Hydras remain. It is going to be a 4 4 versus 1. Ninju, last man standing. He's stuck on the edge. They know exactly where he is. Aimbot sees him, but he misses the shot. The connection comes through. Ninju denying the chicken dinner for now. 3 versus 1.
If he actually steals this, it is... Man, I'm going to flip. The nade right at his feet. Gets the second knock. From a 1 versus 4, it's down to a 1 versus 2, but his position is compromised and they have a lot of utility. So with an aid, Venom is just going to make sure that the chicken dinner for Metal Esports finally comes through. A big performance from Metal. The thing that we have been hoping for, the thing that we have been wanting to see, finally, it happens.
What a game from Metal Esports. What a game. That was just topography, mastery, right at the finest as well. Greatest position, terrain, mastery, maximum. But a little bit of greed, a little bit too much. You know, the greed is minus points, but aside from that, they understood the game plan really well. They understood the terrains really, really well and understood that this is our advantage. Let's press this. And they were just able to push everyone to Southeast corner. And the 2 major teams that resulted on this is one from Metal from the west side and the other one Genesis from on top of the mountain.
Yeah, and I mean, kudos to the players of Metal Esports and FS as well. I mean, FS made, that was a desperate moment where they came to the front of Metal Esports, and as we mentioned, talked about it, the pressure from the eastern side was a lot. So Dreams tried to secure a spot, but my question is, why did they have no smokes on them?
Yeah, it's considering that they were just scrambling for the longest of time, right? It's just a little bit unfortunate, considering that from the north side, I say this ball is pretty much open fields. They only have left or right end of option. But all things considered, in case you miss out on action, these are some of the highlights in this earlier fight as well. We saw new version having a little bit of run in with Diesel, resulting in new version getting taken out. And then 4 Miracle came in for the third party, was able to clean out Diesel, but in the expense of losing 2 of their players as well. So the teams that were doing really well in the previous game, pretty much having a little bit of an early exit because of all these early skirmishes. In particular, is going to be on 4 Miracle.
Yeah, and then there was Genesis Esports. I hope Genesis took a lot of finishes for themselves, because survival, we always know whenever you're stuck on that high ground, you are going to be pinned down there for the longest time, and that is what happened to Genesis eventually. By the time they were able to make that push towards stage 6, there were just 2 players left.
Yeah, that was a very, very smart call coming from Genesis as well. Like, they had no choice but to leave one guy, and that one guy was the reason why 2 of them could actually survive. Yes, that may have actually got taken out, but he stopped the immediate threat, and that was the guys right behind them, which is insane. Obviously, now towards the top 4 as well, they got taken out by Metal, which again, nothing much they could have done. I would say, like, from Genesis Esports fight, they've pretty much done the best of what they could have done based on the circumstances that was given to them. Same case for FS Esports as well. Arguably, north side was completely cleared, but the only reason why they just could not perform is because of Metal Esports having just a better positioning.
Yeah, and I mean, for the side of Metal Esports, I think in the end they kind of overcommitted.
Yep.
But luckily, if you have the info and the guy has nowhere to fall back on, you know, with the utility alone, you will be able to take him out, and that's what happened to Ninju. Otherwise, I mean, there would have been trouble if they did not have any nades. The players of Metal, with how they were running, I actually started to believe that maybe they did not have any throwables to take him out, and that's why they're committing for the push.
Agreed. And now, talking a little bit more on towards commendable mentions here. Team LOLZZZ making a little bit of bounce back here. Top 4, well done to them, because they've gotten themselves a pretty decent amount of position points. But nevertheless, their third parties wasn't exactly cleanest, but their decision making was very, very on point in that game.
That is true, but hey, let's move forward. Look at the numbers. Stars of the match on our screen, and we have going all out goes to Altu from Metal. Best companion is going to be Executor from Inferno Rising. And then we have Venom, who gets the final finish of the game, so he becomes the finisher. And of course, that nade was absolutely phenomenal. Ninja also knew he couldn't do anything from there on out. And again, no matter how we praise, how much more we praise Metal, they played it to perfection. FS as well, Genesis as well. But a few teams, a few big names just vanished in the early stages. What happened to Cincinnati Kids?
Yeah, Cincinnati Kids got completely shut down by because of the fact that Genesis was on top of them, right? Like, Cincinnati Kids' idea was that they needed to stop Genesis from pressuring, get a little bit of space, and then push in. But the huge cluster of teams on the southeast corner was just so unpredictable. And Hyderabad Hydras, obviously, they were one of the victors coming in from those compounds alongside Team LOLZZZ, but everybody else was just getting picked apart by Genesis Esports in particular, because every single time they tried to take a compound fight, if they're staying outside, Genesis sees them, they're shooting.
And again, I mean, it was a dominating positioning of Genesis that gave them the upper hand. And we spoke about it at the start of the game. New version as well, another unfortunate series of events for them as they get pushed upon early, lose players to the Diesel squad, and then it was 4Miracle who ended up wiping out Diesel. But one more match left, man. Are you seeing any hopes from these teams? New version from teams like Diesel, from teams like LOLZZZ, or maybe WBG? Because WBG, they had a decent run out of Erangel, but now this Miramar, they just got reset.
Yeah, it's kind of in this awkward position, right? But I feel like from Wobble Gaming side, Wobble has a little bit of a better chance compared to Team LOLZZZ. But it's not over yet. Team LOLZZZ, with this game itself, gives them a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
But they need another decent run next game. They need another decent run in the final 3 games in order to somewhat risk being disqualified from round 1 itself.
Well, let's see.
Or in this case, eliminated, sorry.
Elimination, yeah, that is what they are facing. But let's have a look at the match ranking, see how many points these teams were able to secure from this match itself, as we have Medal with 24 points. Impressive performance. Hyderabad Hydras as well, 12 points. Genesis, all thanks to the 7 finishes, they get themselves a total tally of 9 points. FS gets 7. LOLZZZ gets 7. 4Miracles with 7. Forever with 7. Team Forever Esports with 6 points. We have Inferno Rising with 5. Diesel with 4. New version somehow managed to sneak in 2 points. They have to thank Gil for that. He was able to secure 2 eliminations. Wobble Gaming with 2. Team Insane. CK got 0. 7 Habit got 0. And AKROBOTZ got 0. 7 Habit. They're not having a good day. Last game 1 point. This game nothing.
This is going to be a very awkward one here, especially for CK as well, considering that they did pretty okay. They just couldn't close out a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
But now, was this their fault? Not necessarily. It was just, again, too many teams on the southeast corner. Genesis, one of the main instigators of all the teams struggling to push their way through. And based on how the circle terrain topography as well, there is a specific reason why people are gathered in the southeast corner. Because north side, especially coming from FS position, there was just no space. Look at how FS actually eventually got taken out in the final phase because they just couldn't find cover.
Yeah.
Teams from Genesis on the east side, they can look at them. Meadow Esports can look at everything. And the only saving grace that they could have opted to go for was hide under Meadow. But by then, Meadow was just cleaning out everybody. Decided, you know what, let's pick on FS and see what they're doing. Guess what? They're not looking at us. Boom, they're dead.
Yeah, and timing of it all was just perfect. But we knew the moment the circle moved towards Medal that FS was going to have a lot of trouble.
Yep.
They tried the level best by taking the hills behind Medal Esports, but from there they had to rack up the finishes up front, which they did not really succeed in doing so. But hopefully, one more game left. Hopefully they have a big one. But before we move on to the map of Sanhok, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BMPS 2025. You guys are currently watching day number 8 and of course the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Necro as we take you through the commentary for this one final match for Group C. Today we have Group C and of course Group D going to be playing. But Group C, they have tried their best to try to catch up, but now it all comes down to Sanhok in particular. We saw a little bit of rise up here coming from Team Lowe's. We saw a little bit of rise up coming from FS Esports as well, but Metal Esports just complete domination because of the position they were given there.
Exactly. Metal Esports, I'm just really happy for them that they're finally able to close out a game in such a good fashion, right? And pretty much the same thing can be said even for the likes of FS Esports. We're seeing that consistency brought up from the side of FS Esports as well, and even Hyderabad Hydras now starting to wake up to the occasion, which is quite a good thing. But something I want to tell you guys, which is also even good, is going to be the Realme GT7's already out. The device was launched on 27th, and you guys can move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7. And if you guys want it, you can try and get your hands on this device. You can buy it. It's already available on Amazon.
Be sure, do it. Listen to Necro. Realme GT7. Search it on Amazon. Buy now. Not later, not when, now. Think about this. If you need a new phone, your phone is pretty bad, it is pretty old, it's time to get a new phone. Search on Amazon, the Realme GT7. Do it. I mean, just do it.
Yeah, exactly. Speak of the specs as well, right? Stable 120 FPS for 6 hours, 7,000 mAh battery, and also comes in with an ultra-fast charger, which is going to be 120 watts. And just to let you guys know, this device will be charging up 50% in just 15 minutes. That means in 30 minutes, it will be charged up 100%. That's so quick. I'm going to be gaming for hours on this device. But back towards the main conversation, I see. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok, and I just want to know your prediction. Which team you think is going to win this one?
I think this is where Cincinnati Kids and Team Forever will have a little bit of upper hand in terms of their overall mechanical firepower skills.
Okay.
But I do see a little bit improvements coming from Metal Esports because their macro decision and formation and decision making has been very, very top notch. I haven't seen their firepower head-to-head yet. Auto was single-handedly manhandling everyone, and as of yet, I don't know if it's going to be the same case here for Metal Esports, but only time will tell because we're going to be jumping straight in the game, and this is going to be the map of Sanhok for Group C. As we take off from the flight itself, it seems like it is going to be a southwestern start of a flight path in the map for Sanhok for Group C's final game for today.
Ending all the way towards Camp Bravo. So this plane flat path, once again, is going to be favoring all the other teams inside of the map. Unless you want to move in towards the extremities, like Cow and Hot Tin, that might just be outside of reach. But still, at the end of the day, it's the map of Sanhok. You can easily traverse to your designated drop locations without any problem. But as I mentioned, for Metal Esports, the main issue has been always about closing out the games. But this time around, Metal Esports getting a chicken dinner, that's massive.
It is indeed massive for them. But consistency is going to be the key here because Phoenix Battle, they were struggling in terms of the overall standings. But with that big game coming in here, they should be somewhat having a little bit of a safety cushion from risk being eliminated here. Qualifying towards top 16, maybe top 8 is a little bit of a rough further stretch, but as the game progresses, it is going to be very possible if they keep up with this gameplay. But on screen here, FS Esports directly colliding against Diesel.
Yeah, taking it up close and personal, and Diesel Esports losing out in 2 minutes at this point because Love shot available in Esol's hand, but even Esol gets dealt with. Diesel Esports is not counted out yet. Crypto, the only man standing against the 2 remaining players of Diesel Esports. FS on the verge of being taken down. Man advantage with the players of Diesel Esports. FS struggling too much, but the Vector's starting to make it count. Gets the fresh magazine, 19 bullets loaded, and Crypto in the end pulls off a 1v2 and saves the day for FS Esports, eliminating the entirety of Diesel Esports just like that. But still, it was way too close for comfort in the end.
What a clutch coming in from Crypto of 1v2 with the Vector. Complete shutdown on towards Diesel Esports. And it's sad to say Diesel Esports is back to the lobby. We see you on another day.
Yeah, for Diesel Esports, man, they have been struggling too much. It's one of those teams that is currently quite close to being in the bottom 16. And I'm pretty sure at this point they might be in the bottom 16 as well. First 2 games, the performance wasn't there. Third game as well, taken out off the rip without any sort of points. So yeah, for Diesel Esports, it's extremely bad. 7 Habits as well, quite closer to this compound, so a bit of a drop clash over here as well.
Okay, but on screen as well, seems like Genesis, they may have heard all the commotion from FS Esports, but one thing for sure is that on screen now, Apollo, he's pretty much far off from his team here. 7 Habits in the vicinity, and he needs his teammates to come and provide a little bit of assistance, but Apollo I think he went a little bit too far off with this stretch here. Now left to play all by himself. He's not making any sort of steps, but 7habits knows exactly that he is going to be in this vicinity. Apollo forced to check the only angle possible available, because any more steps means that he's going to be exposed. But now here comes the spray, comes through, forced to make a move. No helmets, no whatsoever. He's stuck. He needs backup.
Yeah, the man needs backup desperately. There is one man from the side of Genesis Esports now starting to close on up, but Apollo was a little bit too close in the enemy grasp. And he gets taken down and instantly eliminated from the game as well. Genesis Esports, a bad start. I was literally saying this as well before the game started. I was so happy for Metal Esports and Genesis Esports to pull off a decent game. But Genesis Esports, here we are, once again, back to basics.
Well, feels bad for Genesis Esports. Too far of a widespread. And just like that, 7habits finds a little bit of freebie. They may have heard the gunshots coming from Genesis, but 7habits knows that they are not in a great position. They are going to reposition for the zone rather early here. And it's going to be very, very scarce loot for them. But as soon as I say this, leading the charge here is going to be Simpia. And right in front of them is going to be Team Forever. I don't think he realizes there is going to be Team, but if Team Forever spots him, he is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. But he did hear those vehicles, so that is going to be Simpin. Going to be forced to play a little bit chill pill here. There is a horse in front of him. Something doesn't feel right now.
Yeah, now they definitely know there is a team in the front. And what am I watching? Massive plunder. Simpin does find the knock and also the confirmation instantly. Vector to get that man down completely. 7habit finding themselves now close and personal against the players of Team Forever. And Team Forever just never saw this coming. Completely surprised from the players of 7habit. What just happened there? 7habit at this point just being thieves in the night. Just straight up stealing those elimination points away. And for Team Forever, I'm pretty sure it's a setback that it's going to be tough to recover from.
Yeah, that no step coming in from 7habit was just so spot on as well. Thunder just did not expect this. No reaction whatsoever. Great setup coming from 7habit. A little bit small victories, but because of this stalemate, both teams going to be not going to be playing any kind of aggression right now.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that, number one, Team Forever, they are a man down. Number two, 7habits, they don't have resources to work with. So both sides, they are going to wait things out. And the longer this waits happens, every single team is going to be closing inside of this zone. So they have no reason to push each other right now.
Yeah, and speak of closing inside of the zone, even AKROBOTZ Esports spotting out a few foes around this turf. It's Genesis Esports inside a hot 10, and even Genesis Esports, they faced a heavy brunt off the rip. One of the men was isolated against 7habit as he got picked off. And once again, to remind you, it's quite a friendly reminder as well. Realme GT7 is already out on Amazon, so I recommend you guys to move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and try and get your hands onto it because it's available right now.
Yep, buy now, not later. Buy now. Search it on Amazon. Meanwhile, as the game continues as well, Genesis forced to back off into the hard in and then reset the fight, knowing that they do not have the numbers advantage, and Circle is going to be shifting down towards Ruins as well. A huge cluster of teams down towards south side. And Alpha Island's got 3 teams, FS Esports, still counting their lucky stars from their engagement with Diesel Esports. Going to be safely looting all the way towards northwest here. Very, very long rotation.
Yeah.
While Genesis still scouting if there's anybody on top of the mountain, which earlier on they've heard commotions between FS and Diesel.
I mean, at this point for Genesis Esports, since they're taking down a 3-man squad, I highly doubt they're going to be going for any sort of risky plays now. And speak of risky plays, Hyderabad Hydras, this time just straight up taking a pounce against the players of Miracle Esports. 2 players trapped in a compound against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. And what a shot that was from Moch. Not scared of the foes at all. He straight up makes that pounce, gets the knock, gets the confirmation as well, and backs away to safety. Even Poco's taken down, but not dusted yet. Eventually, though, the confirmation does squeeze in. Hyderabad Hydras, a massive man advantage inside of this fight. A 2-on-4 to be executed, but, well, now just make it a 1-on-4. The last man standing for Miracle in the name of Reaper. Can he really make the difference? And the answer is going to be no, as even he gets stuck 6 feet under.
Very, very nice cleanup coming from Hyderabad Hydras. 2 very, very consistent games, but 4 finishes. It's not over yet. 14 teams still remain. Hyderabad Hydras, they are in an okay position. And guess what? The zone completely shifts onto his Ruins. We are going to be expecting that Ruins battle once again here. But why do I have a feeling here, Necro, that the circle is going to shift on towards the bridge of FS Esports.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like it. I mean, we have been seeing some interesting shifts so far.
Yeah.
The circle has been quite proactive and also unorthodox.
This
and
feels
since we
like...
know, since we know it's the map of Sanhok as well, it is quite a zone-oriented map.
Correct. But at the same time, this feels like it gives a little bit of remnants of that Golden Glider match.
Yeah, Team Tabula's Golden Glider.
Yeah. It was I think what Caesar that single-handedly made it to the top 2 on top of the bridge of where FS is.
Yeah.
Looks nearly identical of a circle. Team Insane, they are going to be playing from the east side. Nobody inside Ruins, knowing that once you're inside, it's hard to get out. Very, very risky compound to be in, but if you are a solo warrior, that's the best spot to be in.
Exactly. And since FS Esports, they've already got a squad wipe in their hands, so 4 early elimination points to kick things off with. FS Esports, they're a team they know they're already doing pretty solid in the overall port. Quite easy for them to crack inside of the top 8 as well. So FS Esports is not really bringing out those flashy plays just yet. Taking it slow and steady, letting the game take over, letting the flow of the game as well take over. But I want to let you guys know about something extremely important, and that is going to be the Kia Ceros. Let's talk about some of the features that this car offers. Enhanced control, 5-star BNCAP rating, smart cruise control with stop and go, front collision warning and avoidance assistance, which is the FCW, lane keep assist, and also the blind view monitor in cluster.
Yep, be sure to check it out right here, right now. And as the game progresses as well, Team Insane having a little bit of a rough game in the map from Miramar, this time having a lot of map control on the east side. They do have the high grounds. They are going to be able to suppress a lot of these teams coming in from the east side. But so far, the widespread may be their downfall if they do not start making noise. But it seems like getting a couple shots onto his rock might be able to give an indicator that, guys, we're up here. Don't come up. Very, very nice fake there, but not exactly a great spot to be in if you are looking for those finishes.
I think it was a fat finger. I don't think he meant to actually shoot it. I think it was just a bit of a fat finger. But Middle Esports, for them, once again, they found a decent spot to play with. It's not the best, but it is something they can work with. We have seen a lot of teams get wiped out in that slope.
Wow.
And speak of slope, Team Forever, Cheyenne gets knocked out. Beautiful nade placement that was, and Team Forever now finding themselves against the Plus 7 habit. Team Forever taking down with 2-man squad. Addy pushes up, gets the confirmation, falls back once again. And because of that confirmation, now 7 habit knows where the remaining players of Team Forever are.
I don't know what's up with Team Forever, man. Like, first game, really, really good. Game 2, game 3, seems to be a little bit shaky. And now, complete shutdown. Thunder down. Cheyenne down. Pretty much arguably 2 of the, I would say, the rising stars, in my opinion, from the BGIS.
Yeah, 2 of the solid fraggers not in the game anymore for them. Still, they've got 2 more, right? Oasis and Mafia next to each other. So hopefully they can pull off something better.
Yeah, just like that, 7 habit, just picking off a lot of stragglers themselves. They were kind of starved in terms of the utilities, but slowly picking apart Team Forever. They are restocking really, really well. Oasis gets a couple jabs in, but he gets shot himself. Meanwhile, the circle is going to be shifting onto his ruins. And FS, they are crossing the bridge, and guess what? They're going to be playing on the compound west side. Yeah. And my, oh my, Necro, why does this circle look familiar?
FS is playing the same compound that Team Tumulus was playing in that game, and Team Tumulus was actually the one to come through victorious as well. Now FS, they just need to play their cards right. And if FS Esports actually squeezes in a chicken dinner, there's a massive chance they can be the first on the overall board. But I'm going to hold on to that thought. Team Forever, they got 2 problems brewing up around them. And at this point in time, they just want to find a cue to do this. It's a massive hammerage, but Genesis Esports do from the back. Now starting to hammer down the Plus 7 habits, and this is the revenge that Genesis Esports was looking forward to. Genesis lost out in Apollo because of the Plus 7 habits. Apollo was trapped between them.
This is a very, very nice recovery as well, but as soon as they heard those gunshots fall, you can see Team Forever, they immediately make a dash, mad dash into his ruins, knowing they do not have numbers, but Genesis, they're still fighting. Shadow, what are you thinking? Simpin takes him out, and now it's up to Zap to clutch things out once more. And then they come through, Simpin getting tapped up. Very well placed nade, but Zap, does he know? Is there going to be connection here? Another nade lobs over, and it's going to be perfect. The connection comes through. Zap taking out the members of 7 habits, and only 1 remains. But despite all these commotions as well, it's only going to be a 1 versus 1. Out in the open, Mayang spots him out, takes him out, and Genesis goes down. As Mayang forced to be a solo warrior. And right behind him is going to be another team that may be able to take him out. That's going to be Forever Esports. But on screen here, Team LOLZZZ losing a player to Medal.
Yeah, not just that, but Metal Esports lost out on 2 players, so LOLZZZ got the man advantage. Metal Esports, for them, it's a 2v3. Unfortunately, with a massive disadvantage. Aimbot is stacked up. Around this rock, just wait for someone to peek out in the front. But it does not seem like that's going to be the case from the side of LOLZZZ. Aimbot does hear that vehicle fade away. And he's still not going to go for any sort of shots. Now, finally, he does strike. But unfortunately, wins every single shot he went for. Now pulls out the shock and does get another knockout as well. Aimbot knows the second man's taken down real low. And that's why he's constantly pressing on the charge as well. And he finds those 2 strikes. 2 important strikes. Team LOLZZZ's game has been shattered as well. Now just 1 man standing for Team LOLZZZ, and he's going to try to play for the survival. And look at the back lines as well. Rising Inferno in big world of trouble as they've lost out on Juthin. And even BMPS, the man's on the move. The man's barely surviving on a sliver of HP. This 1 man from Metal Esports is doing so much work. But now also needs to deal with the man of Team LOLZZZ. He was out in the open. Aimbot gets shot from the back by Rising Inferno. So at least Rising Inferno is going to get rid of that threat.
He tried his best, Aimbot. He tried his best. He may have whiffed a little bit, but the recovery was solid. But unfortunate to say, like you said, playing spoilers, even Team LOLZZZ will be the next team to actually fall off as well.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate here for Medal, but Medal is not over yet. They still have 1 more solo warrior. Meanwhile, the circle is going to shift down away from the bridge, south of the ruins. And we do see the divide coming in. Hyderabad Hydras in the middle, but on screen, Cincinnati kids, they get picked off by Insane.
Which is quite bad. CK losing out on Flock in return, which is not a good thing at all. Xtreme and the remaining 2 still alive and cooking inside of the game. Team Insane's LOLZZZ can actually be the spanner in the works. Cincinnati kids, today's day hasn't really gone their way. And at this point in time, for Team Insane as well, they would want to play a few spoilers themselves. Why not? Team Insane is someone who does have the veins of an aggressive warrior. And they would want to try and capitalize and latch against the players of CK.
It all comes down to patience. Pin has been pulled, CK. They might have heard it. But LOLZZZ doesn't seem to be able to find a small little pocket to lob it over. The door is open. But again, Cincinnati kids, they are going to try and pick this off. LOLZZZ is deciding if he wants to throw it through the door. Pulls another pin. Cincinnati kid just making a lot of panic movements.
Yeah. At this point, LOLZZZ himself just does not know what's going on. CK's constantly giving so many foot cues, and CK's got no clue that LOLZZZ's in front of him, but they're still trying to be as cautious as possible. This nade from LOLZZZ is going to find a confirmed knock. Huge. CK now taken down to a 2-man squad, and a panic will start to set in as well. Another nade tossed towards that doorway, but misses the mark barely. This nade from LOLZZZ has to be on the money. It should be able to catch someone. Just cook the prime as well, does dish a bit of that damage. Cincinnati kids, they vacate the compound, back away from the house. Still, the man is knocked inside of the house itself, and LOLZZZ is now starting to catch too much hurt upon himself. And he backs away from that house.
Yep, because the third party comes through. I think he heard the commotion. Forever Esports, they're going to be third party. It's Cincinnati kids, they're weak, and they're crumbling. As Forever Esports, they have to push it because of the zone. They've lost Phoenix. And Xtreme now sees all this commotion, but from the back, Adi spots him out, and he's going to get taken out. The entire team Insane wipes the floor with them. And as soon as they saw those confirmations, Forever Esports, they back up, regroup, reset, and then look to try and take this fight. But as soon as I say this, Gods finds the opening, takes down Arto for an off angle.
Such a disgusting knock that was from Gods. Solid stuff from the top. He's got the drone view. But he does not know what's going on inside of the smoke, and that's the main concern. And even the zone is starting to chuck out a lot of HP, which is not a good thing at all. Forever Esports starting to crumble under the pressure, and also the blue is starting to do too much damage. They're not able to tank it for too long, and Team Insane is taking the exact advantage. They know the foes are against the wall, and if Team Insane wants, they can pounce on top of the opportunity and get that final nail in the coffin. There is a nade available in the hands of Ozzy as well, and the spam through the smoke will shut down Lucifer and send him right back to hell.
Nicely done coming from Team Insane. They've wrapped up the entire fight on the east side. 10 finishes in the back, and a circle is going to be coming in. They need to make a run mad dash for it as well. Meanwhile, Team Forever right at the horizon from the ruins. They've survived the onslaught. They're still 2-man strong, somehow making the top 7, but exiting very, very difficult. Insane, they've stocked up. They've got utilities. They've got vehicles. They also have a man inside the zone. Immediately repositions here to take on the rest of the wall. And guess what? The next one is going to be them guys from Team Forever again. Once you go in ruins, getting out nearly impossible. Both of the players gets picked apart. A Team Insane, they find themselves even more finishes. 11 in total.
11 finishes on the board for Team Insane. All the version pulling off a flashy play. A nuclear performance is on the way from Team Insane if they do end up getting the chicken dinner. Right now for AKROBOTZ Esports, 2 spies on a mission. They need to be extremely cautious. Both of them trying to be as sneaky as possible, but I'm pretty sure the footsteps and the foot cues are being heard. And FS Esports are tossing out the utilities in that generic vicinity. And what an aid that was from Crypto. Finds a knock onto the man who was in the front. AKROBOTZ Esports in a big world of trouble. New version from the back as well, taking a few shots against FS Esports. That's going to be the distraction that might just help the players of AK. And look at that elimination point stolen by Team Insane.
My goodness, Team Insane, just perfect timings after perfect timings. And now Viru finds a pixel, misses the connection. FS, they need to push out. The zone is out and open. The compound is not safe, and Viru is going to try and take advantage of this. He spots out Dream. Dream forced to go in for the prone. AKROBOTZ still laying low on the sides as he's trying to edge their way inside the zone. But like you said, Necro, Team Insane from the other side is going to be able to scout things out, but they're not exactly in zone as well. OPEX finds a small little pocket to work with.
Oh my God.
But the zone, not helpful at all. OPEX only has one way out, and that's going to be in true FS Esports in front of him. But no right behind them, oh no, look at the mini-map. It's right behind them. I don't think Insane knows that OPEX is here. They're just right side by side. OPEX, do not move a single muscle. You're stuck. There's no way out.
Yeah, Insane is on top. OPEX is underneath. At this point for OPEX, the game is done for. He cannot even fight back. He cannot even make it up top. Look at Hyderabad Hydras now starting to make a lot of presence. OPEX trying to take the shots against the players of FS Esports as FS, they're extremely hurt. And now down to just one man, and OPEX has got no clue that FS's one man is still alive in the back lines. But even that man is on the verge of getting wrapped as he does get eliminated from the game. And with that, the entirety of FS Esports, they come crashing down. New version, now they start taking shots against Team Insane. It's fights happening back and forth. New version taking fight against Team Insane. Hyderabad Hydras taking shots against New version. There's Wobble still alive inside of the game, and that one man from AKROBOTZ Esports is somehow keeping his dreams alive.
Oh, how is OPEX still able to find an opening just like that? My goodness, that should not be possible. That is just insane. But all things considered here, New version, they've got bigger problems to worry about as well. Yes, they may have been taking a fight against Insane, but guess what? Knocking on towards the doors here from the defense is going to be Wobble Gaming, and their sole focus is going to be focusing on that fight. That's the reason why OPEX is still alive. Meanwhile, Gale's still checking those corners here to make sure that there is no one, but secretly, OPEX still alive. Insane as well. In the zone, going to be shifting onto his Hyderabad Hydras. New version, they need to clean out Wobble right now.
New version, they've got the advantage inside of the fight, at least for now. That's what it seems on paper. Utilities tossed out as well for Wobble. It's an uphill battle. New version does have the high ground to play with, so more intel. But unfortunately, Hero steps out in the open, and OPEX, this man is starting to play spoilers now. The one man, a pain in the foot for everyone inside of the lobby, just turning the tides constantly. And he's just bringing in the heat as much as possible, but in the end gets eliminated by the players of Team Insane. And now Team Insane, they make the pounce, they make the prowl against the players of Hyderabad Hydras as two of the players are being lost out. Hyderabad Hydras taken down to a two-man squad. Utilities exchanged from both the sides. Team Insane, as they have managed to dismantle the players of Hyderabad Hydras and take them down to a two-man squad. But Servant still from the far fray, he's finding too much value. Hyderabad Hydras, now with a three-man squad, starting to do a lot of damage against the opponents as Team Insane down to just their one last man.
The dominating streak completely being shut down. Team Insane and a big run. Hyderabad Hydras, they get the full reset. And Insane, they have to clean things out. The Molotov comes through. They deny the revival. Ninja's still going to go down to the Molotov, and that's going to be confirmation here coming from Insane. Meanwhile, the zone is ticking in. Insane, they're about to bleed out. Yash running for his dear life in the zone. Oh, does he find a small little pixel? Yes, he does. He still survives, and Team Insane keeps things alive. But through the smoke, Mosh, they see him, and Ninja takes him out, and that's it for Team Insane's domination. 17 finishers on the top four, while the last three still survives. New version now Gonna look to try and make a pounce, but Viru remains. He's the last solo warrior, and he also will go down in the hands towards Hyderabad Hydras.
But there is still Wobble standing, but eventually even they get eliminated from the game. What just happened? A burst of action, you blink and you miss it. 3 teams get eliminated within that burst of action. And we get our winners as Hyderabad Hydra, since they had the prime compound from the start till the end. Solid stuff, but generally speaking, Team Insane, I think they're still going to be at the top of the charts.
Exactly, Team Insane, what a game coming in from them, but nevertheless, Hyderabad Hydras, 2 very, very big, consistent games here. The chicken dinner and a top 2 finish in the Miramar.
Yeah.
What a day for Hyderabad Hydras today.
I mean, the action just kicked off in quite a weird manner, right? 7 Habits able to shut down one of the mans at Genesis Esports. The action was just so weird. And then later on, we saw quite a heated game of Sanhok in general. And all thanks to 7 Habits, because they were running from fights, and then later on, they also took a fight against another team. And we did see 7 Habits, of course, were quite exposed. They got eliminated later on. But Genesis Esports came through. Genesis got third party by Team Insane. So the game of Sanhok was just extremely chaotic till the end.
Yeah, it was indeed very, very chaotic as well. But Hyderabad Hydras, they had center control for the longest time here.
Yeah.
They understood that this was in their favor, take advantage of it, and then just completely shut down the competition here. Nicely done coming from Hyderabad Hydras. Don't go for finishes. Just wait for them to come to you. That's going to be the ideal game plan for them.
And I guess major props to OPAX, right, from AKROBOTZ Esports. Man was able to stay alive for such a long time. From Ruins, actually. He had his teammate, but unfortunately got eliminated by Crypto from FS Esports. So his teammate was not able to stay tall for too long. We also did see Hyderabad Hydras against the players of 4 Miracle Esports. 4 Miracle, it was quite a bad start in this game, but it's completely fine. They had a decent bit of points off the rip at the start of today's day. And this is what I'm talking about. Genesis Esports came in for the third party, but instead they got third party themselves from the back lines.
Yep, and even Meadow as well. Team Lowe's was looking for those kind of third parties, but eventually they themselves get taken out as well. Meadow had a little bit of recovery. They were able to get a little bit of decent position points, but unfortunately, say 7 position means 1 point in position, despite the circumstances that they were given as well. But Aimbot, he tried his level best here. This was a little bit of a whiff situation coming from them, but he was able to salvage the fight. But unfortunately for Jatin, I don't know, man. Like, he was looking at the wrong direction. Just coincidentally was out in open. Coincidentally, the crosshair just say, like, you know what? Instead of aiming for a moving target, that's a guy who was pretty much out in open. Let's take him out instead.
So for Sanhok, the strategy is pretty simple. If the circle's not forming on top of you, you understand it, and then you instantly try and prioritize fights. That's the only way you will be able to get a good position. That's the only way you will be able to squeeze in those points. And for Hyderabad Hydras, since they had the circle, once again, they were the one to come through victorious. They were the one to get to chicken dinners. But if you're not someone with the circle, just go for the fights. That's the only way you can squeeze out points from this map.
Yep, definitely agree here. But all things considered here, Group C pretty much done and dusted for today. They've done amazing here as well, and I wasn't expecting such a sweaty lobby right from the get-go, especially here for day number 8 itself, because this was a very, very tactical game from all 3 games, Erangel, Miramar, and as well as Sanhok, and it's all courtesy to all these teams that is playing this lobby, and obviously Hyderabad Hydras, one of the bigger victors in this game, Meadow also having a little bit chicken dinner, but a nice little bit recovery coming from FS for sure. But Cincinnati kids, I don't know what happened to them, man.
Yeah, Cincinnati kids, it feels like they're not really going for any sort of flashy plays now. Just aiming for consistency, just getting 7 to 8 points per game. That's what they did in the first game. Second game as well, just aimed for the consistency. So CK does not really want any massive games or flashy games. And speaking of the first game itself, right, it started off so slow. I mean, the fights were happening, but those were the individual players getting picked off. We did not see a proper 4v4 clash. And because of that, the game just felt extremely slow and tactical.
I think it comes down to just Sanhok's design itself, right? It is going to be forced to play in towards very, very individualism play. It's very rare that we get to see a very high-tech 4v4 strategy gameplay just because of the design of terrains. But all things considered, let's talk about the stars of the match here. Gods with 6 total finishes. We've got LOLZZZ with the best companion. And of course, Sarvit, Hyderabad Hydras gets the final finisher of this game. But still, I don't think... I think Insane and Hyderabad Hydras should be somewhere tight between the points because Insane will take on 4th place with the 4th place positions points so far. But their overall finishes was just all out insane. This was a very, very big game coming from Insane. And I think, based on the track record of this past day 8, Insane pretty much holds the most amount of finishes in a single game right now. After 8 days. As of now, I think that's the current record.
Yeah, I mean, Insane did have a lot of elimination points, and I don't exactly know what the record is, but as you mentioned, probably Insane is currently holding the most amount of elimination record inside of this BMPS, which is quite a great
in a
thing.
single game.
Yeah, which is quite a good thing for Team Insane, right? And speaking of Team Insane as a whole, even the IGL Adi, he's been inside of the pro circuit for the longest. He's a veteran at the end of the day. And once again, Adi's also someone that likes to drive his team completely firepower-oriented. And he likes to drive his team on the aggressive side of things, and that's what he did in that previous game. It worked out perfectly well. Now, the real concern is still there for the teams who are there on the latter half of the board. I'm speaking of Team LOLZZZ. I'm speaking of Wobble. At least Wobble did decent for themselves. But is that decent really going to be enough to bring themselves outside of the bottom 16? We'll find out soon.
Team LOLZZZ, Team LOLZZZ also have a little bit of signs of life today as well, so I wouldn't say it's end of the road for them. I want to see their overall standings later on. But I think you mentioned about Team Insane in particular, right? Like, I know you're a big fan about this, but imagine if Team Insane was able to clutch out that chicken dinner then and there. I'm pretty sure Team Insane would have held the current record for the most amount of points gained in a single game thus far. But unfortunately, did not happen. Got it. I would say finishes, you know, for these guys, you know, don't mislead. It's not the highest amount of points gained in a single game yet, currently for Insane. It's the finishes in a single game thus far.
Yeah, I mean, Team Insane, as you mentioned, the most amount of finishes so far. But speaking of the record, and currently Seoul is holding the most amount of finishes record
this
in
is based
one
on
single
BGIS,
game. Speaking of the BGIS itself, they had 28 finishes in total, combined for all the 4 players. But we've got the match rankings off the previous game. Team Insane, even though they got eliminated quite decently early,
17.
they still have 21 points, which is insane.
Yeah, it is insane. 17 finishes in a single game here, getting himself 21 points. And I believe the current standing with the most amount of points should be held by OG with 25 total points because of the chicken dinner. But again, there is a lot of people in the 20 ballpark here. So it's a little bit unfortunate for Insane, but they do currently should technically be the one with the most amount of finishes in a game rather than points in a single game.
It was a major catapult for Team Insane, right? Since they were not exactly in the top 16, but because of this game, Team Insane is going to be extremely close towards that top 16, which is quite a good thing. For Hyderabad Hydras, still want to look at the overall standings, find out how the stance is looking like for them. And speaking of Cincinnati kids, I think they're still going to be in the top 16 without any problems, probably sitting inside of the top 8 as well. But soon enough, that position can be stolen when the team starts playing their remaining 3 games as well. But looking at the overall structure of this previous group, pretty much the games went as we expected, right? We expected these teams to perform. That's what exactly happened. We wanted to see 4 Miracle perform. The first game, they got the chicken dinner. Second game as well, we wanted to see Metal Phoenix perform. They got the chicken dinner. Third game, Hyderabad Hydras is another big banner. We wanted them to perform. Even they got a chicken dinner.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting as well to see how things are going to be happening as well. But all things considered, let's bring into what's the overall standings and how things are going to be looking here after all this game so far. But based on the current overall standings here, OG still tops the chart at the #1 spot with 132 points after 9 games. But let's see how the recovery comes through, because Hyderabad Hydras sneaks in, pushes Seoul down, and they are currently in the 5th position with 97 points with that chicken dinner.
Yeah, but let's not forget, still Reckoning Esports, True Rippers, and TWOB haven't played their 3 games. So the moment they start playing their 3 games, I'm pretty sure Hyderabad Hydras will be pushed down, even Seoul will be pushed down, FS will be pushed down, CK as well will be pushed down even more. So everyone just needs to pray that True Rippers, TWOB do not pop off in the upcoming games that they're going to be playing.
Yeah, that's going to be the question as well. But of course, FS Esports still currently in the top 7 as well. But like you said, anything can happen. They are going to be on the borderline of being knocked out from top 8. Need I remind you, for you guys watching at home as well, the top 8 pretty much directly qualifies into the first week of semi-finals, while the 9 to 16 position pretty much qualifies towards round number 3 itself. So you want to be in this page, guys. You want to be in this page just because of the fact that you can skip a round for yourself. But personal opinion, you don't want to play. Do you want to see your favorite teams skip directly and not play round 2, 3, and 4? I don't want to. I want to watch them play everything.
No, I'm pretty sure for the fans, they just want to see them directly qualify towards the semifinals, so they're not really going to be having their heartbeats just pumping through the entire event. But yeah, the second page is also on the screen for Miracle Esports. Just because of that one single chicken dinner they gained, now they're currently sitting on the 17th spot, which is really good for Miracle Esports. Metal Esports as well, look at that catapult.
Wow.
Insane. In the upcoming 3 games now, Metal Esports actually does have a chance to crack in the top 8.
They definitely have a little bit of nice recovery for themselves as well here, as even though they do have a chance, that means their final 3 games is going to be the deciding factor or not, whether or not can they make the top 8 or even the top 16s here to skip a stage. But as of now, risking elimination, pretty much having a very decent safety cushion. Meanwhile, the teams in the bottom as well, we have teams like Glitch X Reborn, hasn't really made their market as well. We have teams like Do or Die, Rivalry, Aura Rembro, also looking to try and break past in towards the top 16. However, Genesis, despite having a little bit of recovery today, puts them in a 44th spot. So right now, that's a very, very dangerous position to be at.
And we've got the next page as well rolling up on the screen. And on this page as well, we've got teams like Diesel Esports currently sitting all the way on the 64th spot. And speaking of Diesel Esports, I understand it's a team with great past, it's a team with great history, but so far their run of form has been lacking. It's been terrible. And Diesel Esports, something needs to be done. They need to buckle up right now. It's already been 9 games and they've only managed to get 29 points. It's not something you expect from a T1 team.
Yeah, same can be said for Reckoning Esports and also Likita Esports as well, right? They are currently played 6 games and they are currently in the bottom itself. So, okay, now this page you guys are currently watching right now, these are the danger zone of a teams because this is not the bottom 16, but they are very close to actually getting knocked down because the next page are your current bottom 16 that will be eliminated from round 1 itself.
I mean, look at New Version. They've played 9 games so far, just 28 points. 7 Habit as well, 9 games so far, 28 points. Wobble, 9 games so far, 27 points. So all these teams are going to be in the massive danger zone. And look at the next page. You've got AKROBOTZ Esports right there, 9 games played, and still pretty much there on the second half of the board. Even Universe 7 was there. So one thing is for sure, the moment the last page plays the remaining 3 games, there's a massive chance that the teams on the second last page will move back over here on the last page itself.
But here, Team Lows, they make a little bit of recovery. They are currently the first place from the bottom 16. But again, I'm not done yet. They have played 9 matches. So it is going to be a very, very long climb if any of these teams actually kicks them out. In this case, 2OP Official, Gen XFN, Mysterious 4, INTX, UC, all these teams will have to buckle up in order to stand a chance to actually qualify. Because in terms of the cutoff, based on what we're seeing here, 20 over points is somewhere in the bottom 16, okay? Bottom 16. If they play the remaining 12 matches, I think the cutoff from being eliminated should somewhere be around 45, 46 points.
Look, you want my genuine prediction? Can Team LOL survive or be eliminated?
No.
No.
Let's talk about all our 6 predictions for today.
Yeah,
Let's talk about lows on a different day.
Yeah, you know what? Well, at the start of the day, we made our predictions. I locked in Genesis Esports, and we did see a bit of a recovery from Genesis Esports. It was not too good, not too bad. An okayish performance. Metal Esports, the prediction was quite spot on, but I think so now we know why Team Forever...
Hey,
they were not
Team Forever, they're doing pretty okay at the start of the game. You know, Erangel, after that, Miramar and also Sanhok was just a little bit of a big flop here. Personally, I feel like all 6 of us, the 2 losers is going to be me and you. Whereas Medal and 4Miracle did really well today itself.
Yeah, I mean, 4Miracle got the first chicken dinner itself, right?
Yeah.
And Metal Esports as well, securing the chicken dinner on the map of Miramar. So, yeah, one thing is for sure. We've got Anki, Sparrow, and Maisie pretty much doing the right predictions. And then me and you, unfortunately. Yeah, woke up on the wrong side of the bed today. But you went with the Hero Xtreme Godlike now for Group D. And I went with Reckoning Esports. I believe Reckoning, the Howling Wolves, will make a comeback.
To be honest, when it comes to the next game as well, it makes a lot of sense why you want to go for Reckoning Esports. And personally, after seeing them on BGI's LAN finals itself, when they were at the top of the top, every single time they were at the top, Hero Xtreme Godlike overtakes them. And then towards the final moment, they finish in top 4. Yes, we know Hero Xtreme Godlike may not have lifted the trophy. Versatile won it. But you could see the emotions that Viper cried. That is like, how can you not want to cheer for Reckoning Esports, man?
Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure Viper now has the fire of vengeance in him. He wants to get the redemption, and I'm pretty sure Reckoning Esports will perform pretty well. But for now, it's time for Satos to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere.
Delivery, order ready.
क्या भाई अपना भाई वाव मोड में है
Wow.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. We're officially done with Group C, playing their remaining 3 games. Now we move on towards Group D and C, what they're going to do in their 3 games that they're going to be playing now. We've got some incredible teams like True Rippers, here Xtreme, Godlike, Autobotz Esports, Wyld Fangs joining inside of the mix. And Johnny, I'm pretty sure you are a big fan of this new and revamped Wyld Fangs, so tell me more about them.
I mean, of course, I'm a big fan. The lineup look extremely solid on paper, and of course, the performance that they have been delivering has been quite incredible as well, focusing more on eliminations. Not enough on placements, though. That is just one concern that they have to fix before they head towards the semifinals. But again, I've been enjoying what's happening off the broadcast as well with Sensei on his streams when the groups were announced. He went live and he was like, yeah, I have a petition to craft, and can we get a more challenging group than this?
And imagine Wyld Fangs ends up just choking these 3 games that they're playing.
I hope not, man.
That would be a perfect compilation.
Yeah, it's going to be moments before disaster, right?
I know, right? I mean, Wyld Fangs still, though, they've got their comfort shoes, so they can still be pretty okay in the overall board. Luckily enough for Wyld Fangs, this time around, they're doing extremely good, and it was quite unexpected. But this lineup is working well. I mean, only if Sensei would have contributed a bit more, things could have been better. But you know what? Something that's going to contribute to your gameplay to the maximum is also going to be this Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device is already out, and the device was launched on 27. So if you guys want to get your hands on this device, go to Amazon right now.
Exactly. This is an amazing device as we keep talking about the features. 7000 mAh battery, and of course the 120-watt charger that help you stay in-game. And of course, if you run out of juice, 15 minutes you'll be back to 50%, and you'll be able to keep that grind going for as long as you please. And of course, coming back to the game, as these teams continue the grind, I mean, we have seen True Rippers do quite well for themselves. Godlike is doing quite well. Autobotz Esports, that's going to be a surprising entry, but they have also had a great start to their journey.
Yeah, I mean, Autobotz Esports, surprisingly this time around, it feels like it's a completely different Autobotz Esports.
Yeah.
Because remembering this org as a whole, I'm not speaking of the players that they have been switching through and through over and over again, but this org as a whole, Autobotz Esports have been struggling to make good marks.
That is
true. But this time around, for some reason, we've got a gut feeling that Autobotz Esports might be doing extremely well in this BMPS 2025. Let's just cross our pink fingers and hope. Let's move on towards the groups and find out which of those teams playing inside of Group D. I mean, we already know, but just for you guys, the players or the people who are joining in for the first time on the broadcast, here's the Group D on the screen.
It is going to be interesting to see how the teams on the latter half of the leaderboard are going to perform today. In particular, Reckoning Esports is one of those names that we had a lot of expectations from the first 3 games not going their way. They were able to bounce back in the next 3, but today, important day for Reckoning. And of course, apart from them, rivals Ape City, man. This is a name that feels a legend in their team. And it is going to be a big heartbreak if we do not see Drigger at least make it to the semifinals at least.
Yeah, I mean, Rival Ape City currently sitting on the second last page if I'm not wrong, right? So for Rival Ape City, something needs to be done. They need to buckle up right now. Luckily enough, they've got 3 games that they're going to be playing right now. So Rival Ape City, even if they get one massive game in their hand, they can instantly propel themselves outside of the bottom 16 and keep themselves at least in a decent spot so that they will not have that pressure on top of their heads.
Exactly, and let's see how this game is going to turn out. Starting off on Sanhok is never easy, but that is going to be the first challenge for all of these teams from Group D. And talking about Sanhok, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. The plane is about to take off, and we're about to head towards the tropical islands to see how the action is about to unfold.
Exactly, as the plane's going to be in the skies once again towards the rainforest, starting all the way from Nakam towards the opposite side, which is going to be Cow. Now, this plane flight path, once again, since it's the map of Sanhok, it does not really matter. It's going to be favoring each and every single drop location. Maybe a head start of 10 or 20 seconds will be there for the teams that directly move underneath the plane flat path, but still it's not really going to be counting too much.
Yeah.
And since we know this is also a map that is extremely zone oriented, if the circle is not on top of you, just go gun heavy. Just go completely berserk and start mowing down the lawn and just try and get those elimination points. That's the only way you can squeeze in points on this map.
I mean, that's the only way. I mean, you have to try and see if you can get into those fights safely, though. I mean, that is going to be a big concern, but let's see where the circle is going to be. That's the first and biggest challenge for all of these teams to try and tackle, get to the zone early. But what is going on with Wyld Fangs? We see, who is that? Sensei landing quite close to the players of LHS.
Yeah, and imagine he gets picked off instantly. No, luckily enough, Sensei's going to back away to safety, so it's all good in the hood for Wyld Fangs. They will be able to stay wild for the longest. Reckoning Esports as well, the Howling Wolves this time around dropping towards Ruin. A bit of a split going on towards Tombang, and also those separated compounds around the split. You've also got NoNx. NoNx is quite an interesting prospect, Johnny.
Yeah.
They haven't been close to bottom 16 so far. They are maintaining their own pace, and it's not like they're letting the lobby dictate their own pace.
Well, I mean, their pace, at least in the second half of the day, has worked out. But hopefully, I mean, this is going to be a critical point for Reckoning Esports. And if they fail to make an impact in these 3 matches, it is going to be a big sign of concern because they are still in that danger zone.
Speak of the danger zone. And Hero Xtreme Godlike is on the screen. Hero Xtreme Godlike, a team that's doing extremely good in the overall standings. Also currently sitting inside of the top 16 as well. So for Hero Xtreme Godlike, it will be all good and dandy. They don't even need to go for the flashy plays to get themselves squeezed inside of the top 8. Consistent points flow of 6 to 7 points per game can actually make the cake. But then you look at teams like True Rippers, TWOB, who haven't even played their remaining 3 games. True Rippers is currently playing their games, but for teams like TWOB who haven't even gotten close to playing their remaining 3 games, and they're still currently sitting in the top 8, that just rises up the concern even more.
Well, let's see how this one is going to turn out for them. I mean, from the perspective of Godlike, who were there on our screens a few moments ago, it should be not too difficult to convert finishes, but I wonder if the circle moves down south, how are they going to take on that challenge? Wyld Fangs on our screens, complete control of bootcamp, and they've done quite well for themselves. I mean, still remember that first game of Sanhok they played, taking on Hyderabad Esports and coming out on top.
Yeah, just want to know where the next zone shift is going to be. Stage 2 is extremely important, also a curveballic shift, so we will probably see a lot of fights. And it's quite surprising to see a map of Sanhok, not a lot of fights off the rip. It is indeed surprising. Wyld Fangs towards boot camp, completely safe and sacred. All good in the hood for them. True Rippers as well. They've got a decent bit of compound to play around for themselves too. So for True Rippers, they are going to be outside of the harm's way for the longest. Dropping towards Sami, getting their loot scooted up. It's looking good. But for True Rippers to actually make it inside of the circle and have a game-winning chance, it seems next to impossible. Since for them, the rotation is going to be extremely tough and daunting. 4 barriers on the screen against the team in the front. LHS, the players are out in the open. If the man wants, he can actually just mow down the launch. LHS, they've got their own problems brewing up at this point. And LHS is completely unaware of the fact that they're being surrounded by foes. Wyld Fangs pushing out in the open. LHS in a big world of trouble, especially Shadow all by himself. The man's got his hands on the Honey Badger, and now also the flames start to spread inside of that shack. He's not going to be standing alive for too long as Trey Scott does get the confirmation and also the elimination to back it up.
Yeah, and a very early move by the players of Wyld Fangs. I think Sensei going for that vehicle and getting the info about the players of LHS has just built up a lot of trouble for them because even the backlines are compromised by the side of 4 barriers. Safe, along with the rest of the team, they have gotten the second knock, but getting a finish conversion, it's going to be very difficult. Still on the move though, Trey's got knocked and finished off, so LHS do find some sort of trade in this fight.
LHS, they're down to a 2-man squad though. We'll make that 3 now since there was a revival that came through. So LHS is looking good and dandy, at least on the board for now. Wyld Fangs losing out on Trey Scott and also taking 1 man down of LHS, so it was even Steven trade. Which is, of course, not too good if you think about it, because Wyld Fangs, they need a crack inside of the top 8. 4 barriers. Reckoning Esports right next to Iconic. Here's all that vehicle sound, but does not react at all. Also spots a horse. Did the man really see him, though? That's my question. Iconic's position still unknown. Oh, my God. Just imagine Iconic's head.
I think he's been spotted out. I think they're just toying with their food at this point, Reckoning. But the cover fire comes in from Evil. And the little bit of distraction will make sure that Iconic stays alive. Oh, they haven't seen him yet. My goodness, this is going to be a big blunder from Reckoning. Why has Same not seen this man? He's staring him right in the face.
Oh my God, he's still got no clue. Same, you did not spot him. And that's one of the main reasons why Sanhok is known to be quite a disgusting map. It's because of the snakes that do lie in the grasses. And iQOO can actually pull off quite a dirty play in these moments. There we go, finally spots out the man. iQOO, the trigger discipline was for too long. He should have went for the shots against Summit. But at the end of the day, it was pretty much a one-and-done angle as well. The moment he got the knock, he would have been taken down himself, since even LHS was there in the back. So I understand why iQOO was not going for any sort of shots.
And now LHS again pinned in those shacks. 3-man roster, nowhere left to go. Reckoning. They're going to look for an opening. I believe with a pick on iQOO like that, they might just assume that it's the player from the same team that they just saw run into those shacks and hide. But still, fight towards the center of the circle means the commotion that you make is going to draw a lot of unwanted attention. And that is something that Reckoning are trying to avoid, I feel like.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports. They've pretty much got the field trap set up as well against LHS, and LHS is not even moving a single muscle. All the players pinned inside of those houses. And at this point in time, such a stalemate is not really going to be helping the players of LHS either. But since they're down to a 3-man squad, looking pretty okay, they can keep their journey going on for the longest. The next zone shift is going to be there too. Centers on up once again towards that pawn area. INT is in the mixture. You've also got Ape City right there around pawn. Autobotz Esports making that rotation from the southern side from Lakawi. DOD as well towards the southern side. Even True Rippers is going to be one of the late preachers. As I mentioned, if the circle is not favoring you, you better focus on the elimination points. That's the only way to squeeze out points from Sanhok.
Well, let's see though. It's still the early stages of the game. There's a long time, especially in a circle towards the eastern side, that we'll have to wait for the conflicts to brew up. But we're on the other side. Ape City now taking a fight against the Autobots. That is just unfortunate for the Autobots. They went for a 2-2 split. Apes finding 2 players off guard, managed to secure the opening frag in the fight. True Rippers also catching one loose straggler from the side of Dragon Esports.
At this point, for Dragon Esports, this fight is just not worth it. Exhausting ammunition, exhausting meds. Even if they do manage to find a knock, it's not going to be advantageous at all. Just too far away from each other. For True Rippers, they need to be careful of the fact that there is a team closing on up from the back as well. So True Rippers, I should be on the 6. 4 barriers, losing out on iQOO. He was in such an awkward spot, while the remaining players completely on a different spot. Reckoning Esports closing on up towards 4 barriers. What's going on? They still haven't went for any sort of shots. Finally, Zarnix. Man breaks the silence. He's all by himself. DBS battle going on. Both the players missing too many shots upon themselves. And now Zarnix makes that pounce. What just happened? How did Zarnix not see the other man from Reckoning Esports on the opposite side? Completely blindsides him. 4 barriers starting to make a lot of rookie mistake now. Breaking under it as well. And this stage should get the deal sealed. As another man, Butcher, gets knocked out, gets blown to smithereens. There is still one more man standing, and that's going to be the last man for 4 barriers as Zeus try to make the run and push up close, but in the end gets eliminated by gravity.
Oh man, Reckoning Esports, the cleanup comes through, and they do not lose a single player. Very well executed. But they have to be careful as well. As we said, on Sanhok, you make a lot of noise, you make that commotion, you're going to have more teams headed in your direction. It seems like Wyld Fangs are looking to close the distance towards these compounds, or at least Viper was put under pressure. He heard Fierce approach. Just a few nades lobbed in Fierce's direction to push him back, and Fierce rotates and gets an off angle. That actually puts him in the line of fire of LHS. That's more concerning.
But generally speaking, I don't think Wyld Fangs is going to go for any sort of risky plays. Wyld Fangs, they definitely are itching to go for the fights. Nothing taken away from that, but Wyld Fangs knows. Especially with the 3-man squad, converting fights gets even tougher. The risk-taking factor as well narrows down by quite a bit. And since Trey Scott has been such a strong player for this entire lineup, they need him inside of the fights. And something that you guys are also going to need inside of your game is going to be the Realme GT7. Long play without overheating. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. The device is already out, so get your hands on it.
Coming back to the game, Wyld Fangs, they are looking to get their hands on someone at least, because Fierce is way too exposed. Just running out into the open. I believe that fallback from the players, from closing on the players of Reckoning Esports. He wants to regroup now. You see that wave of teams, wave of bodies pour in from the northern side as well. As NON make their approach and look for the breach of the zone from the northwestern edge. You have INT Furious moving in from the northeastern side. Honeybee, though, they might be caught off guard, might be caught in a crossfire between Godlike and INT. And Halo is just stuck in Camp Bravo.
That's fine, though. Look at Ape City. Autobotz Esports getting that rotation right next to him for shots. But it's just going to be scratching up the man, Tintin. And you've also got Numan from the side of Ape City. Ape City's in quite a decent spot, too. Next to Bond, around their off-centric spot. But if the zone moves away from Ape City, then they're done for. Here Xtreme Godlike on the move, too. But now they need to get rid of the players of Shockwave. And here Xtreme Godlike's got no clue that there's a snake right next to him. Admino's position spotted. Admino will be shut down with that shocking. What am I watching? What was this blunder from Shockwave? Oh my god, should have been a free knock as well. But here Xtreme Godlike given a second chance to life. As the utilities are now being exchanged for both the sides. And finally Shockwave, they get that knock.
Man, that was Admino, his individual skill, and of course, the impressive suppressing fire coming in from the other lads of Godlike that kept him alive. But finally knocked out. Godlike, they should be able to recover. Also, a third party coming through from the rear as Wyld Fangs, I believe, have found a knock on to the players of Shockwave. It relieves some pressure from the players of Godlike, but the question is, your finish point has just been stolen away. How do you get it back?
Good question. I guess eliminate the team that finished your finish point. Hero Xtreme Godlike. Oh man, this could have been really bad.
Yeah.
If Admino would have been taken down in that scenario, if the man would not have whiffed 6 shots, then things could have been better for Shockwave Esports. But for some reason, whiffing out those shots, yeah, that's even more bad than actually getting eliminated just straight up.
Now Shockwave, actually, the namesake of the team, has an off angle to work with. No players from the Godlike squad, I believe, are aware of him just hiding in the shadows. You have Punk moving in from the rear. Does he spot him out? Big question. He's still waiting for the IGL of Godlike to overextend, but Shroud spotted out in the distance by Punk. Actually is going to be the first man to go down. Now Shockwave looking to backstab Admino, the target for the second time, but as soon as he makes the noise, the cover comes through. It's going to be Jonathan who finds and protects his teammate Extrovert. He's going to be the last man left alive from the side of Shockwave.
Here Xtreme Godlike is just so slippery. Whenever you take the shots, the players get taken down real low, but still somehow find the escape factor. And that's why, once again, Admino is able to stay alive. And now Extrovert is the only man who looks pretty introvert.
Yeah.
Since he does not want to socialize with the players of here Xtreme Godlike.
This is a position where no one needs to tell you to sit down. You just automatically lie down on the ground.
Yeah. And at this point, for Extrovert, I'm not even sure what the best possible odds can be. I guess just try and do what you're doing for the longest. Simple. And wait for Hero Xtreme Godlike to make a rotation. Wait for them to re-rotate somewhere else and readjust. As Hero Xtreme Godlike, they get the shot here in the bottom of the shot. Round the shots taken against INT. All the way in the back. A bit of that connection was there, but it's still not enough to get any sort of knockouts confirmed. And speak of knocks, it seems like RAKA Esports, they're losing out on too many men at this point. A confirmation on towards Nanu. RAKA Esports, Coffin still alive. Exploser gets exploded. Coffin is now on the verge of being put back in his coffin. He's inside of the closet room with a name being cooked in his hand. But Coffin, what a quick turnaround that was. Turns back, gets the knock. Once again, now able to get the revival as well on towards Exploser. I'm pretty sure he wants to hand out the death blow as well, but he will be denied. Since he was too busy to go for the revival. NB Esports. What is going on? The nade that was tossed actually finds the re-knock on towards Coffin. For RAKA Esports, constant problems just brewing up.
Yeah, Honeybee as well, down to the last man. Light somehow barely managed to make it through close to Zoro, so the revive is going to come through, but the threat has not gone away. RAKA Esports, they're still there in the other shack. Luckily for both these two teams, they have the smack center of the circle, so they should be able to stay alive for a long time, a decent amount of time. Don't have to put in a lot of work, but talk about putting in the work. You see Wyld Fangs, they are getting those finishes. Troopers on the move as well. And they look to take a fight against the players of LHS. A few players from the side of Troopers have been finished off. Ninja also getting taken out. Sam, there is no escape, and I believe True Rippers might be looking at an early exit on this map of Sanhok.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like it. Sam repositioning himself towards the opposite shack, but there's still the entirety of Dragon Esports. Just waiting for Sam to peek out from this compound. For how long can Sam really keep himself pinned down towards these houses? That's the real question. For how long can he really tank up all that damage? And this time around, the blue's going to be chunking out HP. So you cannot even afford to stay outside of the blue for too long. And in the end, Sam gets eliminated by the play zone itself. And True Rippers just gets eliminated with 1 finish point and 0 placement points.
Quite unfortunate, an early exit, but luckily for them, they had a safety cushion going on the overall leaderboard. So they don't have to worry about just messing up a few games here and there. On the other side, the Reckoning Esports doing quite well for themselves. I have to say, that is a pleasant surprise.
It indeed is a pleasant surprise. Ape City, they can just hear too many commotions around them, and at this point, balls are starting to fall down like flies. Ape City, they've got a decent spot to play with. Yes, it's the high ground as well, but they soon need to leave this high ground and move inside of the safety lines. And the moment they do so, this high ground will be sacrificed, and they will also be quite exposed. Hero Xtreme, Godlike now against the players of NoNx. Lovish getting confirmed. There's just one man in the back lines as well for NoNx. They've still got 3 more players standing, but this one man, he's in the line of sight of Hero Xtreme, Godlike. Still somehow alive. So that's going to take a while for NoNx to get eliminated, or at least that man to be eliminated from the game. Crossing out in the open, luckily enough, he's on the opposite side of that ridge, so he's going to be staying alive for long.
Man, this is just getting more and more intense. Godlike, they have so much map control towards the northwestern edge of the circle. But Reckoning, a fight against Dragon Esports breaks out. They find the opening, but Zome gets traded out, although Viper is there to provide support in the backlines. They should be able to find this last finish as well. There we have it.
Solid stuff. Reckoning Esports. Since Zome is knocked out, now getting the Fallen Man backup is going to be the main priority. Reckoning Esports. Wyld Fangs in the back lines as well. And just look at the way they're looking to reposition as well. Wyld Fangs backing away. Reckoning Esports finally getting some time to actually go for the revival. So I guess they will be back up with all the 4 players on the board. And as long as they've got all the 4 players standing, Reckoning Esports can go for those extraordinary plays and go for the risky plays as well.
Oh,
the nade's tossed to perfection. Does clip a decent bit of damage, but still not enough to hand out a knockout.
And again, Chip extremely low over there. Roman is so lucky. None of these nades find the perfect contact. Otherwise, he's the only man that's there frontlining and keeping Godlike at bay. They are going to push down that slope otherwise. Take the roadside, but Wyld Fangs also doing a lot of heavy lifting. Reckoning 9 eliminations on the board. And finally making that push from the southern side. Wyld Fangs put under pressure from the front by Godlike. And from the rear soon, Reckoning Esports is going to have their location. There it is, Fierce knocked out.
Oh, S-Power tapping away. Wyld Fangs is just too far away at this point. Doing anything against Wyld Fangs just gets extremely tough. Sensei knocked out on the verge being confirmed as well. And that's going to be Zome to put the nail in the coffin. And look at the amount of damage S-Power is doing from such a far away. The spray was extremely precise, connecting those skulls. Reckoning Esports taking a lot of damage upon themselves, but also looting the crates of Wyld Fangs on their way. Just such a weird fight.
Yeah,
Here Xtreme Godlike is on one side of the spectrum, and Reckoning Esports is on the opposite.
It's like getting crushed right now between 2 giants. Godlike from the north and Reckoning from the south. Honeybee, RAKA Esports, NON, they're just going to get pummeled. And look at how, as you said, it is a weird game. Because we're at stage 7, already down to 5 teams, 13 players still alive. But at least for now, the teams at the center are going to feel safe for the next few moments because Godlike is on one hill, Reckoning is on the other, and both these teams clash against each other. But Godlike, as they make the move, they lose a lot of HP on their players, and both of them get knocked out in a blink. Jonathan in the backlines as well. Punk barely surviving. He's going to go all in against the players of NON. This is such a difficult position to play from.
Punk is done for. There's no way he can tank the damage of the blue at this point. It's going to be doing too much damage onto Punk. He's still squeezing in at first stage, spots out the players of NoNx out in the open, and now Punk is going to try to play for the elimination points. That's it. NoNx in the end eliminating the last existence of Hero Xtreme. Godlike getting 5 finishes and 3 placement points out of this game, which is not bad. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, a consistent start. NoNx as well, following up that same boat instantly. Hyderabad Esports, even for them, a rough existence so far. And looking at players of RAKA Esports as well, still towards the compound. Luckily enough for RAKA Esports, they did face a bit of that problem against the players of Hyderabad Esports, but now they're able to make it out alive in the top 2, which is insane. NoNx able to make it out alive, kill the top 3, which was quite good as well. And now Reckoning Esports with a 3-man squad. They've got the man advantage against the players of RAKA. RAKA can't really do a lot in this scenario.
Yeah, and even in the early stages of the game, as you mentioned, they had a conflict against Honeybee, so they are lacking those finish numbers. I think Reckoning Esports, this has to be a win for them, unless Coffin or Exploser just lob a godly nade and just take down 2 players in the backlines, because Reckoning, the players are grouped up kind of together, but that was a very precise shot coming in from Somic. Coffin is going to be cornered in. An Exploser, you see him looking to make a cheeky move from the edge of the shack, gets himself knocked out, and the fight turns into a 3v1 situation. And Reckoning Esports, they know what they have to do. All 3 players pushing in tandem. Coffin finds one, finds the second, but instantly falls to the 3rd man. Reckoning Esports, a very impressive chicken dinner, and this is what we have been talking about. This is an amazing lineup. The players, the roster is stacked. So the start of the journey to the realme BMPS 2025 was kind of shocking for all of us, and not in a good way, but now it seems like Reckoning Esports have found stable footing.
Yeah, once again, back to their own normal ways, right? And this is how Reckoning Esports like to play. And once again, back. It feels like gravity's in form. The entirety of the team is now in form. And for somewhere down the line, we also knew that Reckoning Esports will be back up in the overall standings. Yeah, the first few games messed up. We know Reckoning Esports, they are someone who does have a lot of caliber, so they should be able to pull off a comeback in the overall standings. And my first prediction on Genesis wasn't too good, but at least the second one's good.
Yeah, the second one works out for you. But again, it was one impressive game. Wyld Fangs as well walked away with a decent number of eliminations once again, but not enough placement points.
In my opinion, it's working out, then it's working out fine. If you're doing the job with just elimination points, do it. As long as you're able to do what you want, that's the only way you should be thinking. Because Wyld Fangs, they're achieving these benchmarks that they're setting up for themselves. And do it, man.
Hey, man, Sensei's going to be happy today. He got a few finishes for his team as well. Usually, you see him complaining to Seth and Trey's got that why you guys take everything.
I mean, technically, if you think about it, that complaining is wrong, right? Because if he wants, even he can take those, but maybe he's just not able to because of some difficulties. But back towards the main conversation, towards the highlights itself. Hero Xtreme Godlike, once again off the rip, pretty much just wanting to be a part of the fights.
Yeah.
They were taking those fights as well, just swapping up before. In the end, as we pretty much all know, it is the map of Sanhok. If the zone moves away from you, you are pretty much done for.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I think that was one of the reasons that RAKA Esports and Honeybee were able to survive till the top 4, because the circle was on top of that shack for a long time. But the most iconic moment has to be that Reckoning Esports versus Godlike conflict, cross-hill fight between the 2 sides. And of course, Godlike pressured a little bit sooner than Reckoning to come down that hill. They lost so much HP, and as soon as that vehicle slam came in, this is what I'm talking about. Just a couple of shots, 2 shots, 1 each Admino and S-Power. The 2 main frontliners fall instantly together.
I mean, since Hero Xtreme Godlike was already so chipped up by Reckoning Esports, just that one shotgun shot instantly just sealed the deal, right? And then later on, RAKA Esports, since they've only had 2 players standing in the end, they could not really do a lot. Reckoning Esports had a clear-cut man advantage. So for them, even Reckoning Esports knew, all right, this is our game. We can easily seal the deal. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
They had the open fields to play with. Also, were controlling a lot of that terrain. But RAKA Esports, this is definitely a big ups from them. But luckily enough, they had the circle to play with. That's why it's a big up. I really want to see when it comes down to just skills, can RAKA Esports really survive till the top 2?
I mean, Yeah, you have to be able to take those 4v4s even in an unfavorable situation, kind of like what Reckoning was playing like in this particular match. And yes, sometimes luck is going to favor you, but not always. And RAKA Esports, I think this should help them get into a decent position, though. This should help them avoid the danger zone, which is the bottom 16.
I mean, speaking of the danger zone, let's understand this. True Rippers still haven't really activated themselves. The moment that happens, True Rippers is going to start to create that vacuum. You've got 3 heavy hitters right here, Reckoning Esports, True Rippers, Zero Xtreme, Godlike. And the moment these 3 teams start hitting next to Wyld Fangs, you will see a major vacuum just happening just between the top 4 itself, and all the other lobby will be suffocating for points.
Yeah, that is also true, but let's see how the next 2 matches turn out. There's more matches left for these sides, and of course, options to recover are still going to be there. True Rippers, as we were talking about them, I think this match, they've used up their safety cushion.
Yeah, I mean, for True Rippers, fine, I guess, since they were still in the top 16, right?
Yeah.
And looking in quite a decent spot, too. So, it's not like True Rippers got away empty-handed completely. At least they were able to get something in their hands, so even that counts at that point. And since we know the overall standings are so fragile, even if you get 2 points from a game, even that's going to make a difference.
But look at this, stars of the match on our screens, or should I say star of the match, because it is just Some and Some all along, going all out, gets 8 finishes, 1000 damage dished out. He's the best companion as well, getting 2 rescues, 2 assists for his team, and also the finisher of the game. 222 healing done. All the stats look very impressive.
I mean, Some is just all across the board, right? Some got knocked out twice in that game, but luckily enough, his teammates got situations under control, got Some back up on his feet, and that's one of the main reasons why he's got 8 finishes all by himself. Once again, for Reckoning Esports, as a well-knit unit, it's not just a solo man show. The entirety of the team did pretty good. Yes, Some got the most amount of elimination points, understandable, but Reckoning Esports as a whole unit did really good. Now, as we mentioned, right, still a few stragglers who were not able to claim those points that they were supposed to. Let's talk about Autobotz Esports. In the overall standings, even this team is doing pretty decent.
Yeah.
They are pretty much on the 2nd or the 3rd page, and Autobotz Esports as well stands a chance to crack in the top 16. But since the first game is already out of the way, I don't know if they're going to be able to pull that off now in the remaining 2 games.
But let's see, I mean, anything can happen. What if the circle is on top of Autobotz? Maybe then they can bounce back. But so far, match rankings on our screens, and as we were talking about it, Reckoning Esports, amazing performance, amazing start to the day. 25 points on the board, 15 eliminations. You have RAKA Esports. They did get a decent number of eliminations. So 6 eliminations, 12 points, nothing too shabby. An amazing performance. In fact, Wyld Fangs, 8 finishes, just 1 placement point, 9 points. But that's just Wyld Fangs standard at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Wyld Fangs is just trying to get the consistency at this point. Not really going for any sort of flashy plays, getting those elimination points, keeping themselves somewhere around the average. So for Wyld Fangs, they're clearly aiming to be in the top 8. That's it. They just directly want to move towards semifinals week 1. So Sensei can stream a bit more freely.
Yeah, he gets a little bit of break to just go on stream and, I mean, say whatever, man. I don't know. A couple of days ago, started a stream retiring from esports. Everyone was just happy, shows up. And then he's like, why are you guys celebrating me retiring?
Everyone was happy?
Yeah, his chat was happy.
Wow, interesting. I guess his own chat doesn't like him. Well, you know what, Johnny, though? The upcoming game is something we all are desperately waiting for, and maybe Reckoning Esports can pull off a back-to-back. What's going to happen? All the future can tell. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BMPS 2025. This is Super Johnny, joined along by IC Baby alongside with me. And IC, what a great start for Reckoning Esports, an amazing performance on Sanhok.
Hey, it took them 6 games to make a bounce back here, but now finally a big major coming in from Reckoning Esports. Pretty much puts them in the spot there. They do have a safety net that puts them in a spot where they don't get eliminated, which is a good sign here. But 2 more games to go. If they keep this up with this consistency, they just might be able to make it into the top 8. So that's the goal they want to be here for Reckoning Esports, to skip directly into its semifinals itself.
Exactly, and that was a wonderful performance. 25 points is an impressive game coming in from any side. And Reckoning, this was the expectation, like performance like this is going to happen. But if you want to perform in a similar manner in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, check out the Realme GT7. It is out and available on Amazon.in right now. So go on to Amazon and get yourself the Realme GT7. There's a sale going on for you guys as well, so you guys can grab yourself this device very easily. We keep talking about the amazing features. 120 FPS stable for 6 hours of BGMI tested by Crofton and Realme. And of course, you can see how amazing it looks into the hands of the beautiful man sitting right next to me.
Exactly. Thank you for calling me beautiful. But at the same time, you guys, what are you waiting for? Buy now. Search it on Amazon. What are you waiting for? You think I won't buy? It's right here. I already have it. Where's yours? Where's your Realme GT7? Do it now, bro.
Yeah. Once you get yourself one, you can tag him like, here is my GT7, bro.
Thank you.
And then you can 1v1 IC.
Nice try. Nice try. Ain't gonna bait myself into a fight like that. Nope, ain't happening. But all things considered here, let's talk a little bit more on the real stats here coming in from another team as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, obviously the fan favorites coming into this match itself. They did pretty okay, but considering that they were kicked out from the top 8 position, the fight for the top 8 into overall standings here needs to start from now. It wasn't a bad game here coming from Godlike. They did do really, really well into their respective game, but these next 2 games, they need major games after major games if they want to solidify their spots in towards the top 8. But still, again, they are very, very in the safety zone. They're not going to be eliminated 100%.
For sure.
Don't want to jinx it. 100% they're not going to be eliminated here, but qualifying to his top 16 or 8 is solely depending on their performance right here, right now.
I mean, see, Godlike is not getting eliminated. I think there's no way you, me, even Maisie can jinx that right now, because they've gotten, over 60 points, and as long as you get yourself over 60, you are definitely going to be safe. The question is, do they get to stick around in the top 16 or maybe the top 8? Because that is what the fans are hoping for, to see this team directly move to the semifinals, and instead of like a long, grueling journey through round 2, round 3, and then the semifinals. But that previous game, to be honest, when I saw the number of finishes they got, that is when I got a little disappointed. I was expecting them to get a little bit more, considering they had a very good position. Hopefully they can make a turnaround on this upcoming game of Miramar, because this is going to be an important one.
Well, it is going to be an important one indeed here, because now it all comes down to tactical and strategy here. Without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game here to decide and see how things are going to unfold here coming in from Group D, because we're jumping straight into the map of Miramar. And this is going to be an exciting one here, because it is all about strats, it's all about timings, and it's all about positioning. Whether or not will they be able to perform, it solely depends on how much homework they have done for this respective group. Now, of course, Group D, the flying path, is going to be starting off from the side of Portona, ending towards the northeast section of El Azhar. Unfortunately for all these teams inside this Group D, they will not have a balanced flight path at all.
Yeah, this is leaning heavily towards the eastern side of the map. Anyone who looks to go towards El Pozo is going to have a very weird start to the game. And of course, even for the side of Wyld Fangs, let's see. Los Leones, it's right there underneath the flight path, but are they going to get contested? Yes, they are, because Dragon Esports is there in this lobby as well, and so is Reckoning.
Yep, and of course, Reckoning Esports, they made a little bit of bounce back as well, but this is a very, very strong performance, especially coming from Sanhok, coming specifically from Saw May. Because when we talk about Saw May, he was the super sub coming in from Seoul, where they were able to achieve the all-time most amount of points record held by Seoul at that time when they subbed in Saw May for Realme BGIS itself. So they have 28 finishes and the chicken dinner, which is 38 points in total. But so far in BMPS, no one has been able to replicate it at all. Not even close. I think the closest just now was insane, but even then they did not get the chicken dinner. But the circle, this is I'm sorry, Reckoning Esports. You are the furthest away from the zone right now.
Yeah, they're the furthest one away, and at the start of the match, there is almost everyone outside of the zone. So it's going to be a big challenge for all of these teams. Man, oh man, and well...
And this is going to be a very, very interesting one here coming in from the fight itself here. But all things considered, we do see a little bit of a split coming in from all those teams. Everybody's going to be looking to try and make the flight path here. But interesting enough, Halo, they are going to be very happy. They are the last drop from the flight path. They are the ones that actually drop onto his Campo Militar. So that's going to be a little bit of an interesting push coming in from them. They will have a safe, direct pathway from the northern highway north of Torre Hamura directly into zone. So I would say very, very easy rotation coming from them. I don't think anybody is going to be roadblocking them unless they are specifically targeted. But again, it is very, very out of the way.
It is very out of the way, but as you mentioned, that northern highway actually gives them a very nice option to work with. Same can't be said for a lot of these other teams. I mean, especially Reckoning, by the time, if they don't rotate early, by the time they get to the edge of the circle, it's going to be so cluttered that a single move, a single exposed angle could actually lose them one player. Let's see how things are going to work out. And as you were talking about the spread of the teams, Wyld Fangs actually off to a very interesting start. We saw them spread out towards the eastern half of Los Leones, all 4 players, different quadrants of the city. Luckily, all 4 of them have been able to survive, but with how they're moving right now, I believe they are looking to inch in towards the players of Reckoning Esports and looking to pick a fight. And Anti-Furious, now, this is also a team that has gone for a spread drop. There's 4 barriers quite close to them, but I don't expect either of these two sides to fight it out, because both of them are struggling pretty much.
Yeah, they definitely need to make a play eventually as well, because INTX is not exactly in the safe spot. They are actually in the elimination bottom 16 as well, so it all comes down to whether or not can they start picking up points and also securing chicken dinners in order to qualify towards round number 2 here. But seeing on the zone here, we do see a couple of early rotations here. Number 1, that's going to be rival Ape City on the south side. We've got NoNx all the way to far north, and we have True Ripper's Jelly, obviously going to be coming from San Martin. That is their home ground, but I don't think they are going to be leaving anytime soon. I might be wrong, because I do see a player on the vehicles looking to rotate away, and that's going to be Jelly leading the charge. So very, very early rotations coming from True Reapers. I wasn't expecting that, considering that the flight path wasn't exactly close to them as well.
Well, let's see. Early rotation, I mean, they dropped towards the western side of Hacienda del Patron. They were looking to move in NoNx towards El Pozo. I think that is a great decision, but if the circle moves towards the southeastern quadrant, then you might be in some trouble. Getting control of El Pozo early at least gives you a little bit of safe haven to work with for the early stages of the game. Even if someone comes knocking at your door, you will have the advantage because you got that loot early, and you will be the ones holding the angles.
Yeah, we've got Hero, Xtreme, Godlike, and Picado as well, so it is going to be very, very close for them to actually head to the zone. Meanwhile, there is a huge cluster in Los Leones, which is kind of concerning as well. Like you said as well, Wyld Fangs is going to be one of those teams. We've got Reckoning Esports, we've got Los Hermanos as well, but on screen, we do see Do or Die also going to be making a little bit of an awkward rotation here. Seems like they are going to take the northern highway, maybe past Recruits they will, taking for a very, very long north rotation, just because I think they scouted out members coming from AKROBOTZ, I believe. Or is it Autobotz coming from Hacienda del Patron. So maybe that's the reason why they are going to be dodging their way through. So they are going to be going towards the northern highway instead. So as soon as I say this, seems like Halo might be expecting a roadblock later on if Do or Die reaches first.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out for them. As you mentioned, I was hoping to see a fight between them and Autobotz, but that's not going to work out. Autobotz just stopping at the edge. You know there's someone. At least I believe vehicles from Do or Die were spotted out, so they wanted to go for a gatekeeping opportunity. But an opportunity for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, is to grab the Realme GT7 for yourself, as it is out and available on Amazon.in. So go on to Amazon.in and get yourself the Realme GT7, an amazing device for all the folks who want to grind BGMI, because it has been co-tested by Krafton and Realme to give you 120 FPS stable for 6 hours.
Yep, first in the industry right now. 120 FPS of stable FPS of BGMI gameplay for up to 6 hours. Of course, the Ice Fence Graphene is the reason to actually curb overheating issues, which most won't have. So be sure to check it out. Meanwhile, let's talk about Reckoning Esports here. Will they be able to make one of the biggest comebacks in this game, or in this case, this round thus far? Because as of yet, we had an amazing game in Sanhok. now one of the furthest away from the zone, going to be taking and trailing by the circle before pushing through. So I'm curious to see who is actually going to be leading the charge here. It seems like, I think Salme seems to be the ones that actually is leading the charge. Meanwhile, True Reaper's Jelly, oh boy, we've got Jelly on top of this mountain. This is a very interesting play here coming from True Reapers because they are quite far apart here, Johnny.
Yeah, quite far apart, and I am concerned, how does he plan to come down from that hill?
Yeah.
Actually, because
he's got a buggy, so I'd say it's not the end of the world, but my only next concern here, Johnny, is that because he rotated rather early, you do see 80 bullets in the pocket here with AK and a shotty, so it's not exactly great for holding that exact spot.
And he's going to run out of ammunition as soon as he starts a fight, like can barely last 2 minutes.
Actually, just one team of a fight is good enough to put him at a spot where he just doesn't have ammunition.
True.
Unless somebody walks up to him, and then he takes him out, gets a free loot. Yeah. Maybe in a different gun as well, and the M4 perhaps.
That's going to be impressive. But again, I mean, that hill control, yeah, it's going to be nice, but you have to get your teammates along with you. Because now look at how exposed the rear is, and with how the terrain from Monte Nuevo and Power Grid works, anyone gets towards the low grounds, then Jelly is just stuck. There is no way True Rippers will be able to regroup.
Well, as of now, sharing the same mountain, or in this case, the same height of a vantage here, it's going to be NoNx, and that's going to be Roman, I believe. Sorry, it's actually, yeah, it's going to be Levi. It's going to be alongside with him as well. So that's going to be a little bit of a problem here for Jelly eventually. So all he needs to do is just play a little bit slow. But NoNx, they do see things. But Jelly, they need to get down. What a big shift down south of El Pozo. What is this circle? This is disgusting.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's disgusting if you are inside of the game. If you are watching like us from the outside, you're going to enjoy the chaos that's going to brew up on this map in the next few moments. Southern side quite exposed, not a lot of areas to work with. Honeybee Esports, I like the approach they're taking, moving along the western walls, but it is very difficult to actually engage, be the ones engaging into fights from there. And Ape City, I think Ape City is going to be in the most interesting position. Either they have a very big game this time around, get a lot of finishes in the early stages and then get taken out, or they just straight up get taken out and eliminated super early.
Yeah, that's going to be the question here. But of course, being center control does have a lot of responsibilities and a lot of pressure. Like you said, as most times, yes, you have a lot of control. You have a lot of options to work with. But if everybody knows where you are, it's going to be very hard to actually go for this kind of off-angle picks unless you have terrain advantage. And as of yet, RAKA Esports, it's been a while since I've seen Coffin make a big comeback as well, because if you think about it, RAKA Esports did also finish into the top 2 position for the previous map itself, so a little bit of recovery coming from them. And of course, now True Rippers is going to be directly going head-to-head with them this time. Lindsay gets scattered out in the open as Jelly came down from his mountain, but the sprays comes through. Spray himself gets tagged out a little bit.
Jelly has been spotted out as well. Spray, though, that's a very awkward angle. The moment he goes for the next peak, there's going to be at least 2 players shooting in his direction, and RAKA Esports getting more and more uncomfortable with every single second that goes by. Even Autobotz have their rear compromised. Roman on the other side, he's being a distraction to a lot of these teams, especially causing chaos from that high ground, but NON can't stay there the entire game.
Yeah, but at the same time, Ape City is going to be in a very, very awkward spot as well, because we know they've got center control. They've got a decent amount of mountain terrain to work with. Everyone from the east side has to actually pass by them as well. Guess what? They do spot a team, and that's going to be HBE in the vicinity. And as of yet, Honeybees going to be rotating around them as they back off very, very soon. As Ape City do have the ammunition, does have the weaponry and the utilities to work with as well. So that is going to be something very, very interesting to see how they are going to be taking this approach, because right now every single team is going to be coming from the east side just because how the original flight path was so far away from this zone. So
yeah,
there is going to be a huge cluster of teams coming from the southeast corner. But again, that is what most people would think. But what we see right now is that because everybody thinks like that, everybody's going for the off angle, I would say off entry of this rotation, which makes it very, very spread out here. And based on this map, look at this, an even spread. And it actually shifts directly to the cluster itself of Monte Nuevo.
I mean, it's a circle in the middle of nowhere between El Pozo and Monte Nuevo. Halo should be able to survive at least till the next zone, considering they will have the cover of the city to work with, but everyone playing to the southern half of the zone is going to be under so much pressure now. NON, one player knocked out. They're looking to go for revive, but Autobotz blocking their way. And even Ape City, I believe, will have a line of fire for at least one of these two squads. You see them on the radar as well.
This is going to be a little bit of an interesting one here coming from NoNx Esports, because they see all these people, but the problem is, yes, you may be able to pin them all out and open, but the circle is still rather big, so it's hard to actually set up for those choke spots, especially when the zone is going to be in favor as well. So you need to set up in a way where the blue zone is going to push people into your favor, and currently all they have to do is just be very, very patient. Meanwhile, Reckoning, their off-angle rotations are going to be coming in from the northwest side of this circle. Still hasn't been able to find a spot themselves, and on screen we do see Four Bears in a head-to-head fight with Wyld Fangs now.
Wyld Fangs, they have found the opener. Zeus is also down to half his HP, but Iconic, oh, that's a massive risk. As soon as he walks in, loses a big chunk of his health bar, and Fierce moving in for that frag, but Tev from the backline secures the knock. Now they have the numbers advantage to work with the players from Wyld Fangs, but from the side of Four Barriers, I believe the reset is going to come through. Wyld Fangs, they get one finish to their name and instantly want to reposition.
That's going to be 2 in total for them, but Zone not favoring them as well. They are going to try and cut off Four Barriers. Seems like Sensei is going to do exactly that. Fortunately for them, there's nobody looking in their vicinity because Trey Scott is already ahead. Meanwhile, on screen, we do see Aditya losing his life there as INTX picks up from the north side of El Pozo itself. Seems like every single team has to force to scrap a little bit just before the next phase of zone comes in, because this is getting a little bit too crowded here, considering the zone itself is going to be a mountain terrain with a lot of pockets surrounding it.
Oh, this is not looking good for either of these two sides. INT and Halo. Halo can't move out. INT, they have their back exposed.
Yeah, they just got picked as well.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this is tough. This is going to be a very tough one as well. Big Nate coming from Hazard. Halo says hello to him. But meanwhile, Reckoning Esports gets spotted out as well. Team Halo. Looks like they are going to try and clean out INTX, but Reckoning Esports is looking to try and potentially third-party this. Potentially. But I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, as it is pretty far off here, to be honest.
Yeah. I think better odds for Autobotz to get involved, or maybe NON move in towards the eastern side of the city to look to third party. But Halo, I mean, kind of okay and happy with that fight. They've lost one player, picked off one in an even trade. They can find the second as well. But here we have it, NON versus Shockwave, and Reckoning will get involved in the next few moments, but the circle just takes and moves towards the hill in control of rival Ape City. Massive opportunity for rival Ape City to get those finishes for themselves, but to get that Wyld Fangs moving in from that southern slope, start losing players. Trey's God is going to be the first man lost from the side of Wyld Fangs.
Okay, what a reposition coming in from Reckoning Esports here. Dion finds a very interesting off angle. Does see a couple of players from the side of a Shockwave on the horizon, but no connection. Team not be able to set up this fight, but they are going to be playing along the west side of this zone here, considering how late the zone has become. Seems like they are going to wait for a perfect timing to push through, because as of yet, they can't seem to get any sort of information. Meanwhile, NoNx still stuck in a very awkward spot, specifically Roman, alongside against Autobotz across this northeastern highway. Autobotz can't seem to be able to push as well. Roman all by himself. And if he gets picked off, Autobotz might have an opening to break through as well, considering the rest of NoNx Esports is still very far away. But Reckoning, here he comes. Salme, first engagement against Do or Die, and he gets picked off. Same can be said with Dion. Complete shutdown of Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, this was bound to happen. Even a few moments ago, it was Rivals Ape who found the opening frag against Reckoning. 3 players made a mad dash to get some control of the circle, but walking into a trap now. Gravity IGL, last man surviving. I think the best case scenario for Reckoning Esports is just to play for survival from here on out. If they break into the top 8, that's it.
If they can go for it is going to be the question here, but the circle's so unforgiving right now. Do or die, they're pretty much stuck out in the open, because based on this perspective, look at what Reaper is looking. He's so afraid of that mountain terrain on top, and you know who's right at the tippity top? It's going to be Trigger from the side of Ape City, and they've got a huge widespread of mountain terrain control. and everybody is struggling to push up. And this spread coming from Ape City is the reason why every single team is pretty much stuck out in the open here. Or in this case, compounds, where does give them a little bit of cover fire. And unfortunately to say, Ape City, they may have control. NoNx is also one of the contributing factor from the top north side as well. So that's the reason why everybody's be stranded out in the open. But Roman now goes for a nice here as well. Autobotz getting punched out. They're trying to bait out Areep out in the open, but he's pretty much smoked up. No backup whatsoever. Areep, you're all by yourself. Using Toxic as a bait as he crawls over. That's going to be the indicator for Roman that he is exactly inside. You heard the motions. Rip. Max pretty much exposed, but NoNx, they're playing this so safe.
Yeah.
Oh, the nade comes through from Levi. Is going to get a confirmation.
I mean, Areeb had his plans. The players of NoNx had their own. It was a game of chess between the two sides. But here we have it. Godlike against LHS. 3v3. The nade looks good. It finds the opening as well. Funk moves through for the finish. LHS not looking good, down to 2 players, but this one might just be able to take down Admino. No. Oh, shots from the flank as well. Afu barely managed to stay alive. LHS under so much pressure.
Yeah, True Rippers from afar, just taking a couple of jabs. Los Hermanos in a lot of pain right now. Xtreme Godlike, they do find an opening. Godmino from an off angle. Where did the nade come from? Seems to be able to take him out, and now Shadow, last man standing. Can't really do too much. Push Godlike or get shot from True Rippers from all the way from downtown. Or in this case, pay attention to the minimap in the purple northeast section. That's like what, 200, 300 meters away? That's so far off. That's actually almost 300, 400 meters away. That's insane.
It was extremely far off for True Rippers to get involved. I was even surprised, but Shadow did find a trade. For a second, he felt maybe I'm going to be the one who will pick off the players of Godlike, and then Jonathan just shows up. Nope.
What a nade. What an assist coming from Punk. Drops him down low. Jonathan takes the last tick.
Yeah.
That's the confirmation right there. Very clean fight. But at the same time, Reckoning Esports hesitant to actually push this. They were expecting a little bit of a major fight happening, but nothing happened. But looks like the rotation comes through. And Mino going to be regrouping the way through into his Jonathan here to try and go and pick up. But as soon as this happened, True Rippers looking to crash onto his this.
Oh man, this is going to be intense. Jonathan is just hiding behind the door. Ninze manages to flush out a little bit of info. Admino already knocked out Punk. He's going to try his level best to bring his teammate back into the action. They need him in this fight. The True Rippers, they have the numbers to work with. And also, Dragon Esports are going to mark that off angle. This nade should get the job done.
Oh,
maybe
so
not.
close.
The revive comes through, and True Rippers, they will be in trouble because Admino is not going to let this go.
Yeah, 3 versus 4 as well. They are going to be healing his way through. Jonathan has to hold on the defense. He's the first to knock. Sam gets traded off, and Punk cleans out as much as he can, but he also goes down. Admino, last man standing. Jelly going for the juke around as well. Can he make the play is going to be the question here as well. Kyo Lamal going to be looking for the reset here for True Rippers. Or Admino bobbing and waving through the kitchen area. He's all by himself. No confirmation yet. And now the knee comes through. He's tagged up pretty low. The spray comes through. He finds one more, but his health, he doesn't have the health at all. Admino going for the wraparound. Jelly goes down as well. Admino still survives. But his health, it's so low. The meds comes through. The push. Does he connect? 1 pixel. He still survives. He gets it off, but it doesn't matter. The jump shot from Kyo Lamar will take him out. He tried his best, but his best was not enough. But True Rippers prevails. They clean out Hero Xtreme Godlike.
Man, what a fight, what a fight. Valiant effort, but again, True Rippers, they had the numbers to work with, so there was a higher probability of them to win, and, well, the numbers just play out in their favor. But still a valiant effort, just juking in and out of the building like that and still getting those 2 knocks. But let's see, True Rippers, how far can they take themselves in this game now that they have 3 eliminations to work with. On the other side, RAKA Esports, they were stuck towards the northeastern edge of the circle and are kind of still stuck there.
A little bit unfortunate for them, but still great fight there between True Rippers and Hero Xtreme Godlike. Unfortunately, numbers wasn't in the favor, unfortunately, and Admino was pretty much knocked out. He tried his best. 2 very, very big knocks as well coming from Admino. But again, no points conversion for Hero Xtreme Godlike in that scenario. And now from the screen of RAKA Esports, as the zone is about to close in as well. Ape City still on top of those mountain for the longest time, finally regrouping their way through. But my oh my, Johnny, it seems like Ape City, they themselves actually lose a player themselves.
Man, this is going to be awkward because Ape City, They had the summit of the hill in their control the entire time. Now they have lost control of that northern side, and you see Shockwave pulling through slowly and steadily, just climbing uphill. Ape City, they just gotta hold on to this mountain, man. The finishes, as you mentioned, you were saying this to Necro after the last game ended. Sometimes you just gotta wait and the finishes are gonna come towards you. That is the situation Ape City find themselves in.
Well, true that, but in this case, Gravity also, last player left coming from Reckoning Esports, somehow still solo war surviving that fight. He's gonna hope and pray for some sort of position points, but on screen now, Wyld Fangs against Dragon. There has been a stalemate from the south side for quite some time. It's going to be engaging, and True Rippers, they finished our Xtreme Godlike's fight. Now they're going to be pushing in, but they're not inside the zone. Dragon forced to take a little bit pissed off. Smokes has been set up, and True Rippers are edging in. They want to clean them up. It's so difficult here, Johnny. Look at this, Wyld Fangs. They're going to see everyone from True Rippers.
Well, they do see them, but so does Reckoning Esports, and as soon as Reckoning Esports is here, it's a back and forth between the two sides. Kyolomau still left, but what? Reckoning! I mean, Dragon Esports just end up wrecking True Rippers over there. And now last man left alive, Fury with a need. A last-ditch Hail Mary. He's looking to see if he can clean house, get those eliminations in. Ninja knocked out. Jelly has been finished off. Sam, Kyolomau are still there.
Oh no, the nades comes through. Kyolomau, he might just be knocked as well. Fury not too happy losing the players, but they do get the reset coming through. Sam is back. They've lost Jelly. But Dragon Esports wasn't too happy here because Jelly was the reason why they get completely shut down.
He can't go anywhere as well. There's Honeybee waiting for him on the other side.
Oh no, now man. Okay. Patience pays off. AMC, they did find himself another finish. And Wyld Fangs, one of the main instigators as well. True Rippers wants to take a little bit of pounds onto his Wyld Fangs this time. True Rippers will be having the advantage against them this time.
I have no idea what's happening with Wyld Fangs, but do you see where Fierce and Seth are and then where Sensei is? How did he get up there?
Hey man, sometimes in life, you gotta go for a off-angle spread, and Sensei, he might be a kryptonite for Ape City, or maybe True Rippers as well. They've got a very nice pincer, but the only difference is they need to find the connection. Stage 7 is exactly where they need to be. And Fierce, Seth pretty much stuck out in the open. They need to push up. And I don't think Sensei has the angles to actually help him as well. Meanwhile, on screen, a different kind of fight as well. NoNx Esports going up against RAKA Esports.
And they find the opener instantly, and even the second knock is going to be secured by NON. A brilliant nade coming in from Levi. Exploser goes down as he tries to make a push against Roman. RAKA Esports, they get a revive in, but down to their last two men. NON, they have the numbers to work with, and I think this might be the end of RAKA Esports in this game, because even Shockwave will have an opportunity to strike a blow over here. Oh, that's the re-knock. Catalyst goes down. Spray, last man left alive. Can't do much from here. Getting shot at from every single direction. And Honeybees are the ones who find that last finish.
Yeah, Honeybees doing really well from the east side here. But the fight between Wyld Fangs and True Rippers still not over yet. True Rippers still gatekeeping both Fierce and Seth. They need Sensei. But Sensei's nowhere to be found. He's just smack middle in the zone. Oh boy. Pay attention to the minimap, guys. The guy's in ping 2. That's Sensei. So far off. And I think Kyolomau knows exactly where he is. Spots him now, but I don't think Sensei can provide some sort of cover. The only cover is that if True Rippers runs out and open and pushes them, he will get shot. And that's the only reason why True Rippers is not running through those mountains right now. Setting up a lot of smokes here for Wyld Fangs to trying to go for the hard dip here. Seth and Fierce looking for the reposition. Sensei, he's going for cover fire. Here he comes. The pick comes through. Kyolomau is the first to fall. That's the save from Sensei.
Yeah.
Allowing them to regroup, and now they've got the upper hand.
And again, they are very consistent. Wyld Fangs getting 7 eliminations so far in this game. They are in the top 8, so that's 8 points secured. But True Rippers, as you mentioned, Wyld Fangs having regrouped is going to mean a lot of trouble for True Rippers to climb up the hill. It's a direct line of fire for Wyld Fangs. But the wall of smokes laid out by True Rippers, allowing them a little bit of breathing rooms, or so they thought. As soon as Kyolomau overextends, gets knocked out by Fierce over there.
Oh my goodness, this is just firing range here coming from Wyld Fangs. They've got all the angles to work with, prone, everything. It's so hard to pick them because of the 1 pixel pick as well. Or in this case, the right term would be the head glitch. Just because it's so difficult to spot them. And right now, Fierce still biding on time. They know for a fact there is a team right on top of them. And True Rippers still hasn't exactly made their mark. They've been trading blows after blows, and True Reapers was hoping that somebody's going to save them. And unfortunately to say, there's just not enough team, and the closest to maybe shutting them down is going to be the members coming from Honeybee, but they're coming from the east side, and they're looking to climb out a mountain.
And I think even True Reapers realize that. They instantly move towards the players of Honeybee just slightly. But Ape City, now I think they realize it's their time to shine. Looking to move in. They have secured the opening knock against the players of NON. Levi is going to be stuck at the edge of the blue zone with nowhere left to go. And Ape City, oh no, this is what was always going to be a concern. They had the high ground for a long time, but now are starting to run out of ammunition.
Yeah, they do. But at the same time as well, inside the next phase zone, they do still have those angles to work with. True Rippers, once again, Sam tries to make a mad dash. Was knocked by Wyld Fangs, but the finish was stolen away by Avnish coming from Do or Die. So everybody is going to be in a game of steals.
Yeah.
Or in this case, thieves themselves.
I mean, that is how this game is going to turn out from here on out. But still a big question. Who walks away with a win? Stage 8. And clock counts down. And about a minute before we have the Stage 9 zone collapse. And we still have a lot of bodies alive in the mix. 18 players, 6 teams still left in the match.
This is a very cheeky spot to be in from Avnish.
That is true.
And it's very, very disgusting as well. Off angle, don't expect this as well. The moment you pick, zero recoil spray is right into your face. Wyld Fangs still hasn't been able to reposition because True Reapers is not being cleared out. He spots out Ninze. Last man standing from True Reapers. Honeybee scouts him out. Pixel shot from the side. He gets picked off, and that's going to be Zoo that takes him out. That's it for True Rippers. Powering on 6th place, and now final 5 team. And it's going to be the battle for the climb for the king of the hill. In this case, who is going to be on top is going to be the question here. Ape City still dominating their way through. They found Seb. They look for those confirmations. Everyone just can't seem to push up.
Yeah, everyone is struggling to make this move up the hill. Honeybee is going to be the next target for Ape City. And Wyld Fangs, they need to get that reset. And the only thing for concern, they can't actually. The man got finished up. But as I was saying, the only concern for Wyld Fangs was going to be how much utility they are able to save. Because majority of the heavy lifting in terms of cleaning up is going to be done by Ape City. Is going to be done by the likes of NON. Oh no, but Naman, he has the position. The nade goes out. The players are huddled up. Almost makes it. Almost. A jump throw would have actually landed the nade right there.
Wow, that was a very, very ambitious jump right there. Reaper gets spotted out, but the knock comes in. Pixel, perfect. Hit shot from Reaper. Takes him out. Ape City still has time. They can pick them off as well, but it is going to be a slow circle. But he gets dropped down pretty low. The nades comes through. Naman trying to crawl away into safety to Kratos. As they're trying to go in for the reset here, Ape City is slowly getting crept up. NoNx, they know they are going to be surrounded. They are setting up a couple of smokes here. Ape City needs to get down, but ammunition, Johnny, they don't have enough ammunition.
Yeah. I mean, this is the problem that we addressed a few moments ago, but at this range, I think they can make the shotguns work. The question is, are they willing to take that risk? Because there's no way, no other way they walk away with the chicken. In the meanwhile, Wyld Fangs being pinned, being pressured, being flushed out, but a nade comes in from Reaper, and both the players from Wyld Fangs are going to fall as they take an exit on the 5th position with 7 eliminations. Now we're down to the top 4 of this game. There's NON, Rival City, Do or Die, and Honeybee. All 4 teams. A chicken and ice. He can get them to safety, and Kratos, an impressive jump shot with the DBS, finds the opener, and NON, they get eliminated from this match. A top 3 finish guaranteed for Ape City. 11 eliminations on the board. This is the comeback match they wanted.
Yep, they're coming down. But the circle closing in. They need to reset. They've lost 1 player. Tintin out of the equation. Kratos, Naman, they have the high ground, but Honeybees is going to be next to fall. And now it's going to be a 2 versus 1. Avnish, the playmaker. Here comes the jump shot. Naman comes through. Does he get the knock? No, he does not. And that's going to be Ape City that claims the chicken dinner. Patience paid off.
Yeah.
Everybody walks right into them, and they take out the competition.
Hey man, first one on top of that hill and held it till the very end of the game. And towards the end as well, they just countered. There's 2 of us, 1 of him. You jump from there, I'm going to jump in from the rear. There's no way he gets both of us at the same time. And it just worked out. And of course, all 4 of the teams that were there in the last 4, NON, Ape City, Honeybee, and Do or Die, all of them were kind of on a middle of the pack start. I mean, NON and Do or Die still doing better, but Ape and Ape City and Honeybee were on that last page.
Exactly.
And again, I think today is their lucky day. Today, everything just worked out, and they also did a lot of heavy lifting, especially NON and Ape City ended up getting a lot of eliminations.
Exactly. And of course, you know, it all started in a circle where, hey, it's going to be a hard shift here. There was 3 major mountains that was going to decide on everybody's positioning as well. NoNx did control the northern side. Jelly kind of controlled the south side. And then on the far west is where Ape City was. But my oh my, the circle actually shifted directly away from NoNx as well as True Rippers Jelly, which resulted in everybody kind of scrambling to push onto its Ape City's mountain terrain, which was one of the most difficult compounds to push. Even with vehicles, you can't directly hard send up towards the mountain itself.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge, but again, we have the highlights of the game, and NON, as we were talking about them, very, very well played this match in terms of the rotation, in terms of the positioning, in terms of how they were taking these fights. It was just what we wanted to see from NON. And again, we had this conversation at the end of round 1 where we were surprised seeing them sort of underperform to their own standards, because this is a team, this is a name that we've seen time and time again be part of the official circuit.
Yeah, their macro decisions and choice of places has been very, very spot on here. But for this game, there's a big bounce back for them here. But we do see a little bit of a highlight here moment coming from Admino. And this was a very interesting one as well. Killed him out. The only reason why he missed his initial shot was because of the vehicle block. Instead, jumps on the vehicle, finds the AF angle, and then takes him out. So, unfortunate for Admino, there was nothing much he could have done. And it was a very difficult 3v4, but still, he gave True Rippers a run for their money for sure.
Yeah, valiant effort over there, and same can be said for Wyld Fangs, but unfortunately no movement space available. Easy finishes for the lads from, well, there was one more team over there, Do or Die.
Yeah,
Reaper was the man who lobbed that nade, and Do or Die, I mean, impressive. I did not think Do or Die would make it to the top 2. I thought NON would have better odds of making it to the top 2, or maybe Wyld Fangs, but Do or Die cleaning house and cleaning that southern slope of the hill was nicely done, to be honest.
You know, it's been a while since I've seen Do or Die do really, really well, right? It's been like, what, since BGI
Usually
until
they
now.
die.
And usually they do or they die, and they have been dying a lot in this case for what, 6 games? Wait, sorry, 7 games, including Sanhok as well. But this is going to be a little bit of bounce back for them. So it does give them a little bit of opportunity to get out of the chopping bot, which is the bottom 16s for sure, as they try to progress further into the entire round stages of BMPS itself. So I would say this is a small little recovery, but time is of the essence here. Not a lot of matches left. One more for today, and that means we are going to be heading into the final reshuffle for them in particular before we watch the other games.
That is true, and again, I think everyone would try to at least secure a safety cushion before they head to the final reshuffle, because you do not know you're going to get into your group. Imagine 3 teams drop clashing you right then and there. Early game ruined itself. But let's focus on the numbers of this match of Miramar. We have the stars of the match. Naman from Ape City gets going all out. 8 eliminations secured and 1,600 damage dished out. That is just insane.
That is indeed insane here, because he was definitely the main contributor for everybody's mess up, especially on the Western Mountain as well. And again, it was a very, very difficult gamble as well, but whoever controls those 3 mountains was pretty much going to decide the fight. But unfortunately to say, the circle actually did not help NoNx nor True Ripper Jelly, but those 3 teams were part of the final 5 because they were able to disrupt everybody's gameplay. And because of how the positioning is, right? Like, the moment you start shooting people, you force people to be in certain places, and those teams have no choice but to fight against each other. Big example is going to be Hero Xtreme Godlike. They were set up with a fight between them and Los Hermanos. True Rippers also eventually joined in on a fight here because of this weird, awkward intersection where everybody has forced to collide because of those 3 sentry points. It's just super, super awkward.
Yeah, it is definitely quite awkward. But again, one more match to go. Hopefully, we are going to see. I would say, from team's perspective, it is quite awkward for me. I just enjoyed that positioning, man. I mean, it was causing so much chaos because everyone on the lower grounds was like, where do we go? How do we get ourselves to a safe haven? Yeah. But time to look at the numbers, see the points that these teams have gotten for themselves, I guess. And we have Ape City finishing with 25, NON with 15, Do or Die with 12. Honeybee with 10, Wyld Fangs 3 points from this match. I think that is the highest amount of placement points they've gotten in a single game. But they have set a standard that they are going to go down with at least 6 or 7 eliminations in every match. That is why Wyld Fangs is doing quite well for themselves.
Hey man, the dream continues here for Wyld Fangs fans, especially coming in from BGIS.
Yeah.
When will they get their first chicken dinner? Because they are a team that is pretty much qualified through rounds with just sheer number of finishes.
You know what I find the most interesting thing is that Sensei, I mean, he's an amazing player. He's a good IGL. He's been considered one of the best in the circuit for a while. But whenever he got extremely serious about competitive, his teams would like struggle to make it to the finals. And whenever he's having fun and enjoying himself and having a good time, not just in game but outside of the game as well, the teams that he plays for end up doing extremely well. Like right now with Wyld Fangs, every single time these guys go live, there is so much entertainment going on with him and with the rest of the team as well. They're doing WOD reviews in front of everyone, pointing out mistakes and very openly talking about what they were thinking, what they wanted, the decisions they wanted to make, and what went wrong in a particular position. Everything is out there. Still, they're doing well.
Well, to be honest, if people are watching that and learning from them, maybe, just maybe, they have learned their strategies and found weaknesses. I don't know, but as of now, I don't think people are abusing that. It's just, well, Wyld Fangs, they just got very, very unlucky, to be honest, in that situation.
True, you couldn't do much from there, but I mean, they still got those points, so at this point, they're not going to be too upset. But one more match to go. Are they going to get their first chicken dinner today? We're going to find out, but after this very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो। अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो? क्यों बेटा कंफ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Realme BMPS 2025, and it has been a very, very exciting day here, especially coming from Group D itself, and a very, very nice game here coming from Duo Die and clinching the chicken dinner previously as well. My name is ICBB12 at your service. Follow me is going to be Necro as we take you through the final game for today in day number 8. And of course, welcome to the English broadcast. We hope you guys are enjoying yourself because this is going to be a very, very interesting one here because Hiroshima Godlike, they started the day strong here in Sanhok map, did really, really well. Unfortunately, in that game itself, Admino almost had a godlike moment, but just could not clinch the fight in their favor.
Of course, it's True Rippers at the end of the day, though, right? And you cannot even blame losing out against a team like True Rippers. And speaking of True Rippers, of course, it's expected for them to dominate anyone that stands in their way. They've also got a clear mentality. They know exactly what they want to do. They're doing pretty solid as well in the overall standings. And if they're able to play the same way, I'm pretty sure True Rippers at the end of the day might just steal that first spot away from OG. And you know what? We've still got a few more teams like Wyld Fangs waiting to be unleashed inside the playing field. Reckoning Esports, yes, they have showcased a lot of signs of improvements. I'm loving that. And speaking of signs of improvement, I'm also impressed by Ape City.
Yeah, I'm definitely impressed as well because they held their ground really, really well. But a little bit shout out here as well towards Do or Die because we finally see a little bit of life for them as well, making it to the top 2, which is a great start here. Reckoning, I agree with you, right? Like, Reckoning started the day strong with Sanhok, game 2 a little bit shaky.
Yeah, I mean, for Reckoning Esports, the recovery they were looking for, they already got in the first game itself. So for Reckoning Esports now, it's completely fine if they mess things up, but just try and get the consistent points flow, right? 7 to 8 points per game. Reckoning Esports will still be making that slowly and steadily climb towards the top 16. And for Reckoning Esports, they just want to be in the top 16 or maybe just be outside of the harm's way. It's completely fine. They can also go for the longer way. We know the caliber they possess.
Yep, I agree. But all things considered here for these guys watching at home as well, because we are going to be jumping straight into the final game for today itself as we head in towards the map of Erangel for Group D itself. This is going to be an interesting one because this is where every single team needs to buck up as well. Where are you aiming for? Top 8, top 16, or are you trying to qualify for round 2 and risk not being eliminated? It all begins now because this is going to be the 9th game for all these 16 teams on screen.
I see. Just looking at the playing flat path, it seems like it's going to be quite a slow and steady game. Quite a balanced playing flat path. Teams can go wherever they want. And even the circle is probably going to be a standard one.
I think this is the only balanced flight path so far for this respective group. If you think about it, for Group D, every flight path was just so awkward. Even the previous map as well was just southeast corner and then the circle far northwest. It was so hard to rotate. And unfortunately to say, it's always going to be comes down towards the early birds that gets the worm situation here. And in this case, let's see if Do or Die, or in this case, NoNx was going to be able to capitalize on that as well. But here, Xtreme Godlike is going to be back in action as well. But the flight path goes for a little split here. But we do see a huge cluster on towards North George here.
Exactly. Reckoning Esports for Barrier. You've also got Reckoning Esports. There's a few more players spread out towards that southern side on the north. So it's quite interesting. Reckoning Esports is extremely close in the comfort zone of 4 barriers. Is that fight actually going to commence, though? That's my main question. Reckoning Esports, they've got a massive split going on for themselves, which might just not work too well. And 4 barriers, they definitely do want to provide that backup as well. That's why you see Iconic leaving the city and moving towards his own teammate, because he wants to back him up.
Problem is 4 Bears heading towards Zarki or not? It's going to be the question. But yes, you are right. Reckoning Esports still having a little bit of collision up north as well. And that is going to be Zarnix. Pretty much stuck in an awkward position. Viper goes in for the nade. Wow.
Disgusting nade.
Pixel perfect through the cracks of the windows. Wow.
I know, right? Through the window, through the door frame, straight up in that closet room.
Oh my goodness.
And gets rid of the man. And of course, punches him to death. A little bit of that salt on top of the wounds.
Yeah.
We all love to see that. 4 barriers losing out on the player slowly and steadily. It's not a good news at all. Since even DOD is now stepping inside of the playing field. And 4 barriers, all the barricades are starting to fall apart.
This is so awkward here for 4 barriers here, but the save comes through. Butcher is going to be on top of the hood. They are going to drive him through the city. Can he save his while Iconic is trying his best? Oh my goodness, what a save for Iconic. But the problem here is, are they safe? Because he is inside 70 and Do or Die, they do have the vehicles. Oh no, drops a member. The reset comes through and he is going to be fine.
Yeah, that's
safe.
brilliant.
What a save for Iconic.
Yeah,
the Iconic save.
That's what I was about to say as well. That's the Iconic save. Team 4 barriers still alive with 3 men. One of the barriers got ripped apart. And now Do or Die, they just want to press upon the charge. They know the opponents are extremely hurt. And they do not want to let him go just like that. Do not want to let him breathe freely as well. And Do or Die, since they've also got the momentum from the previous game itself, they would want to convert another decent game in their hands. And speaking of this team's journey as well, it's not been that good either.
Yeah, well, with just now, they do have a little bit of recovery here because Avnish was popping up real good. But at the same time here, Do or Die, they made a little bit of a pit stop, looted a couple of vehicles. They are going to back out because little did they know, on our map itself, Reckoning Esports is also part of the equation. So it's a little bit of far off stretch, but it all comes down towards a major fight. The moment Do or Die decides to engage, and oh yeah, look at this, Viper, they were just waiting for this as well, because if they go for the collision, they're looking for the third party.
Yeah, but the main concern is everyone is weak on loot. That's the main problem. No one's got proper meds, no one's got proper loadouts. Everyone's messed up big time. No utilities as well to back you up. So something needs to be done. There's only 2 locations that you can draw and loot on, which is shooting range, and of course inside a shooting range there's not enough loot, so 4 players cannot loot up. And then towards Inferno, there's barely enough loot for 4 players.
Yeah, it is not. Well, 7 is just nice for like 4.5, maybe 5 or 6 players, but in this case, they are shared half and half. Reckoning Esports, they pretty much looted the I would say the shelters of off shooting range itself, the
Wow.
2 tunnels. But do or die, they are really looking to try and go on a hunt as well. 4 barriers, not having a lot of space. They're checking everyone. And guess what? They take away all the vehicles from 4 barriers. They parked in this spot. They lost control, and do or die denies them exit from the city.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Reckoning Esports hasn't backed away completely. They know there's 2 teams inside of Cincinnati, and the moment a fight breaks out, Reckoning Esports will third party. But looking at what's going on over here, Shockwave in a bit of a trouble. Losing out on the main man since he's knocked out as well. There will be a revival coming through. Extra work. The man who wants to lead the pack in the front tosses out a Molotov as well to buy him enough time to go for this revival. And that should do the trick.
Yeah, he's got a second Molotov to buy even more time for the second heal as well. So Extrovert waiting for the fire, going for the next push as well. Looks like the second one comes through. So that's going to be the full reset coming in from Shockwave. Nicely done coming in from them. The guys in the bottom as well is going to be having a very, very difficult time. Halo needs to push up. Shockwave stuck in one of the most awkward positions here. Not exactly in zone. They are inside zone, but it is far west. So rotating out means that they have to fight each other first.
Yeah. And Halo with a 3-man squad in the same building as Shockwave. I just hope it's not going to turn into a stalemate. Just like the one we saw of Revenant X Park and BST.
Yeah.
It's the same building once again, same stance once again, a team with a man disadvantage and the other team with all the 4 players standing. So there's a major chance it can actually turn into a stalemate as well. And a massive knock comes into picture. That's going to give the advantage once again, flowing back in the hands of Halo. A 3v3 at the end. Another knock followed up. Hazard! Such a hazardous play that was, but even he gets struck in the back. Another man falls down. Oh my god, Madman! He's indeed making a mad dash, and also mad play at this point. Gets the reload on the S12K. Wanted to go for the nade as well. He wants to rebound that nade. Now he knows where every single player's positioned to. As he tosses out the nade, the man's going to be forced outside of the comfort zone as well. Madman, he's already caught 2 many bullets upon himself. But that one peak to perfection, and Halo will be eliminated from this game. It's Shockwave delivering shockwaves to the players of Halo.
Oh, nicely done coming from Shockwave. Nicely done. They get the recovery, but on another fight as well. Finally, Severny is about to break down. Do or die going up against 4 barriers. It's Balu looking for the pixel. The rush comes through. He gets knocked, but they do clean them out. That's going to be 4 barriers out of the equation. But at the same time, where was the third party? Where's Reckoning? Did they abandon? Yes, they did. They actually left the entire Severny fight.
Yeah, I thought Reckoning Esports was sitting on the horizon, waiting for the fight to break out for the longest. But then later on, it feels like they just gave up and now backing away towards Zarky, which is extremely weird.
Very late, though.
Yeah, it's extremely late. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's weird. And the moment they move towards Zarky, if they do get enough loot, they're still going to be burning through too much meds. I don't know what the game plan is for Reckoning Esports, but one thing is for sure, they're suffocating all loot.
Yeah, but all things considered here, 4 barriers. Sayonara. See you in the next shuffle. Because as of now, do or die, looking very confident here with those aggressions. Just like that, they are going to be able to reap everything from the side 70. But the problem is, they're a little bit paranoid because from afar, they know for a fact that Reckoning Esports was lurking around, but they do not know where Reckoning left.
Yeah.
And considering that it is going to be the circle shift as well, we are going to be expecting teams that actually going to be pushing through around 70 soon.
I mean, hey, something that's going to help you guys with your gameplay is also going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7 on Amazon itself, and stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device is already launched on 27th, so I'd recommend you guys to move on towards Amazon and also buy it. It's a great device, stable FPS, stable 120 FPS up till 6 hours, and also to back it up, 7,000 mAh battery, 120 watts charger. What else do you want?
Yep, be sure to do it, but what I want to know now is, where will the circle shift? Because it's about to close in 2 seconds
it's gonna
as
go
well.
north.
Is it going to go north? Is going to be the question here.
There we go.
Well, seems like, well, circle. Whoa, okay. It's going to be north, right? It's going to be shooting range at Reckoning. They pretty much somehow predicted the zone, but they're still outside the zone, looting Zarky because they waited almost an entire cycle of the first circle, waiting for the 70 fight to happen. Yeah. Now forced to loot up the entirety of Zarky. That means they will be the latest to rotate in the zone because of how long of a waiting time they happen to it.
Exactly. Technically, if you think about it, the game is already spoiled for Reckoning Esports, but since the circle is closer, it's not too bad. It can still be recovered. But Reckoning Esports will be suffocating on loot. So it's really up to them. Do they want to sacrifice the loot and move right now, or they can afford to move late and loot up a better? And looking at the replay as well, this is how the fight kicked off towards Cincinnati. We saw the players make that pounce against the players of 4 barriers. DOD knew they had the man advantage as well, so you might as well try to press on the charge. Well-placed Molotov on the rooftop, so they pretty much were systematically dismantling everyone.
Agreed. But on screen now, we finally see signs of life coming from Hero Xtreme Godlike as they make inside the zone, and across them is going to be the members coming from Autobotz Esports. They are going to be sharing those compounds, but the Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're not in position to contest this because Autobotz has got this entire compound in their vicinity locked down. So any drastic movements means they are going to be shut down. And the moment they crash in, there's no way out as well. It's so difficult to push in. So they are going to be neighbors for quite some time in this eastern side.
Yeah, they will be neighbors. But for Autobotz and Hero Xtreme Godlike, both the teams extremely desperate. I just want to see even how the rotations are looking like for the other teams as well.
Yeah, it's going to be awkward for them as well. But Amino still a little bit far off on towards the vicinity. He's going to be in a very, very stalemate here. But again, a lot of teams are going to be rotating in. We do see True Ripper is going to be coming from the western side of this circle. So they are going to be playing towards the mountain terrains, trying to pass towards shooting range. They do have a little bit of high ground advantage, but little did they know in front of them, they might be our opponents here. And that's going to be a problem for them because now on the circle, we do finally see it as well. NoNx, once again, going to be taking those mountain terrains here. It is an open ground. It's not exactly the greatest spot to be in, but it is a good position here to just be very, very patient here, especially towards the crash site in this map itself.
Without a doubt, NoNx Esports, it is one of those teams that's lingering around in the mid-packs from the start till the end. And even right now in the overall standings, they have been positioning themselves around the mid-pack constantly.
You know, this airplane crash site is one of the most underrated spot to be in, especially in this zone. But considering the frequency of the circle actually shifting here, it's very, very unlikely. But it's underrated because once you go in, it's hard for people to push you. And you do protect everything around you, including your vehicles.
But hey, speaking of the vehicles, something really important I want to let you guys know, the Kia Ceros. It's also quite an incredible vehicle. And speaking of some of the most key features with this vehicle that comes in, you've also got the 5-star BNCAP rating for your peace of mind. And let's not forget 6 airbags as standard, 360-degree camera, front and rear parking sensors, and also a smart dash cam with dual camera with mobile app as well.
Yeah, be sure to check it out right now. But as the game continues as well, the circle shifts away from the crash site. Unfortunately, NoNx Esports, they have to abandon it. They are going to go for center control. It looks like they are going to be caught out in the open as well, around the shelter vicinity of shooting range. And obviously, we are going to be expecting potentially people trying to hide there towards the Solar Warriors here. But as soon as I say this, NoNx, they are going to be contested by Hero Xtreme Godlike. The rush comes through. Jonathan will take down one, but he gets run down himself. Hung with the saves, and Hero Xtreme Godlike, they lose 2 players.
Yeah, not a big fan of this scrappy fight for NoNx. Even they've got 2 players standing. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're getting ripped apart even from the back lines. Such a bad fight in such an awkward spot. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got 2 more players standing at Mino and his power next to each other. And this deadly duo, now they need to start making it count.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's going to be very, very awkward as well, as now they are going to get slowly cleaned up. They are stuck in an awkward spot, but Wyld Fangs, Sensei, what is this drive-by? Hello, Sensei?
What? And he just casually went away as well. What? Yeah, well, I guess that's the Sensei way to do it. Wyld Fangs, interesting drive-by.
Yeah, definitely drove by, couldn't spot anything, rotates away. You know what? They're pretty weak. They're stuck. Let's pressure them for a little bit and just back off. And guess what? The entirety of Wyld Fangs, they're in no position to fight this. So it makes a lot of sense why he's just going for a casual drive-by to be on the move. But inside shooting range, NoNx is stuck inside those houses as well. Wyld Fangs has gotten completely locked down, but they themselves are not safe.
Yeah, the funny part is there's 2 teams on 2 different sides, and the man just drives in between. And still no one goes for any sort of shots. Sense is like, hello, guys. You guys doing okay? I was just here to check.
Yep. If you need help, let us know.
What was that? One of the most weird drive-bys and one of the most weird scouts I've seen so far. But you know what? Let's get back towards the serious stuff now. Ape City, the previous game, solid stuff. Now for Ape City, they pretty much want to replicate the same thing as well. Not a big fan of the way they're rotating, though. Still quite late on the edge. It's going to be costing them quite a bit.
It is going to cost them a little bit here. Ape City, one of the, I would say, the team that actually surprises in the map of Miramar. Complete domination. They got themselves 25 points with just 1 game. A major comeback coming from Ape City. But they need more is going to be the question here. Playing on the edge zone of the west side is going to be them, alongside with Shockwave for the quarter side, center zone. They had a little bit of rough running coming from North George, but they do find a small little shack. But the problem is, what can this shack do? Absolutely no value. 2 people pretty much stuck in one of the most awkward spots, but fortunately for them, the zone actually kind of helps them. So if nobody picks them from the back, they are technically fine, but I don't know, man. This doesn't feel safe at all.
Yeah, it does not. LHS, though, they've got a decent stance.
Look at this. They don't look at the PIC. They just don't have angles to shoot at all. Like, what can they do? It's just waiting for time now.
Yeah, pretty much. LHS, player spotted. An awkward spot, quad exposed as well. His name is Spy, but he's the most exposed Spy I've ever seen in my whole life.
Well, sometimes in life, you gotta do what you gotta do. In this case, Los Hermanos. This spot is pretty okay.
Yeah.
Like, at least this shack gives you a little bit of a vision here to try and shut down people outside. Not all shacks are equal, by the way. Just saying. Not all shacks are equal. And another shack on screen. We've got, from the side, Reckoning Esports. Well, 3 players. Well, 1 is just nice. 2 is a little bit okay. 3 kind of feels crowded here inside this shack.
1 nade, and it's a massive party package delivered.
It's gonna be goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports. At this point in time, they just need to make something out of nothing. And his teammates constantly punching him. Just stop it.
Yeah. Have you heard of the Dragon Esports?
Yeah, I've heard it.
Okay,
and I'm pretty sure even you've heard about it.
Yep.
But you know what? Do or die, though. Oh, spotting out the players of RAKA Esports out in the open. That was quite a desperate attempt to make it inside of the circle. Do or die did take a lot of those shots, but the connections were bare minimum. And that's why not a lot of knockouts as well found. Even IDX Furious taking those shots against RAKA Esports. Somehow RAKA, they're still alive inside of the game. Eventually, one of the men does get caught. And that's going to be Nanu once again to fall down. It's always Nanu from RAKA who falls down first.
Well, in this case, every single time you fall down, it's not over yet. It's how many times you stand up. That's going to be what matters. In this case, standing up is not exactly a safe thing right now because do or die, they're pretty much thrown up. The moment they can stand up, they are going to get shot in Autobotz. They are going to be pressuring the way through, but the nades come through from the north side, from 70. A huge cluster of teams in 70 itself. It's do or die. It's going to gatekeep the members coming from Autobotz.
Yeah.
Looking for an exit. Lobster. Be making a mad dash. They dodged the fight with Hero Extreme Godlike earlier, but this time, they're struggling to push their way through. Servi, he gets knocked off mid-rotation.
Why did he peek out like that? There was no reason for the man to do so. He should have just pressed the pedal to the metal and kept on going, and that's why now Servi's knocked out. Autobotz Esports, blunderous mistakes while they try to make that rotate inside of the safety lines. And even the surrounding lines are not too cleared up, so for Autobotz Esports, they will need to mop their way through. They will need to go for the fights no matter what. DOD, there was one man who got knocked out. DOD's going to start to move slowly and steadily, but even the Blue's on the move, so DOD needs to do something ASAP.
Yeah, they have to push inside zone as well. In front of them, it's got a coffin from the side. We've got Autobots who pretty much out-rotated them. They've lost Servi, but they were able to actually out-rotate Do or Die, and now they've got them pinned. Coffin pretty much has an off angle. He sees all this smoke. He just needs a pixel, but guess what? He actually gets spotted out. Now shots through the smokes, no connection. Reaper goes down. Nade's gonna be set up as well. A finds one from side Autobots as Coffin looking to try and take them all out. Coffin gets a knock and Do or Die. They get cleaned out. Oh my goodness. Do or Die just like that. They get completely shut down by both Coffin and also Arif from the side of Autobots.
Yeah, in the end, Arif was the one to put that nail in the coffin, but still Coffin, he's still standing. Nade tossed. Man's taken down real low. Can he put the nail in the coffin? That's my question.
Definitely a blast from the past. A reminder of what he did in the past in Miramar itself. If you know, you know. But can he replicate here? Solo push here on towards Autobots. Arif cooking up the nade. He's going to be walking up. He sees him. Coffin looking to dodge it. Seems like the dodge is good. Coffin double checking his backlines in case there are going to be stragglers here as Autobots still hesitant going for the push. But they have to wrap things up. Seconds are coming in. Zone is about to move in. And they are all not inside zone. And they need to push through. Coffin still deciding fight or move. Not much option left for him.
A really awkward fight at this point. Both the teams do not even know what they want to do. Coffin spotting out the man. Autobotz Esports, they just want to make the pounce inside of the circle, but they know there's one solo man who might just make things even tougher for them.
So Autobotz Esports first want to get rid of that solo player and then maybe move on their merry way. Wyld Fangs, all the 4 men still alive. Fierce has managed to squeeze in 2 confirmed points. Hero Xtreme Godlike now. Wyld Fangs is going to be a major threat. How do you surpass the players of Wyld Fangs? And since Wyld Fangs have got all the men standing, it gets extremely tough.
Yeah, it's going to be awkward as well. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they need to get out of the shelter. And the moment they go in for the mad dash down south, they are going to collide on towards Autobotz and also INTX.
Yeah.
This is going to be a hard push here. Jonathan's still trying to move in vehicles.
Oh
but
my God.
guess what? And Mino, they will clean out RAKA first. They will clean out the north side before they push through, and they do find the pick, and now the smokes comes through. And guess what? Instead of following towards the trap of Wyld Fangs, they are going to rush in towards them.
Yeah, and luckily enough, even Seth was knocked out from the side of Wyld Fangs, so that's going to be a little bit of that edge that Hero Xtreme Godlike needed. And also the equalizer. That might just help the player to actually go for a proper 3v3 fight.
Oh no, they actually get the confirmation! What a name from Godlike! What a decision! They push out, they look strong, and Wyld Fangs, they're gonna be having their backs against the wall. Trey Scott needs to find a little bit of backup here. The nades does chip him away. Fierce doesn't have the angles here. The counter nade from Trey Scott is there. But S-Power, he finds Sensei, the drive-by. Not gonna do him any good. He gets knocked by Envino!
What is Sensei doing? Driving out in the open like that, I'm not even sure what the man was thinking. Wanted to attract all the decisions upon himself, but still, in the end, he got knocked out, and now he messed up big time. Wyld Fangs, a 2-man squad, still can't do a lot. Fierce and Trey Scott, the final 2 assaulters left. Wyld Fangs, they need to do something. Hero Xtreme Godlike, all the 3 players in the front lines, and Godlike as well, they cannot really push up since they're getting shot at from the back constantly by the players of Los Hermanos.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they do have some sort of space here, which is a good thing, but Wyld Fangs, looks like Trey Scott knows that zone is about to come in. He is going to back off. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've saved up here to the piece, but they are going to check the members all the way far top as well, and it seems like Honeybee has been stalking the way through and towards a shelter as well. Look at this, like, he does have a very off angle onto his shack, but the zone, oh no, Jonathan, he's got to move. They've got to concede the vehicles. He's not going to take his chance here. They are going to abandon one of it. So that means 3-man on 1 vehicle. Zamino, before a pixel shot from afar. Very cheeky spot, but seems like if 3 of them fall together, they might be able to just have enough damage to burst down Honeybee.
Honeybee's got such a solid spot, though. The high ground to help him pretty much clear out the entirety of the front line. Hero Xtreme Godlike, those pixel angles are really getting tough to be spotted. And Honeybee, constant burster, not able to find any sort of proper damage against Hero Xtreme Godlike, just burning through each other's med at this point. There are 8 nades available in the hands of Zoo. And now finally Honeybee's gonna be deciding to make that pounce in the front.
Oh, the shots come through. Honeybee repositions for a better cover. It seems like Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're slowly gaining gatekeep. Honeybee, so they find the next spot here. They are having circle control from the south side. And guess what? In this zone, in the south side, it is one of the highest point inside in the next phase. And Honeybee gonna take full advantage of it.
Yeah, Sekiro aiming in the front. Hero Xtreme Godlike as well. They need to move out. They need to get in a better spot as well. They're barely just inching inside of the circle. Shockwave Esports still alive. Ape City just getting blown to smithereens at this point. Even Numan's knocked out. There's Kratos in the back lines, and then even Tintin is still alive all the way in the back. Tintin needs to patch himself up. The same thing can be said for Kratos as well, but the man's ticking away to his death. Ape City on the verge of being eliminated completely from this game, and there's just 1 man standing, and his name is Tintin.
Wow, what a defense coming from Shockwave. For a second, I questioned the shelter, but guess what? They lose 1. They somehow held on the forces against MCD. Meanwhile, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're still stuck in the most awkward spot. And look at this, they don't have vehicles. They need to back out. They're stuck. They are stuck, but going for those 0 recoil shots prone is going to be the only options here. Honeybees pretty much stuck on top. Wyld Fangs as well. And you can see Jonathan, he's going to try and take them out as well. I think he spotted Remnant coming from Trey Scott as well. This 3-way showdown, fortunately for them, for some reason, the Circle Gods actually helps all these 3 teams, so time is in their favor right now.
Amongst all this chaos, Reckoning Esports, they just lost Sama because he jumped outside of a moving vehicle. Even that's a major blunder that's coming through, and that's why Reckoning Esports as well is getting eliminated in the elimination feed currently.
Yep,
Hero Xtreme Godlike though, spotting out the man in the far fray. Crucial knock coming through from Jonathan. Just threading the needle from such a far way. And now Hero Xtreme Godlike pretty much diverting their complete attention towards the players of Honeybee. But even Wyld Fangs, they chime inside of the action. Wyld Fangs as well wants to stop the likes of Hero Xtreme Godlike actually successfully entering inside of the safety lines. They barely are inching in though.
This is one of the most difficult spots to be in for Hero Extreme Godlike. They've lost their member. It's only 2 men. It's Jonathan and Admino. Not a lot of options to work with. No vehicles, no space, circle. They have a small little pocket, but on the finish feed, Viper, they clean out Dragon. How?
Yeah, Reckoning Esports, just that one nade. Cleaning out Dragon Esports from this game. Reckoning Esports, they have been cooking up something themselves in that corner of the map. But speak of cooking things up, even True Rippers is alive with all the 4 players standing. True Rippers has got the major chance of actually stealing this game away from everyone that's currently there inside of the circle. And Honeybee, they found themselves on the luckiest possible spot possible. They've got the high ground as well.
Everybody needs to push up as well, but on the top side, Riper, he's gonna get run in. They were caught out in the open. He may have cleaned out Dragon Esports, but True Rippers, they were the main instigers of everyone on this northeast side. They were all caught out in the open. But as soon as they clean them out, they are gonna push in the zone and try and fight as well. Honeybee is still trying to find Wyld Fangs, and just like that, Wyld Fangs dropping down pretty low. Fear's pretty much knocked off. And the next one is gonna be Trey Scott as he tries to go in for the reset. But it's going to be very difficult here. But the rush comes through. Honeybee focusing on Jonathan. Sekiro for a couple of dabs here. No connection yet.
Yeah, Jonathan spotted from Sekiro. Just went for the man to actually peek out as well.
But his own.
He does spot the Pixel too from Jonathan, but the main issue is that Pixel is not being connected. And as you mentioned, even the blue starting to move. Jonathan's taking too much damage. Here, Extreme Godlike cannot tank it for too long. Now they need to move out in the open. Even Admino, he's ran out of meds. And I guess Admino's final decision is actually going to be to give his life away to the blue zone itself. A well-placed nade from Trey Scott does find a return knock. But for how long can he really stop the players of IDB?
Oh my goodness, the distraction from Hero Extreme Godlike gave Trey Scott the opening, and now he's gonna walk up. The nade comes through, needs to push through, and another big nade hits on towards Light, and throughout all this commotion, final 3 teams, and guess what? True Rippers, they walk up, and another nade from Trey Scott. What a nade, and now here he comes. True Rippers, they are gonna clean out Honeybee, and just like that, they get completely shut down.
Just by Trey Scott. One man dismantling the entirety of Honeybee, but then True Rippers, they wipe up from the back. And the third party to successfully claim the chicken dinner and get rid of Wyld Fangs. But yeah, it was quite a solid game, even from Wyld Fangs, even from Hero Extreme Godlike, Honeybee Esports too, and True Rippers, as expected, pretty much getting that chicken dinner confirmed. True Rippers has been quiet throughout that entire game, and that was one of the main reasons why they had all the 4 players standing too.
Exactly, True Rippers, main instigator in the northern fight, but all things considered, the teams in the south here, Hero Extreme Godlike, Honeybee, they've got to be counting their lucky stars because they had no business surviving that long, but the circle somehow helped them. Wyld Fangs as well, making a top 2 finish. I think that was the best you could ask for.
Genuinely speaking, this game could have been Reckoning Esports' game only if they would not have wasted too much time initially. If Reckoning Esports would have moved in, got that good spot, the spot that True Rippers had, Reckoning Esports would have easily won this game. They would not even need to reposition.
Well, again, a lot of what-ifs here, and that's the beauty about BGMI in general, because it is all about the unknown. Expect the unexpected. Sometimes you think you know what's going to happen, but sometimes things just don't exactly go the way you want it to be as well. And even for Shockwave, it was a very, very good initial fight for these guys who missed on the action here. This is the early highlights coming in from Team Shockwave. They held on a 1 versus 2 situation, which flushed things out for Shockwave with Madman going ham on towards this team from Halo.
Eliminating all the 4 players, by the way. Just 1v4ing them in the end. So that was quite solid. Autobotz Esports too were trying their best to fight back, but at the end of the day, the circle was constantly moving away from them. And because of that, Autobotz Esports was not able to stay alive for too long. Coffin, we did see a little bit of that individual brilliance coming out from this man, but as a team, RAKA Esports needs to perform, and RAKA Esports is currently failing as a team.
Yeah, Coffin, look at this. He's got some insane movements here as well. But unfortunately to say, Godlike pretty much found the opening the moment Hero Extreme Godlike spotted out RAKA Esports. Like, the moment they cleared them out, they had 2 options. Either push to knock out in open, or took that hit-to-hit fight against Wyld Fangs. And the moment they made the decision to fight against Wyld Fangs was, I would say, a blessing in disguise. It puts them in one of the most awkward positions, but based on how the circle shift, it actually gave them a very, very good position points.
Yeah, and this is the nade that we were talking about, right? And we mentioned this as well. The moment a nade slips in, it's going to be a surprise package.
Yeah.
And that package was delivered to the man of Reckoning Esports.
I think that was like a 150-meter toss coming from Viper.
Yeah,
that was
just
insane.
In that little side he was able to toss in. That little window that's there.
That is so hard to hit, right? Like, if we were to put it on basketball terms, was that a half-court shot or a full-court shot?
Half court.
It feels like a full-court shot through a pixel.
True that. I mean, if you're trying to compare to a basketball, I think it is definitely half court or more than that. But one thing is for sure, man. Definitely the man was able to thread the needle, toss that nade in, get those 3 elimination points racked up. As I mentioned, Reckoning Esports could have done much better, but just because the initial time that was wasted, Reckoning Esports wasn't able to capitalize better. Now, moving on the conversation towards Hero Xtreme Godlike, right? For them, the initial game just messed up big time because they lost out on Punk in the middle of the rotation. But we'll continue the conversation since we've got the stars of the match of the previous game. Viper getting 7 finishes, Gravity there too with 4 rescues, and then Jelly with 2 finishes.
Hey, all things considered here, even though we didn't see too much on how recommending journeys happen on the north side here, the youngest player in BGMI Pro Play right now has just showed us why he is a top contender. He was a contender for the realme MVP for BGIS itself.
Yeah.
Now, he's going to show us a very, very nice half-court shot. Unfortunately for these guys watching at home, it wasn't shown on main broadcast, but in the replay, if you zoom it back, I want you guys to calculate it. How difficult it is to toss a nade from that distance in towards a small little pixel of a shack. Think about it.
Yeah,
is that a half-court shot or a full-court shot? I think it's a full-court shot.
I mean, listen, whatever it is, but all we know is that it's extremely tough. Pretty much threading the needle, right? That's how tough it is. And the man was able to successfully pull it off. Now, let's talk about Wyld Fangs and their shenanigans, right? First of all, Sensei driving through 2 teams, that was literally weird. I mean, we pretty much just cracked up. And then later on, since Wyld Fangs was extremely exposed, I understand he wanted to get the attraction towards him, but he just got knocked out in that process. Match rankings on the screen. True Ripper's getting 17 points. You've also got Shockwave getting 12. Wyld Fangs as well with 10 points. And then you've got Honeybee right there with 10.
Yep. And of course, here Xtreme Godlike, even though they didn't do too well in this situation here, they still get themselves 9 points. Very, very consistent stuff for them. But unfortunately to say, their run for the top 8 seems to be dwindling away. So I would say they're still safe in the top 16, but they definitely need to actually bulk it up. But today, Reckoning Esports, Viper, 7 finishes in the back, gets themselves 9 points, and now this is a huge bounce back coming from Reckoning Esports here as they try to make their way and qualify into his next round. Now, maybe top 16, but it all comes out to their final 3 games for them.
That's what I was about to ask as well. Have they really cracked in the top 16, though? Because that's the main big deal everyone really wants to crack. Now, the latter half as well, Autobotz Esports just getting 1 point. LHS as well, Los Hermanos just getting 3. Ape City, yeah, the game of Miramar was insane, but once again, now back towards the same track. Just getting 3 points out of this one, it's quite rough.
Yeah, it is indeed rough here as well. 4 Bear is also struggling to find any sort of points here, being one of the teams that get completely bullied in this group itself. So I would say this is a very, very unfortunate run for 4 Bears, but a lot of teams are struggling in this game. True Reaper still somewhat consistent, but solidifying top 8 for True Reapers seems to be very, very shaky now. So I feel like when it comes down to the wire of the final top 8 and also the final top 16 by the end of round 1, it's going to be very, very close. It might be similar to how BGIS is, where 1 points between some qualifying and some being eliminated.
Now, at this point, look, we all know someone's got to be in the bottom 16. It's not like everyone's going to keep themselves outside of the bottom 16. If someone is there on the first half, there is going to be someone on the bottom half as well. And to find that bottom half out, let's move on towards the overall standings. The first page, True Rippers, pretty much retaining their old spot on the 6th spot with 96 points. That's incredible. You've also got Soul right there with 91. OG's on a completely different league. Even Learn from Past is also on a completely different league.
Yeah, Wyld Fangs, however, sneaks into the top 10, though, so that's a little bit of a small win. But again, TWOB hasn't exactly played yet. So I would say the Wyld Fangs definitely played really, really well here. And again, the search for the chicken dinner still continues for Wyld Fangs. One of the teams that, in this case, they are known for finishes, not exactly for finish position points. Because as of yet, look at this, out of 9 matches, they've got only 16 position points. But they do have 64 finishes. So I would say Wyld Fangs is a top contender for sure if they get position points.
Now, isn't it crazy to see that everyone on the first half of the board has got 9 games, and TWOB is the only team with just 6 games? That is impressive. And we spoke about Reckoning Esports, have they cracked it or not. Extremely close. Just need a few points, and Reckoning Esports can instantly move inside of the top 16. And if they do really good in the upcoming 3 games, Reckoning Esports can successfully crack in the top 8 as well.
Long story short, Reckoning Esports, their final 3 games can no longer be any kind of mistakes. It needs to be pure excellence in order for them to qualify towards top 16 and qualify towards the next round. On this, not next round, probably they are pretty much qualified here for sure based on these points, but directly skipping into his round 3 and also maybe even the semifinals itself. So it's going to be a very, very tough push, but it is very possible here. But of course, when we talk about Shockwave, a little bit of a bounce back from them as well, because their first 6 games was a completely flop, almost borderline getting eliminated as well.
Yeah, I mean, luckily enough, even RAKA Esports have found themselves on the 47th.
Yep.
It's not too bad. At least they're outside of the harm's way. They're not going to be pushed all the way at the bottom 16, so which is good. Shockwave has been keeping themselves constantly in their mid pack, and once again, we see them around that pack as well. And even Honeybee Esports, today's day has been pretty decent for them. Honeybee, once again, the consistency maintained, getting themselves 45 points, which is quite good.
Yeah, they are very, very consistent though, so that's something that I think we have to a little bit watch out for as well here. So Genesis in the 9th place, a little bit unfortunate for them. Team Tamilas hasn't exactly played. They are still in contention to try and fight for the top 16, but again, they've got total 6 more matches. Very, very long climb, but consistency is going to be the key for them. Meanwhile, even Board Army Esports also may still have a chance to actually fight for it as well. But unfortunately to say, for teams like Rider Esports, a little bit unfortunate for them. Even for Dragon Esports and Halo, they are in a dangerous position. Technically, they're not going to be eliminated yet because there is still one more page before this, because this is the hot seat on screen right now, from 65 position to 80 position. These are teams in the hot seat. Even Troy Diamond Esports as well is going to be in the hot seat, because if they don't perform in the final 3 games and they get kicked down in the bottom 16, they are going to get eliminated.
Exactly. Teams on the second last page who have played all the 9 games so far, they're definitely on that danger zone, without a doubt. Diesel Esports, too. It's quite surprising to see a team like Diesel Esports on the second last page playing all the 9 games and still struggling so much. And you know what? Speaking of the last game itself, we've got the last page as well popping up on the screen. Now, on the last page, we do see a decent bit of teams who've played all the 9 games so far. But there's also a lot of teams who've only played 6 games.
Yeah, and in this case, 4 barriers, 9 games, 11 points. Fearless 4, 9 games, 10 points. These are potential contenders that they will be eliminated. Same can be said for MYTX. I would say their final 3 games needs to be big games in order to qualify, and nothing shy of brilliance needs, or in this case, excellence, A++ in all their final 3 games needs to be achieved in order to qualify as well. And of course, it's not impossible as well. Currently, on average, the top chicken dinner with the most amount of points gained in a single game is somewhere around 25 points. We've seen a lot of 25 when they get chicken dinner. So for them, in order to actually qualify, very simple. 25 points, 25 wins, 2 games, they're safe. Technically, they're safe.
I mean, it's pretty easy to say, but since you're a team who's already struggling, for them to pull off a 25-pointer, it just gets even tougher.
Hey.
Now, that's pretty much a full-court shot right there you're speaking of.
I'm giving you maths. I'm giving you mathematical possibilities. I'm not giving you realistic goals. Well, technically, I am giving you a very, very safe realistic goal, because an unrealistic goal is that 64 players, and that's including yourself, there's going to be 64 players, getting 60 finishes and a chicken dinner. That's going to be an unrealistic goal.
Yeah.
It's mathematically possible, for sure, but unrealistic to actually achieve. Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
The realistic one is pretty much 25 on average.
Yeah, true that. But
Points
now,
for chicken dinner,
now
maximum.
Look, it feels like this Realme BMPS so far has given us a lot of surprises, right? And one of them is also going to be Diesel Esports, and another one is going to be Genesis Esports. Genesis is currently sitting all the way at the bottom in the overall standings. And never in my dreams I would have thought this would have been the outcome of Genesis Esports and the way they've been playing so far. We'll continue the conversation on the other side of this graphic, since we've got the prediction. I went with Reckoning Esports, and I'm pretty happy with my prediction. Reckoning Esports did pretty good.
I think Reckoning Esports was a big W for them. Wyld Fangs was okay. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they did okay as well. You know, I wouldn't say it's the end of the world, but it was pretty okay. I think Spearow was a pretty much a win as well. Halo and Dragon Esports. Dragon Esports completely flopped.
Bombed, yeah.
Halo was a little bit of a recovery, but they also completely flopped. So I think 3 of us went for safe picks.
Yeah, I mean,
out of all 6 of us.
Hey, my pick wasn't safe. Reckoning Esports wasn't doing good. Don't forget
Okay,
that.
fair enough. Like, based on their past experience, I would say Reckoning Esports is safe. But based on their performance in the previous 6 games, that was not safe at all.
Exactly.
So it was a do-or-die situation for them. Literally do-or-die.
And they pretty much nailed it, right?
Yeah.
Getting that chicken dinner with
comeback.
solid amount of points. So yeah, Reckoning Esports definitely nailed it. And that's what's going to be needed for teams like Diesel Esports and Genesis too, right? Since Genesis still have to play the remaining 3 games, which is going to be happening tomorrow. So Genesis Esports at least have something in their hands that they can try and latch up on. And if those remaining 3 games that they're going to play, if they still do not perform, well, then we pretty much know it's going to be eliminated.
Well, it's going to be such is life, because their roster shuffle has been not going well for them as well.
Yeah.
And in the final 3 game, it is going to be the decider here for Genesis Esports whether or not can they qualify or not, because there's only so much Apollo can do. And ever since Cyrex making a little bit exit here, it has been very, very awkward here for Genesis Esports.
Without a doubt. I mean, Genesis Esports, at least they're not in the bottom 16 and even not too close.
Yeah.
Around the
They
bottom
would
16.
still make it to round 2 though.
Yeah, they will still make it around 2. It's not even a question. So I don't really understand. Does Genesis Esports, like, are they genuinely struggling? Or
No.
Genesis Esports just trying something new?
So I think it comes down to just having new roster, right? Like every single time a new roster comes into play, taking time to build chemistry, teamwork, and having the same idea and direction takes time. So in Genesis perspective, they did have I would say a kind of big roster change. So it is going to take a little bit more time. It's kind of took Reckoning Esports 6 games to actually perform as well. So technically, even if Genesis Esports qualifies round 2, they still need time to practice and refine what they have.
Now, speaking of Genesis Esports, it's a whole different story, right? Because I'm pretty sure they will make a comeback in the upcoming moments. But for now, that's going to be it from me and Icy. We'll see you guys tomorrow with the remaining 2 groups that are still waiting to be unleashed in the playing field. So we'll see you guys tomorrow itself. Peace out.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है। Wow.
Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my